Blood shot your eyes, skin over in tin. The only thing that's the barrel of your gun.
Stream Elements said, S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming Hunt, Showdown, Vacation Day 8 Ever So Sleepy.
Put it in. I'm tired of people thinking I'm some kind of joke.
Your dad and I agreed it will be best if you just stop being who you are and doing the things you love.
My whole life, all I wanted.
I'm afraid we found your son at a polka party.
Is to make up new words to a song that already exists.
Oh, well, you should do that then.
Ooh, my little hungry one, hungry one, open up a package of my banana.
Dude, I've got chills.
Every once in a great while, I can spot a talent that I know is the future of music. But first, we gotta find you a stage name. Al Yankovic. It's long, it's hard to pronounce. So I'm just gonna throw this out there. Weird Al Yankovic.
I love it.
Weird Al has taken the world by storm.
Do I know you?
Madonna, I was wondering if you were going to do a parody of my song, Like a Virgin.
I'm curious, is that song autobiographical?
Yes. Except for the fact that I've had a lot of sex.
Name me one creative genius that doesn't have a checkered past involving alcohol,
That's the medicine.
and drugs.
I think Madonna's a bad influence on you. What? No offense.
I'm a train wreck. My parents wrote me off. I pushed away my band.
You're all just a bunch of normals. I'm the weird one.
You gotta take care of yourself. I saw in you something special. An artist with something to give to the world.
In front of all the billions of people walking around the world right now, all I want to say is be as weird as you want to be. You will never find true happiness until you can truly accept who you are. Thank you.
Oh, Al, you can't smoke in here.
totally deserve that.
Dry performance. Ready. Wet performance. Ready. Snow performance. Ready. All performance. Ready. Ready for
whatever. fot.
Dracula 98 said,
Bezapušteno.
Oslitu.
Pa treba bi da uzmem bar jedan bounty, mene dosta. To ti je kao... Ha. To ti je kao daily. Za mene.
Dracula 98 said, Io sprimam seza poseo drugas mina sam pokaksam nesto pokam pio.
Boss nije ovdje. Ima bar 2 ekipe na mapi. Čačkam nešto na kompu. Druga smena, a?
Dracula 98 said, Dida. Dracula 98
ti je lakše da ne kucaš.
Dida. Dracula 98 said, Keiko Jadi Rikeo Kao Dida.
Kao deda, a? Wow. Heroin. Vav. Para nema. Čini mi se predno 2 nedelje sam našao zadnji put zlatni gas.
Ja sam s tobom zadnji put.
Ova bižuterija $1000, to mene ne treba. Toga imam i viška. Čime Kesić nije tu, znaš? Zato što sam pročitao poruku na ovome Viberu da ne bi danas proizvodnje. Tamo sam mislio će da pali. A kako to da Borisa se uvijek prikradu ti zombiji sa ovaj...
Sa pištoljima, već ja to prvi put vidim da je... Reakcija pa... Znači, posle on krivi mene, kako ja nego nešto novo.
Kunem ti se da me zaglavio ovaj prostor ovdje, nisam mogao da se pomerim. Golden Acres. Ala Assassin's Creed. Udara. Glupa igra. Tačno znam da sam lupio space prema što sam došao do kraja grede. Čućete za jedno, ne znam, par minuta. Dok ne prođe ovo ludilo od ovoga skrebika. Da li se može ovaj bounty izneti? Što zaneš onog starog penzionera da vidiš da li je on buden ovo dobro.
Alo.
Halo, halo.
Ovo je bio Kenj. Ja sam tada pitan zbora i šta.
Ne znam. Pitanje.
Jesi vidio jučer borbu Titana?
Ti?
Ne ja, nego Gardi i onaj lik.
A, s nožem.
No. Znači, ovaj poteže heavy i udari lampu. Ono je genijalno. Ono kao filmski u John brate Viku kad se onako maše, znaš, ovaj pogađa bilo šta drugo, sliku.
Samo ne to.
Tako Gardi lomi ove metale, baklje.
Pogađa sad samo nešto treba. Genijalno.
Evo ja sam naravno. Odlično ovo radim.
Jesi klipao to, majkite?
Jes?
Znači, lampu tuku, pa ovaj trči u krug, pa Gardi je miš zabao, drži levi kliki i FOV mu je 90 stepeni i mora da se kreće da bi okrenuo mišem naš prema njemu, da ga ubije. Nevjerojatno. Kad sam se rodio, sreće nisam imao. Samo ti si moja bila. Samo momento. Prognali smo mačka, moji su ga prebacili na drugu adresu. Ma, upao kod komšije u kokošinjac i skrapio pile i pobegao. Jer je ga komšija, a smešno i tužno isto vreme. Komšija ga jurio oko taraba i pobegao negde, sakrio se. Poslije ga moji držali u kući do uveče, prebacili ga u drugo selo. Kod tamo da živi cura od mog brata. Majko moja, šta se radi s mačkom? Aj.
I wanted to give you a congratulations on your 2 MTV nominations, Best New Artist and Best Alternative. How does it feel to have that reaction in the US to be nominated for such big awards?
Well, it's amazing. I think it's like the first time that Italy gets, and Italian artists get this much recognition in the States. So we're very proud and we're gonna work even harder.
Awesome. And speaking of recognition in the States, I know that you're also on the top of alt charts in the US right now for 1 week and counting. It's still happening. How does that feel to know that not only are people coming here to see you live, but they're also streaming and listening to your music when they're not seeing you live as well?
That's super cool, actually, because Supermodel has been our first global release. So to see such a great feedback at the first release makes us really confident for the future, you know, and of course we didn't expect that.
I wanted to give you a congratulations on your 2 MTV.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in to another video on ForgottenWeapons.com. I'm Ian McCollum, and today we are going to take a look at the Spanish M43 Mauser sniper model. And there's actually two sniper models of the M43. There's the early version here and the later version here, and there's a really substantial change in quality between the two. And there's also some interesting sort of mystery elements here with the early ones. So, to go back to the beginning of this story a little bit, the M43 is the Spanish Mauser made at the La Coruña Arsenal, 1943, in 8mm Mauser, and it would serve as Spain's standard infantry rifle until the adoption of the SETME in 1958. So, the early pattern of M43 snipers were made at some point in the mid-1950s. It's unclear exactly when. But not a large number of them were made, and they were made with a 4-power Zeiss scope, which we'll take a closer look at in just a minute. The later pattern were done about 10 years later, and clearly the Spanish military had run out of money or motivation to make these things, because the drop in quality from the early to the late is really impressive. So let's take a closer look at both of these. Let's go ahead and start with the early one, which is the nice one. This has a rather unusual mounting system for the scope, and there's a little bit of mystery to the scope itself. So just real quick.
Jebote, mala mušica na ovaj kad balarni, na ovaj kolt. Dokad je tebi radno vreme, ono, regularno 8 sati ili? Od 12 pa do 8 uveče. Ne, brate, na godišnjici.
Na godišnji? Opa! Veliki kurac.
Onaj rad kada ćeš da otvoriš šata, ugasiš lanternu. Mislim, zato što ti si možda zapravo hteo da da to uradiš, ali igra je mislila možda to nije bio pravi potez. Kao da kad igraš Yu-Gi-Oh card. You activated my trap card.
To sa brate uzimanjem interakcije kurčina, brate. To je najgore nešto što postoji u ovoj.
Ne, jako su neprecizno radili.
Loše napravili to, ali nisu.
Da su htjeli ne bi bolje zastrano.
Ja sam otišao, da se čujemo uveče.
Ajde, pozdrav.
Ćao.
Prison.
Oh yeah! People are getting banned in Diablo Immortal. This is, it's not good. Negative, keep in mind, how many zeros is this again? This is 2.5 million Eternal Orbs. Here we go.
What's going on, guys? This is JT here. Today is a very sad day for a ton of players out there who bought their orbs from a secondary market instead of going with Blizzard. Now, this wizard right here that I'm showing you on my screen, as you can see in the top right corner, he is negative 2.5 million Eternal Orbs, which is based...
What? Wait, so they gave him negative? How much money is that? Yeah, how much is like, how many Eternal Orbs do you get? Yeah, let me think for a minute. So, like, what's the ratio? It's worth $35,000. $35,000 to $40,000. So Blizzard just put this dude in the hole for more than most people are paying on their student loans. Oh my God. Well, I guess he's gonna have to pay $70,000 to get it back.
Over around $30,000. Insane, right? Well, guess what? He no longer has his account. Not only does he not have his account, he also lost all the money from spending in it whenever he bought these orbs from the secondary market.
Oh my God.
He has nobody to go after. He bought these orbs thinking he was buying basically gift cards. And actually, we have an interview with him, and I talked to him a little bit about this, asked all the questions and exactly how much money he lost doing this, and clearly he regrets it. He misses playing Diablo Immortal. He wishes he never done it, and if he would have just went the regular way, honestly, he would have a 5,000 plus resonance character instead of having nothing with a ton of lost money. So guys, do not buy orbs from a secondary market, man.
Oh my fucking God. Clearly a Bitcoin, I don't know what it is. This is nuts. How does Blizzard do this? This is brutal, Blizzard. Like, I mean, this is the people that are giving you all the money. They're the ones that are part of the, 0.076% that fund half of all fucking mobile game development. And you're cutting their dicks off? I don't know if this is the right decision. Oh my God. How is this possible? It's Blizzard's fault for not letting you trade those orbs. Exactly. I think Blizzard's in the wrong here. I absolutely think so. I think they're totally in the wrong. Because these people bought them. This was not any sort of a weird thing. If you don't want people to trade the orbs, then why do you let them trade them? Fuck that.
And even if it has good reviews, do not believe the reviews.
Yeah, he bought from people that use stolen credit cards. Yeah, but that's not his fault. He didn't know they stole the credit card. Why do you punish him? Why punish him? Yeah, so what? So you're gonna punish a player? Yeah, that's not it. It's pretty obvious. So no, it's not. It's not necessarily obvious because some currencies. So for example, people would buy WoW stuff in I think it was some South American currency because it was cheaper. With a currency conversion thing. So it's actually not as simple as if you're buying it for less, it's guaranteed fraud. This is actually not true. Yeah, Argentina, yeah, it was Venezuela, Argentina, something like that. So people could have done this without knowing, and I think with a reasonable degree of confidence that it would not be stolen. But a third-party seller is more sensitive. Well, then why let people have third-party sellers? Then why let people sell it? If third-party sellers are more sus, then why let people trade it?
And if they say, oh, but we have gift cards, we're going to sell you these gift cards, and it's not free. Freaking gift cards sell on eBay for $10 less than what the actual value is. So nobody's going to sell you gift cards for this price. Trust me, I've bought a lot of gift cards in my time as I've been through mobile gaming in order to get gift cards cheaper than I can more games. It's actually a relatively smart idea. However, when you go to buy secondary market orbs, if you see them...
The only thing that would be smarter than that is not buying anything and never spending money on a video game like this, right? So that is the second smartest thing that you can do. Which, to be fair, I mean, there's a lot of things below it.
for what he was paying, $20 to $40 per freaking 7,200 orbs. You're gonna get caught, man, and that's what happened to him. And it's sadly to him, he was one of the best battle mages in the entire game.
Well, he didn't know. That's the thing, is he probably thought, you're playing a pay-to-win grind fest. So you buy the items that the other people can buy from the store, and you contextualize this around this guy. It's probably not his. He's the best one, right? So guess what? It's probably not his first game that he's the best at, right? So guess what? He probably in those other games bought gift cards. Everything was totally fucking fine, just like 100%. So why is it that Blizzard is punishing him when this is a well-established practice in this genre of games? I mean, it's just like, the guy, what I'm saying is that I think that whenever you want to action somebody, like determining if somebody should be punished or not, I think one of the most important things, especially with video games, is asking yourself the question, did they know what they were doing? And if they knew what they were doing, then you fucked them in the ass. But if they don't know what they were doing, they didn't realize they were doing something wrong, then I think it's unfair to punish a person like that. Especially because it's something that you allowed to happen as a game developer. You can't be that stupid to not know it's against EULA. They spent 35K, you definitely know something is wrong. Not necessarily. Yeah, we read that. Some people like being fucked in the ass. Who reads that? Yeah, nobody knows EULA. Yeah, I feel like if it is explicitly stated in the EULA, in like just like the rules of the game, that you cannot buy this currency for this money, then yeah, he's probably in the wrong. But I can see in a game like Diablo Immortal, where everything is already pay to win, of course people are going to think
Actually, he was the best wizard that I have played against in the battlefield. He was legit the best wizard. There wasn't a single wizard that did more chaos than this man right here, Shia. I respected him to the highest levels in the battlegrounds, and it's sad to see that he will no longer be there. Actually, really sad to see. So, no more Shia, but the thing is about mobile games, even when players leave, more players come. I mean, you're constantly every week, I mean, every day down in the battlegrounds, I see another player with big wings, with 5,000 resonance wings, and majority of players know do not buy from secondary market, and here's why, guys. Enjoy the interview. I am out of here for now.
So that's actually, okay. So basically, I mean, buying secondary market stuff, it's like at a certain point, like I can see both sides of this. Because, like, if it's stated in the rules that you shouldn't buy or you can't buy, it's explicitly against the rules, and the guy breaks the rules, I mean, you can't defend that. Like, you just broke the rules. Like, it's that simple. However, I think that, like, given the context of other games that are similar to this, and whether this person was actually doing something, like they were willingly partaking in something that was bad versus accidentally doing something wrong. I don't know. Like, it seems like, why are you even able to do this if it's such a bad thing? It's RMT, how can it not be against the rules? Because the whole game's RMT. Like, I guess to me, like, it's the same as in Diablo 3 where you had the real money auction house. Where you've got the real money auction house, well, somebody's buying it, like, oh, they're buying it, it's another sale for like $30,000. Like, you think I'm gonna get upset about this? I don't give a fuck. It's the same thing. I think Blizzard's only pissed off because they're not getting their cut.
Dude, you are such a beast freaking wizard, man.
Oh, thanks, bro. Oh, it's...
I hate that you got banned from the game. So what happened exactly? Like, what did you do? Did you just trusted a website because they said that they used gift cards and you didn't, you thought that it was going to be legit from that?
Can you Google the website?
Yeah, I've seen that website. It has like a ton of good reviews and hardly any negative reviews.
Oh yeah, you can select the classic Diablo Immortal.
Right.
That's a fact.
I don't lose money because they really buy all this for me, but after 2 months.
Okay, so you were able to gain your money back because it was before 2 months?
I can't get my money back, and I lose orbits in my account. It's become negative.
Right. Then you can't do anything until your account.
You got to keep in mind, English is not his first language. Like I'm trying to get. Yeah, he doesn't know. We try to listen to him and see what he says.
Sounds positive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's too much money.
Right. That's
$70,000. Yeah, effectively.
I don't think I can fix it.
Yeah, I don't think you can fix it either. I don't think you're gonna be able to fix this one, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that sucks. It sucks bad. What? How much were you getting $100 worth of orbs?
What? Pardon?
So for 7,200 orbs,
That's
7,200.
Yeah. I remember that's $100.
How much money was that for 7,200 orbs? I'm just curious.
More than $20K.
What?
$30K?
20K.
No, but how much were you paying for like each bundle? Like one bundle of
I think he's saying he spent $20K. So like if it's $35,000 to $40,000 value, he probably bought them at around $50 to $60. I think. He's saying 50, yeah.
The price is always change. It can become more expensive. It's about $85, but from the beginning it's $20.
$20, and he was getting the $100 one? Holy shit! What a great deal! That's an 800%. That's actually only 400% value. Damn! No wonder he went with it. That's what the game trained him to do.
That's from the beginning, but the price passed, and it changed to about $50 for it.
The best battle mages.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry about this.
Oh, don't be sorry to me, man. That sucks for you, man.
Yeah.
That sucks for you, man.
I want to send you the email.
That sucks, man. That's smart.
What was your residence? Your residence was 7,400, right?
Jesus.
Well, hey, man, thanks for your time.
That's a lot of
I just
fucking
wanted
money.
to talk to you about this. Like I said, I have a video on it.
Oh my god.
Listening to me.
Oh, dude, thank you for your time, man. Have a good rest of your day.
I feel bad for the guy, man. I do.
If Run Dog Mila catches this frisbee, you have to subscribe. Are you ready, baby? Don't let that down, baby. Woo! Don't forget to hit that bell as well.
Okay. That was actually funny. Actually, that shit was funny. Like, I like that. That was funny. That's a, yeah, just got the energy. That was good. I liked it. Yeah, there you go. There's a video. We watched JT's videos. And this guy, it's like he's the only guy that plays Diablo more seriously enough for us to like keep up with what's happening in the game, man. So if you want to fucking watch this shit, you can just follow him. Like, he's gonna be on top of anything like that that happens. So look, he's the thing is, look. I do want to say, like, if you're the best, I'll keep it real. If the game was not pay to win, I bet there would be different people on the leaderboards. With any of these games. With any of them. Like, for example, like, even in Tower of Fantasy. Like, I spent money on Tower of Fantasy. You guys watched it happen. I probably would not be ranked 6 on the server, or wherever the fuck I am, if other people couldn't spend that money. Like, that's just that's simple. Like, it's literally just that simple. Like, I'm ahead of them because I spent more money. There's people that are below me that are better than I am in the game. They farm harder than I do. They know the game better. Or let's say, worst case scenario, they just play more and they're as good as me. Then they'd get farther. So it's just, that's the truth. And it's like, it's not really a big deal to be good at one of these games because you just spend money if you're not good enough, and then you're better. That's it. People with all the money and skin, rare even. Do you ever play Path of Exile? I wonder. I mean, a lot of people aren't. Like, I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. I think that, like, in PoE, I would take a lot of viewer donations if I was doing a lot of different builds. Like, if, like, for example, like, I wanted to do, like, a fucking, I remember Mashal made this one video about, like, Cyclone Volatile Dead, and I thought it was just, like, the coolest build I'd ever seen in my entire life, and, like, they nerfed it the next week, but, I thought that shit was badass. However, like, if you're just playing one character normally, like, why would you go and do that? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, why would you go and do it? Like, I don't see the point in doing it. Like, if you're just trying to have, like, one character and do the build. But, you know, it's, I guess, like, some people like to do that. It is what it is. I mean, I do think that, like, if I was a PoE streamer all the time, I was doing more and doing builds, I would ask for content. But because I'm not playing the game specifically for content, then I don't really care. We're just accepting gold earlier? Yeah, but I'm playing the server for content. Like, there's things I play for content, things I don't play for content. If I don't play it for content, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's that simple. Common sense. I mean, you look at it from their perspective. They've played a lot of other games where they buy gift cards and then they're able to use the gift cards and it changes. I think that a lot of people assume that, yes, while it could be a stolen credit card, it could also be a gift card that was bought in a country where the currency conversion rates are vastly different. So it's something that is done, it's kind of like a loophole, but there is no explicit fraud going on. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I can see where somebody would be coming from. I think that also, like, it's not like Blizzard loses anything whenever this guy has a 7,000 resonance character. Like, is it better to keep a whale on the hook and let them keep that stuff, or completely delete their account? It seems counterproductive, in my opinion. I don't know, though. You can get 50% off, you're like Vietnamese guy buy you things? Yeah, stuff like that. So guys playing classic again? I mean, it's fun. I like classic. I like playing different games. Shouldn't it be TOS considering how obfuscated? Yeah, it's like, again, like, and like, it's a fucking pay-to-win game. Like, you really think I'm gonna be like, oh, well, they didn't listen to the rules. It's the same as in Lost Ark. Like, people in Lost Ark and buying gold. It's like, I don't care if people buy gold in Lost Ark. Like, what the fuck? Who gives a shit? You can buy gold through the game. Just because people in the smile game aren't getting their cut. I don't think it's really who gives a fuck? I just don't care. Like, I don't. Like, if a game is pay to win, I don't care about the integrity of the game at all. Like, straight up. Like, in my opinion, if you make a game pay to win, as explicitly as Diablo Immortal or Lost, the integrity of the game is already at 0. It begins and ends at 0. So yeah, I mean, like, life is pay to win. Yeah, that's why people play video games to get away from that. Because they're at the end of the game, of course they'll ban people, so they're running their game. Well, that's dumb. Like, oh, it's their game, so like, you're not, when nobody's arguing whether they can ban the guy. It's whether it's the right decision or not. Like, go back to the cave thing. We're having an actual conversation here. Everybody knows they can ban him. It's common sense. It's about whether it's the right decision or not. Those gacha games straight up do not let any trade between any players. Yeah, exactly. So like, if you buy the gift cards, I feel like the company, like, I don't know. I just think like, it's like some guy spends 35K in the game. Like, who gives a fuck if he keeps his account? It doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm so jaded by this stuff that I literally just don't care. Straight up, I just don't care at all. People bot, people cheat, people do anything. It is what it is to me. It's a pay-to-win game. You got to take what you can get. You got to eat. That's it. $35,000 on a video game. No. $35,000 on those orbs specifically. Keep that in mind. So it's not like he can't, like, that's just so 35,000, that's how much he gets at that time period. You've got to keep in mind, like, if it's a person, let's say, $400,000, they are probably spending, they probably have over $100,000 left over of money, right? Whenever you take in taxes, assuming you're not living somewhere around there, it's a lot of money. There are people who make that much money. And guess what some of them do? They play games like this, and they play their way around in games like this. Other people do it with cars. These people do it with games. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I think it's fine, too. People do whatever they want with their money. I think it's dumb. Like, I would not do that, but, you know, it's whatever. That's literally the average income. Yeah, the average income is $400,000. You're right. True, true, true. How many copies of Elden Ring is that? That's a lot. At least Diablo Immortal is better. Is it playing through the same on browser games? It's something special, man. I say that. Oh, it's the average income of a Diablo Immortal player. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I like that. True. He isn't. Think about it like this. One dude can fuck 50 girls and have 50 kids. One girl cannot fuck 50 dudes and have 50 dudes have 50 kids. This is just the fucking, this is the facts. This is just, that's how shit works. That's how it is, really, yeah, that's what it is. And so that's why it's like if you're a top 5% guy in terms of appearance, you know, likability, relatability, money, anything, right? Like just anything that girls are gonna find attractive, you're gonna get way more than a guy that's totally proportionally. That's just because that's the way our biology is set up. Straight up, it's the way our biology is designed on a DNA level. It's like complaining almost against like gravity. Bro, I didn't do this, you didn't do this, nobody did this, it just is.
Impressed. How exactly is Tinder fucking up the mental health of our generation? It starts with a lack of consequences of displaying your...
The thing is, like, nothing I'm saying is wrong, though. And it's all logical and common sense. I think people spend so much time in their feelings and talking to themselves in their own fucking head that they forget what's going on in reality. They're like, oh, why does this not make, this isn't fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. Think about biology. Remember the class you got a 71 in? Think about that.
Traction, your interest in someone. Because previously, let's say 20 years ago, if you were an adult then, if you were a man then, you would have met a woman by your social circle, or at least in your community. You would have seen her, been attracted to her, walked over to her and flirted, displayed your interest. You would have done that knowing that people around you may have been looking. And so you would have really restrained your interest up until you really found a girl that you were attracted to, because of that level of social judgment around, you know, oh, look, Jeffrey's going to approach that girl right now. But with...
That's not entirely true. My dad told me that, like, so this, like, his dad, like, a stepdad or whatever, what he would do, and this was like in the 60s or 70s, is he would just go up to women at the end of the night at the bar and be like, listen, do you want to fuck or not? Let's go, come on. I take you down back to my house. And the chances of it happening were very low. However, it would happen. You just have to do it enough times. And so this is nothing that is very, very new. Okay, was he right about? Yeah, it's like swiping right. Yeah, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. And I was talking to my dad about it because it's like, I told him, it's like, me and Cody used to do the same shit online. Just send girls messages, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, right? Do this shit over and over. And he's like, yeah, because it's like you play the numbers game. And this is nothing that's new. What I'm saying is like, this actually is not new at all. And King of the Hill, Boomhauer method? Yeah. I mean, it's like, he wouldn't do it if it didn't work. So I don't think it's as new as people believe, but let's be honest, it probably, like, you weren't really supposed to do that. Even back then, like, you're not really supposed to do that. But like, I'll tell you, like, I've seen girls' DMs before. If you do not include a picture of your dick in your first message, you are automatically better than probably 10 or 20% of guys. Just by not including a picture of your dick. Just that. That's it. That's it. Just do that. You're fine. It's like writing your name on the paper. Like, I remember people do that. No, yeah, they do. Like, I remember thinking, this is in like Algebra 2, and I'm gonna bring this around. It's gonna make sense. So in Algebra 2, I mean, bro, we used to do like this thing where we'd bang on the wall, and then the people on the other side of the fucking, on the other side, they bang on the wall back. So we do like bang, 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 they do bang, 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 and, you know, we go back and forth. So like, we didn't know anything about algebra, basically, like, cause fuck that shit. And so the final was coming up. And I was like, man, how am I gonna be able to get this, how am I gonna be able to pass this class? I might not graduate. So what I did is I looked at how much points each thing takes. And so I looked at, like, I'm going to get 10 points because I was there on time. I'm going to get 5 points for putting my name on the page. I'm going to at least get partial credit because I put my work on there. And so, like, in the aggregate, right, I didn't try to pass the test. I tried to win the game. So I got, like, an 81. And I didn't know anything. But I knew what it was being graded for. And so it's, and I passed. So you don't necessarily have to, be perfect. All you have to do is know what matters and do that. And do enough of those things to where you can have a positive outcome regularly. You see kind of what I'm coming, you guys know where I'm coming from? You see where I'm, yeah. You did the math to avoid the math, yeah. Fuck that shit. So think about it like this, whenever you're messaging girls and shit, that's my best advice.
Online dating, specifically
Think
Tinder,
about how many
even
things you can do
Instagram,
to put
no one
yourself
really
ahead
needs
of
to
other people.
see your approach, and so men's standards go down and down and down because you may as well just fucking right swipe every single girl. It's more efficient, honestly. It is more efficient. I'd say 90% of men follow the strategy of swipe right on everyone and unmatch or filter out the I don't know if I should say this, and unmatch and filter out the kinds of women that you are not interested in, and we won't be insulting towards them.
What a generous, nice guy. What wow, yeah. I'm sure that's what he meant to say.
But maybe you can guess what that group would be for yourself. If this was a singular approach in a man that was encapsulated in a vacuum, so it's completely by itself, okay, one man is doing this approach of swiping right on every girl, it would work quite well, but the majority of men are doing it. The majority of men are right swiping and showing interest into girls.
Maybe I should have never told people that strat. Maybe I should, like, so like basically it's like you give out like it's like, yeah, it's like the world first race, right? I mean, you don't want to have other people figure out your strats. Yeah. You didn't invent it? No, you're right. Yeah, that's what I said. That's the first thing, right? But, like, that's the first thing I thought. It's like, yeah, I just played the numbers.
They normally wouldn't in, like, public at daytime to approach in person. Which now means that, on the other hand, women are receiving an overwhelming amount
Yo, by the way, like, where did he get... Like, if that's a blanket, it is what it is. But, like, if that's actually, like, a hoodie, I want that hoodie. I will buy that. That looks so comfy. Holy shit, that looks comfy. It's a bathrobe? Well, I can't wear... Actually, maybe I could wear that around in public. I mean, at this point...
Tension of likes, of DMs from guys. What's very, very interesting is that these women are receiving that attention from guys who normally wouldn't, like, I know this sounds horrible, who normally wouldn't want to be seen with them in the daytime, because it's kind of inconsequential for, let's say, with this autistic rating scale, you know, rating people out of 10, but like an 8 out of 10 guy, it's not unheard of that he would message and try to just hook up with a 5 out of 10 girl. What really should happen is that a 5 out of 10 guy should message the 5 out of 10 girl, and both of these people are essentially perfect for each other. But because of these platforms reducing the consequences of a man showing interest to a woman who he normally wouldn't want to be with, an 8 can message a 5. And this is where the real problem begins, because this 5 out of 10 girl, and I know it sounds stupid as fuck saying,
Nah, that's not it. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I don't think so. I can't be seen with this lower tier looking person. So, like, it's actually crazy to me. Like, people think like this. People legit fucking think like this. And, like, a good bit of advice is, like, anytime some popular hot streamer girl has a boyfriend and he's not a streamer, listen to what people say about the boyfriend. This happens all the time. Yeah, it happens all the fucking time. Personality is always first. Yeah, so you probably don't use Tinder.
You know, out of 10, like, I've always hated this, like, rating metric shit. But for the purposes of explanation, pretty much everyone can understand what I'm really getting at here.
Yeah.
This 5 out of 10 girl is now getting messages from guys who are 5s, even some guys who are 4s, but also from guys who are 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe a couple of 9s. Who is she gonna pick? So she's gonna see a message from a guy who's an 8 and, like, think, oh shit, like, he's really hot. And oh, he's got game, and, like, oh, he wants to meet me. Okay, they're gonna meet, sleep with each other, and it's gonna be somewhat ingrained in her personality. Yep. This is the level of man that I attract. And now this girl almost thinks that she's on this level. She can't, like, she's not bad for thinking this. We can't really blame her for this. And now she will...
I think this is the same shit with guys too, right? Like, I don't, like... I get what he's saying, right? But you gotta keep in mind, like, guys do this too. It's like there's some guy, and he doesn't shower. He lives at his mom's house. He doesn't brush his teeth. He plays video games all day, and he never leaves the house. Right? And you can't expect to find a bunch of girls. You can't expect to find, like, some super fucking hot girl that's gonna be down with that. So I think that it creates unrealistic expectations. Me? Well, I mean, look, hey, I mean, look. It is what it is.
Not accept anything less than this 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
But the issue is that these 8s here, who maybe still message her, know her true worth, her true value, and they probably don't want to commit to her. They probably don't want to get into something which is like really long term. They're really just messaging her for like a late night hookup, but it's too late.
Yeah.
Her self-image has been inflated. Now, usually boosting your self-image is an incredibly powerful thing, but in this one instance, in terms of modern dating, especially like Tinder and Instagram DMs and all the dating apps, it really does seem to skew a lot of problems, because now this girl who is technically here, but who thinks that she's here, will never feel okay with getting with a guy who's here. She will always feel like she's settling.
I think it gives a lot of people an inflated sense of value, or like a distorted view on dating in general. I think that, like, it probably does that for everybody. Like, I don't think this is just a girl thing. I think it's a guy thing too. It's like you see like a bunch of hot girls and you're like, all I need to do is get one of them, and then none of them are messaging you back and you're fucking mad. Like, that's what it is.
With being with a guy who she's actually on the level with, the guys that she now is interested in, it's extremely likely that they will actually really want to be in a relationship with her, because these guys actually want to get with like the real 8s. So what does this mean? If you are one of these guys at the top, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, you get your pick from the majority of women, and it's easier than ever as a guy in this small group. Like, not many guys, because the majority of men are fucking pathetic and lazy and fat and everything, so the majority of men are way down here. But if you're in the small 5 to 10% of men group here, you will have the easiest time perhaps in humanity to be able to sleep with a lot of women. But if you are in the majority of men, 80 to 90% of men, if you're an average guy, you will struggle heavily, because the women on your level are currently being fucked by the guys up there. This means that the overwhelming majority of men are incredibly lonely, deprived from intimacy, deprived from sex, love, affection. But also,
I think there's a lot of guys that are like that. I mean, I do think that's a thing. Like, I've read like some of the incel subreddits. Like, I've read them. I'm like, what's going on over here? And it's like, man, it must, like, these people are unhappy. They are extremely fucking unhappy, man. It's awful. Now, it's like, I think also one of the big problems is that people, and this is the same thing with like girls that have like unrealistic standards, like everybody, right? Is like, people think that they're special, and they never want to actually improve themselves. They want everything in the world to change around them. They want it to conform around what they are already okay with. I'm special. I need to be treated differently. Like, my personality is better than everybody else's. I have strong opinions about politics and play League of Legends. I'm unique and different. I mean, fuck.
Interesting. The same is said for the overwhelming majority of women. They're deprived from love, they're deprived from real connection, affection, relationships. The only one thing that they have that like the majority of men don't is just sex. But the sex that they are actually having with those top tier guys often leaves these women quite unfulfilled and feel like they're being used. In the end, out of this entire thing, it's a deep conversation if we really push there, but like the sexual revolution of feminism In the end, only the top tier men win. Even the top tier women, like the most attractive, beautiful women, even if you ask them, they'll kind of say it to you like they're not really happy with modern dating. If you ask them like, are you totally fulfilled with your dating life? The overwhelming majority, even of the top women, will say no, of course not. Whereas if you ask all these people, really the only kind of person will be that absolute top tier guy who'll be like, yeah, like I'm shagging loads, bro, I love it. In the end, no matter what happens, no matter what political leader is in power, no matter what social movement happens, I promise you this is the case. In the end, the high value men always win. And so now we have perhaps...
That's the same with everything, right? I mean, people always, the cream's always going to rise to the top no matter what. It's such a bad take. I think that, like, part of this, like, women being unhappy, etc., I think that, like, you've also got to keep in mind that a lot of those women that are really attractive, they have a guy that's like, hey, I'm going to marry you, and that's it. Like, that's what I see a lot of, is, like, these girls, they're, like, you know, they're really hot. And, like, some guy's like, all right, we're going to lock this down right now. And I've seen plenty of things like that happen. It's very common. Bad take, Lamau Dude's right. I think that some people, like some guys, it sucks. Yeah, it's a five-head play. Yeah, I'm sorry, but he's right. I think that he's right about, like, some of the stuff that he's saying. I do. And I do think that, like, again, it's like the biology thing. Yeah. Like, it's like guys can hook up with a bunch of different girls, and it's easier for them to do that than it is for a girl to do that. It's like, yeah, you don't have to worry about any of this other bullshit. Like, that's it. Below 30 is F second. Wrong? Wrong? They can? What the fuck? No? I don't know about that. I'm saying, like, you get a risk of pregnancy. I think that's a big factor. Like, the risk of pregnancy is like, that's what I was thinking about biology. Yeah, Lamau, not true. Yeah, STDs, I mean, that's the same for anybody, though. Birth control, easy. That shit don't always work.
The biggest problem of our time, it is this skew of the dating market. It is that 80 to 90% of men are so utterly lonely deprived, have literally zero women interested in them. Perhaps 50 years ago, a man who was a 5 out of 10 could work hard, get a decent job, save up some money, and he suddenly would have been really attractive to a woman who kind of needed that into her life. But now, a lot of most women are...
Is that not true? Like, I still feel like that's true. Yeah, I feel like that's true. Like, I mean, I have plenty of friends I've grown up with, people that I know, like, they're not living some crazy, lavish lifestyle. They're not, you know, some, like, fucking super good-looking bodybuilder either. But they just found a girl, and they're dating her, and now they're married. Like, it is what it is. I feel like that still happens. I think that, like, this is a problem that, like, guys in their early 20s and, like, late teens have. I think that once you get to, like, 28, 29, 30, this becomes less of a thing. Yeah, I think it's especially for a lot younger people.
Self-sufficient. Most women are educated, they work their own jobs, make their own money. So dating a guy just because he has like a good job is no longer a big angle of attraction, whereas 50, 100 years ago it was, because it was like an acquirement of resources that they probably couldn't really get by themselves. This is leading us to a very interesting dynamic, and I think it's best summed up in a quote that Rollo Tomassi uses very, very well, which is that women would rather share the alpha rather than be saddled with the beta. A lot of people cringe at like that, the terms alpha male.
I think that there's also a lot of guys that would rather settle with a body pillow than sleep with a girl that's the same appearance that they are. There's a lot of guys that would rather stick around with the fucking the Yeshua body pillow than hook up with a girl that they think is ugly. All my friends, yeah.
Beta male, but I think they perfectly describe what's happening here. Alpha simply just means like the best of the pack. Women would rather share that guy up there and be one of the women that he's dating and sleeping with, rather than be saddled with a guy who's on their level or below their level, but then have like him being faithful. This guy down here being faithful to a girl here isn't as exciting as this guy up here sleeping with her, but then her also going through the negative emotions because she knows this guy's also sleeping with 4 other girls right now. This dynamic was pretty...
I don't know what happened, man. Like, there was a time, you know, back in the day, you used to be able to have like 5 wives and shit. Like, what moron, like 2,000 or 3,000 years ago ended that? Like, yeah, well, like, who thought that was a bad idea? Jesus? Well, shit, man. Oh my god. Who did that? Yeah, who did that?
Pretty much always happening in all of humanity. The top tier men always had more than one woman, but now it's on steroids because of Tinder, because of Instagram,
Yeah, I think
because
so.
of specifically because of online dating. Because previously this woman here would simply try to get the best man that she could attract, which would be the guy in her church who had like a nice job. But now this woman here, the best man she can attract is some guy in Dubai who's messaged her this weekend. If you're a young man, you're still in the education system, or maybe you've just started getting into the workplace, I guarantee there's at least one woman in your workplace or classroom who is literally being messaged by like a multi-millionaire. How fucked is that? So these modern platforms, Instagram, Tinder, are just allowing women to have an incredible abundance of options because it's such a low consequence for a man to just express some interest in a woman with a simple DM or a Tinder like. And even though this seems
I think that, like, yeah, obviously that's true to an extent. I think that what I disagree with this video on is the fact that it's like a one-sided thing, where like women have all of these like tremendous advantages and like men are just completely fucked over. I disagree with that. I think that it's something that is a lot more nuanced. Yeah, it's an interesting topic. They do and it's accurate. Women do? I don't know, man. Like, I really don't think so. Please read the comment. Everyone's different. I will read the comments. Yeah, I will read it. 67% of women never use such apps. They said top 5% men have all the advantages. Yeah, but like I'm saying about everybody else.
kind of inconsequential, you know, it's Tinder and, you know, men are lonely. Like, this is very fucking big. I say it somewhat often and some people think I'm joking or being over dramatic. Countries literally burn to the ground when this dynamic happens. When the majority of men in your country are not getting a fundamental need fulfilled, which is love. Think about what's gonna happen. The single biggest motivator that men have to be productive, to work hard, to accomplish something, it's love, intimacy, sex, reproduction, having children. When that is not being met and they totally...
You can say that's insane, but how many of the shooters have girlfriends? I think this is a factor. It's not a cause and effect, but it's a factor.
Believe they are certain that it will not be met anytime soon, that even if they put in the work, they will not be able to attract a woman. They give up, they get complacent, they may as well succumb to the hooks of porn and video games. When your country is full of men who are choosing to watch porn instead of improving themselves to get love and real women, you have a country that is very ready to fall. When the barbarians come to the gates, and those barbarians, like the enemy, like the men from a different country, are fighting for their wives because they don't have like Tinder and Instagram as much in their country. And here you have the men who are hooked onto porn. They have nothing to fight for. They don't even like your country. This sounds fucking crazy because you and I have never been in like a real war before, especially if you've lived in the West. We've never really seen firsthand the consequences of war.
Bro, this escalated quick.
Thing that we hear about in history. This is how countries fall. This is how war starts. And there's not many people really talking about this. But I
think people being stuck in a position, it's like, I think that like, you're stuck in a position that is hopeless. You're in a job that you fucking hate. You've got debt from working, everything like that. Like all of this stuff, I feel like it does add up. You see kind of what I'm saying? Who hurt this guy? Well, I think that like really, I think that there is like an element of truth in what he's saying. I just don't think it's like, it's not necessarily women's fault or society's fault. I think one of the big problems is that nowadays there's such a little emphasis put on self-accountability. It's like it's Tinder's fault that all you do is sit around and eat fast food and jerk off to fucking like Fuda furry porn. No, society didn't do this. You did. This is your fucking problem. No, and like it's your fucking problem. And so there's a lot of people and they blame everything else except for themselves. You know what I mean? You talking to yourself right now? No, I'm saying like it's the case with a lot of people. Self-report, easy. Sure, don't watch furry food. I had to think of something special, didn't I? I mean, shit. And so, yeah. And so what I'm really trying to get at here is like, I think that another big factor is the amount of like messaging that goes out nowadays about how wherever you are is not your fault. Somehow, whatever position that you have put yourself in, it is because of somebody else. There is some external factor that has caused you to do this. And I think that's even more unhealthy than Tinder, because it's something that's pervasive through the entire culture, whereas Tinder is just a part of it. But I do think that you have people that have a sense of hopelessness. You know, they've got student loan debt, and they're making, you know, they're never going to be able to pay off the money because the interest just fucking, it just gets too high. You can't get out from under it. They've got no fucking skills. They can't do anything else. Some of them sign up for the military. That's what happens with a lot of people. But other people do something else, and it's just, yeah, I mean, you can't get a girlfriend. Your friends are moving on. Your friends are doing well. You're not. And guess what people do? They go absolutely fucking apeshit. Because it's like, why would they respect a society or want to be part of a society that doesn't respect them? I think that it's that simple. If you're a loser, it's your fault. I think that, yeah, I think in a lot of cases, most people that are losers, it's their fault. Yeah, absolutely. Not false. Yeah, I mean, this was always my outlook on the world, is that whenever I was younger, I would do anything I wanted, and I would never feel any guilt for anything, because this is society. I'm just simply existing in society, and it's like, if I want to, like, I can either do something or not. And I think that more and more people have that outlook. Why respect a society that doesn't respect you? I don't think that's wrong at all. I don't think that people are crazy for thinking that. It doesn't seem unreasonable. And I always felt bad about everything. Well, now, yeah, you have to respect yourself before anything else. Well, I mean, why respect yourself? Like, you just, the thing is, like, you don't even think about self-respect. You don't even think about yourself. It's just how you're going to exist. Yeah, a comment about trauma is still a person's responsibility. Well, the thing is, like, there's bad shit that happens to everybody, but, like, it's still, at the end of the day, like, even if something bad happens to you, it's still up to you to be able to get out from under it. Like, yeah, obviously bad shit happens to everybody. Like, some people, like, have, like, really bad situations. Like, I would say, like, my situation was, like, not great, but, like, man, there's a million people that had it way worse than me, right? I mean, 100%. So it's like, yeah, obviously, it's like in all of us, like, we're automatically, like, there's a billion people in the world right now that don't have internet. Like, fuck, that's like, bro, like, that's like spawning with, like, that's like you spawn in Fortnite, you go down, you loot, like, the gray gun, somebody else next to you loots, like, the fucking golden AR, and you're just dead. Like, fuck, what is this? It's not even fair. But that's the way it goes. And it's like, you've gotta, I mean, you're gonna have bad spawn RNG sometimes with different things. Yeah, it's like hardcore mode, exactly. I don't know, man. They should demand it from the government. What, like a housewife's tale? A handmaiden's tale? What exactly are you insinuating? That's a bit much, isn't it? Like, damn. Listen, yeah, government mandated waifus, like, god damn. Look, yeah, I think that it's a big problem, but I don't think that blaming women or blaming Tinder is fair entirely. Because it's like, guys go on Tinder. Like, you don't have to go on Tinder. They do it on their own. So I think there's a lot of things wrong. But I don't think that it's unreasonable that people, you know, people stop caring and stop participating in and stop, like, trying or following the rules or norms of a social society that they feel like has no respect for them. I think that's completely fair.
We can and we are waging our own war right now. We are at war against the technocracy. We are at war against these modern social media, porn, video game companies that have stripped away our right to our consciousness, our right to our attention in time. It is these evil companies that have hooked your family, your friends, your future wife. They've hooked their attention. They've fucked their mental health. A man that you know will kill himself within the next 2 to 3 years, and that will be heavily influenced by a part of these technologies. We are at
suicides have gone up a lot. He's technically right about that. And I think social media and suicides like that have gone up a lot. And I think social media probably is a, it's an aggravating variable. Absolutely, sure. You're not gonna get me to say it's Facebook's fault because you get a bad it hurts your ego whenever people are doing better than you on Facebook. Like, you are not gonna get me to say that. That is a personal fucking problem, and you've got to look in the mirror. That's the person who that problem begins and ends with is in the mirror. That is you. Yeah, log off fucking Facebook. Log off. If it's making you feel that way, stop dealing with it.
A war against them.
Like, I'm on Facebook. I love Facebook. It lets me keep up with old friends. You know, keep up with, like, oh man, like, this is like a guy, like, man, we used to throw rocks at people, and now he's you know, now he works at like a car dealership. You know, he owns his own business now. You know, I love that. I think that's great. And so, like, it doesn't have to be bad.
See before you is a revolution.
Now he works in a
We are
quarry,
a
yeah.
cult of young men who refuse to sit idly by or to sink deeper into the grasp of social media, porn, and video games. We've taken a big step back. We are at war, and I want you to join our side. Click this video to learn more right now. Do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. Mwah.
This guy went wild, man. Here, let me go back. Let me go back. I'll read some of the comments because oh my god, what is this? Why the fuck does this not work? Yeah, let me go back. I'll read some of the comments on this. I think this is like one of the examples of, like, I think guys that like get it half right. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's like guys like this, I think they get it half right. Is like they get it right that shit is fucked. They get it right that there are a lot of problems in the world and like things that are like aggravating that hurt your mental health and make it worse. But I think that the solution that they have is always centered around something external. It's always centered around another person, another entity, another something else. And like, you never really think about what you're gonna do to improve your life. You know, what are you gonna do whenever you wake up tomorrow that's gonna make you not one of these people? Yeah, it's about self-improvement. That's what it is. Yeah, I think they absolutely get it half right. Just because you disagree doesn't mean it's not true. Just because you agree doesn't mean it's true either. So let's see here. It's actually just a recruitment tool for alt-right mentality. It starts with how society's fucked, rolls down to feminism, minorities, immigrants, so on. I mean, like, that guy's not white, right? I mean, I don't know about the immigrant thing. They get swapped up in populist movements and on and on. I think, like, you say, like, somebody saying that, like, society or, like, social media is bad for you and it's, like, degrading, like, saying that that's, like, a fucking pipeline to alt-right and, like, this is some sort of, like, fucking, like, next thing you know, they're gonna be storming the Capitol. Like, I think that's a bit much. Like, that's really a bit much. I think that there are a lot of different ways that you can look at it, but I actually, like, in my mind, I think one of the solutions for a lot of this stuff is not, it has nothing to do with politics. Yeah. Dummies make video games, love prohibition. Yeah. These companies research the fuck out of how to get you addicted to all things. You know, people easily influenced. Shouldn't we create a society based on knowledge to protect them? Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, like, people are going to take advantage of you. People are going to take advantage of you. People are going to do things that, like, you can't rely on society to protect you. You should be able to, but you can't. So this is a nice idea. It's like nobody should steal. Okay. But yeah, it's a nice idea. Let me read some comments. I was honestly in mindset for 4 months, checking Tinder every day, see someone match with me. I was becoming obsessive. I just ended up deleting the app because I wasn't liking how I was treating myself. What a smart fucking guy. This is actually the best comment. Like, I love this comment. Yeah, he's like, he got caught up in this shit for 4 months. It fucked with his head, and he said, yeet, I'm out. That's it. He's done. Top 5 reasons why everyone should be on self-improvement. Makes you happy, calm, socialize, brings peace, supports all other areas of your life. Yeah, I mean, of course. Women rather share high-value men than be saddled with the low. It's a dark reality we're living. Bro, like, this is, as I said before, man, like, this is a tale as old as time. It is it's in the Bible. Like, how many wives did some of these dudes in the Bible have? I mean, let's be real. A lot. I mean, a lot. It's been around forever. It's not going to go away. Most men so badly, but can't call fat women fat. Well, there's some people that like fat chicks. Right? I mean, like, and that's fine. Let's see here. I work in a nightclub. I think it's a personal preference thing. Yeah, how about just being normal? I think that's a good start. Everyone considering going dating app, hear me out. I actually date a lot, and a lot of Tinder girls. The past texted me even more of them. Shocking the life, how they use it regularly. Toxic, delusional, mentally ill, narcissists, some of these women are. Yeah, it's just like, I feel that a lot of people put the blame on the opposite gender. They always, it's like men are trash, women are whores, they're so bad. Oh man, it's got to be somebody that's not me. True, clip it. Yeah, exactly. And my girlfriend of 58 years on Tinder. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah, sure. Kind of women they're talking about want to share high-value men, the date a rando. Never heard of any of my friends say anything remotely like this. I don't know. Like I have friends of mine that don't really use social media, right? They're just like normal people. Like I have a friend, like he works at a, he's like an engineer, and he doesn't have like a fucking Twitter. Like he's not posting videos up on YouTube. He's not posting Instagram shit. I can't imagine that. Like Cora. I mean, Cora's hot. Like, she's not posting shit on Instagram either. There's girls that do that too. It's weird. It's weird for me to see that, like, because I'm like, man, like, it's not like as a girl, but just anybody. Like, man, like, I tell you, I got on MySpace as soon as I could. I've been on social media, on the internet for years.
Gdje si, Dragan, šta?
Šta se radi?
Vidio sam da nemate sirovine ili šta, već nemam pojma.
Ma treba da idem sa neku mašinu sa njima da istovaram tamo oko 2 sata, ne znam šta i kako, ali reka mi je da računam.
Mašinu?
Mašinu. Za čega, za šta, koja mašina?
Ja nagađam da je za salamu, sjećaš se da je bila priča pre... Znači kao da... Neku salamu, nešto nema pojma.
Jebem li ga, mi smo punilicu imali svakako. Sad samo ne znam šta bi još moglo da bude.
Aha.
Let's go. All right. Orders, sir. Tell me. Just tell me what to do. Let's go. Tell me. Attention. Building completed. Reporting for duty. Tell me what to do. Orders, sir. Understood. Attention. On your building completed. Come on. Let's go. Any orders? Reporting for duty. Attention. Building completed. Tell me. Do you need me? Great idea, sir. Understood. Is everything okay? Do you need me? Attention. Building complete. Reporting for duty. They are trying to break this. Is everything okay? Commander? Tell me. On your orders. Attention. Building completed. Waiting on orders.
Čo me drema, Milane?
Baš.
Understood. Perfect. Ready and waiting. Reporting for duty. Tell me. Ready and waiting. All right. Attention. Building complete. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. That will be easy. Do you need me? At your service. Attention. Orders, sir. For the colony! Is everything okay? Let's go. Commander? Ready and wait. Attention. Building waiting on orders. Do you need me? Perfect. All the way. Building tell me. Perfect. Ready and waiting. Do you need me? Tell me. Of course, my commander. Attention. All right. Building come on. Just tell me what to do. All the way. Attention. Orders, sir. Building completed. Waiting on orders. Any orders? Understood. Orders, sir. On your orders. Great idea, sir. Perfect. Great idea, sir. Reporting for duty. Come on. All the way. On your orders. Waiting on orders. Understood. Is everything okay? All the way. Understood. Do you need me? For the colony! All the way. Is everything okay? Come on. Do you need me? Commander? All right. Any orders? Reporting for duty. Understood. Orders, sir. Waiting on orders. For the humans! That will be easy. On your orders.
Oh, here we go again.
Attention. Building completed. Let's go.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Do you need me? All right. Commander, just guide me to the infected. Reporting for duty. Building completed. Tell me. Understood. Building complete. Come on. Let's go. Of course, my commander. Tell me, all the way. Any orders? Reporting for duty. Ready and waiting. Is everything okay? That will be easy. Commander? Tell me. All right. Orders, sir. Waiting on orders. Tell me. Let's go. All the way. Reporting for duty. Attention. Come on. Commander? Of course, my commander. Attention. Building complete. Tell me. Understood. Attention. Building complete. Perfect. Do you need me? Building complete. Waiting on orders. Commander? Waiting on orders. At your service. Reporting for duty. Do you need me? For the humans!
What? Gotcha. You call that a plan? Gotcha. Yeah. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Understood. Orders, sir. Come on. All right. Just tell me what to do. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Tell me. Just guide me to the infected. That will be easy. Commander, let's go. Reporting for duty. Waiting on orders. Attention. Commander? Any orders? Understood. Ready and waiting. Perfect. Tell me. All right. Our forces are in danger. Let's go. Attention. Building completed. Any orders? At your service for duty. Just guide me to the infected. Just tell me what to do. Is everything okay? That will be easy. Building completed. Is everything okay? Commander? At your service for duty. Building completed. Units under attack. The train has arrived at the station. Reporting for duty. Ready and waiting. Tell me. Orders, sir. Come on. Understood. Attention. Building completed. Tell me. Commander? Great idea, sir. Just guide me to the infected. Attention. Come on. Building completed. Perfect. Attention. Colony. Building completed. Tell me. Let's go. Just guide me to the infected. Reporting for duty. Attention. Building completed. Perfect. Attention. Building completed. Just tell me what to do. Do you need me? Any orders? Reporting for duty. Come on. All right. At your service. All the way. Perfect. Ready and waiting. Come on. Just guide me to the infected. Attention. Just tell me what to do. Understood. On your orders. Do you need me? Just tell me what to do. Come on. Attention. Building complete. Commander? Do you need me? Just tell me what to do. Commander? For the humans! Orders, sir. Is everything okay? Orders, sir. Is everything okay? Waiting on orders. Is everything okay? Ready and wait. Attention. Building completed. Waiting on orders. Attention. Building completed. Just guide me to the infected. Commander? Orders, sir. Waiting on orders. Understood. Commander? Great ideas, sir. All the way. At your service. Perfect. Commander? Understood. Attention. Building completed. Tell me.
My bow and arrows
Orders,
are
sir.
ready.
Waiting on orders. Is everything okay? Tell me. Commander? Is everything okay? Come on. Let's go.
You again.
Tell me.
What?
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon.
My bow and arrows are ready. No, I'm just kidding.
Tell me.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Orders, sir. The train has arrived at the station. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Što ti činiš?
Pa uzeo sam jedan bounty. Igrao sam hunt možda sat vremena, sat i po uzeo bounty. To mi je ono bio, ono svaki dan da uzem bounty, to mi je otprilike bio ono cilj. I sad igramo ovu strategiju. Juče sam...
Zamisli, upao sam protiv onog tipa, neprivatni tip neki, 308 čovjek, 58.000 kilova, zamisli, protiv njega sam upao u pičku. Ja ono vidim buši kroz teksture, buši, vidim da su ozbiljni tipovi u pitanju, razumiješ?
Pa ali šta pogodio kad je puca ili...
Pa jesu. Mene je taj ubio.
Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Are you sure? What?
Waiting on orders. All the way.
What do you want now? Yeah.
Just guide me.
My bow and arrows are ready. You
The train has arrived at
Roger
the
that.
station.
Okay. Oh, here we go again. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Attention. Building completed.
Great.
Zamisli kurve kako su igrali, čekali su nas na izlaz, bre.
Any orders?
To
Ti
tako,
tipovi.
tako se igra, oprosti ali...
Just guide me to the infected. Commander?
My bow and arrows are ready.
All the way.
Čekali nas na izlaz, mi onda u prvi compound. Tu se ukampovali i ovi došli i razneli nas.
Malo zajebano.
Kako ja upadam protiv tih narkomana, šta je to jevoj?
Tell me. Any orders? Do you need me? For the human!
Nema nikog na kanal jevojte, niko ne dolazi.
Come on. On your orders.
Šta ćeš? Gdje je Drakula?
Hoćeš ti ići malo dolje, nećeš?
Gdje? U firmu? A u Crnu Goru?
E,
A nemam pojma. Kaže kum, provedeš 2 dana u putu. Ili čitav dan, kako god, razumiješ? Možda. Danas jutra će vidjeti. Danas
što si
jutra.
rekao, nisam te razumijem.
Danas jutra će vidjeti.
Da li ideš, jel?
Da.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. All right. Perfect.
Aren't there other units to bother? You again. What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Are you sure?
Tell me. At your service. Do you need me?
My bow and arrows are ready. What? Yes. Yeah. Are you sure?
The train has arrived at the station.
Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
Gotcha. My bow and arrows are ready. Yeah. You are gonna pay me for this, right? They got me. Oh, here we go again. You again. Yes. Roger that. Order. You pay.
Building
Great.
completed.
Roger that. Great. What? Are you sure? You are gonna pay me for this, right? My bow and arrows are ready.
Understood. Great ideas, sir. Commander, tell me. All the way.
My bow and arrows
Understood.
are ready.
At your service. Come on. Building complete. Do you need me?
You again. This better be good. Gotcha. You call that a plan? Great.
Attention.
Are you
Building
sure?
completed.
What? Sounds interesting. It could be worse. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? A new task. Roger that.
The train has arrived at the station.
A? Možda će ovo uspjeti. I pun kurac gore.
Tell me. Let's go. That will be easy.
What? Okay.
Attention. Building completed. Do you need me? Commander? Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Orders, sir. Train has arrived at the station. Reporting for duty.
we go again. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Yeah. Great.
Commander? Great idea, sir.
So tired. Last night was amazing. Yeah. Roger that. Yeah. Are you sure?
Ready and waiting.
Sniper is ready.
At your service. Of course, my commander. Do you need me? Just guide me to the infected. For the humans! Commander? Any orders? Tell me. All the way. Alright. Let's go. That will be easy.
Your sniper at your service.
What? Oh, here we go again. Okay.
Sniper is
Gotcha.
ready.
Okay. Great. Yeah. This better be good. You order, you pay. Great. Yeah. You order, you pay. Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Great. Yeah. Okay. Are you sure? Great. Okay. You order, you pay.
Yeah. Yes, tell me what to kill. Your sniper at your service. Yes, tell me what to kill. Your sniper at your service.
Do you need me? At your service. Understood. Alright. Come on. For the humans! Building completed. Understood. Of course, my commander. Alright. That will be easy.
Who do you want me to finish? Last night I heard your brains exploding.
Commander?
Sniper is ready.
Tell me. Ready and waiting. Of course, my commander. Perfect. Come on.
Sniper is ready. Your sniper at your service.
Attention. Building completed.
You would. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's do this.
Attention. Building completed. Alright. For the colony!
Okay. Okay, let's do this.
Ready and waiting. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Commander? Of course, my commander. Orders, sir. Reporting for duty. Any orders? All right. Waiting on orders. Let's go. Commander? Just tell me what to do. Come on. That will be easy. On your orders. Commander? Tell me. Reporting any orders? Commander? All the way. Orders, sir. Let's go. The train has arrived at the station. Tell me. On your orders. Come on. At your service. Let's go. Tell me. All right. Ready and waiting. That will be easy. Perfect. Let's go. Reporting for duty. Waiting on orders. All the way. Commander? Understood. Orders, sir. For the colony! Just guide me to the inlet. Orders, sir. Any orders? Waiting on orders. Come on. Tell me. Ready and waiting. Tell me. Ready and waiting. Orders, sir. Any orders? For duty. Commander? At your service. Any orders? Perfect. Orders, sir. On your orders. All right. Let's go. All the way. For the humans! All the way. For the colony! Reporting for duty. Understood. Tell me. Come on.
The mighty Titan is here. Let's go. Oh dear.
Ready and waiting.
A great machine for a great man.
Tell me.
Boom.
Our great general has returned. 3 years have passed, and the Empire now holds 12 colonies. I do not know if it's talent or mere luck that accompanies you, but you have become the most valuable instrument for the new Empire. Be aware, your responsibility is growing. If the new colonies succumb to the infection, the infected will multiply in such a way that even the prominent walls of the Great Crater will not be enough to avoid the ruin of Empire City. And we would return to the darkest time known by humans. The fate of the new Empire is in your hands now. You may continue on your way.
And I was already crazy, so it didn't really matter.
Melissa Turner was a famous cosplayer and cam girl who found great success after recovering from a place she called rock bottom. But following the thoughtless and cold-hearted actions, which occurred shortly before Halloween of 2019, her lustful notoriety would turn into a reputation of anger and evilness. What exactly happened to Two Thorn Rose? Who was her victim, and what were the consequences behind her actions? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime. My name is Adrian, and in this video we're going to look at the internet-based case of Two Thorn Rose, also known as Melissa Turner. Just to let you know, I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis. So if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So, you know the drill by now. Grab a coffee, pull up a seat, and sit back. This is the case of Melissa Turner. Grab your sunscreen and your favorite pair of flip-flops. Today's video pulls us down south to the humid swamps of Florida. Okay, maybe not directly into the swamps, but close enough to find alligators as a regular occurrence. We're diving into the area of Tampa Bay, found on the west coast of Sunshine State. Here you'll find a wide selection of theme parks, miles upon miles of golden beaches, and a population of around 3 million people. If you're into humid weather, sandy beaches, or an abnormal level of craziness, then Tampa Bay has you covered. And this case very much lives up to that reputation. It's here in Tampa Bay that we find Melissa Rose Turner. Born on November the 25th, 1992, Melissa was a 90s baby, young enough to remember what life was like without the internet, but only just. Growing up in Florida, Melissa was your general run-of-the-mill girl. She had a generally comfortable upbringing, enjoyed films like Baywatch and Evil Dead 2, had a knack for horror films, and was into all kinds of fantasy. For Melissa, there was one area of great sorrow, and to her that was her weight. In her late teens, she had topped 250 pounds, or 114 kilograms, and unfortunately, this knocked her self-confidence. Not only that, but it also prevented Melissa from doing things she wanted to do, like cosplaying. For those unaware, cosplaying is an activity and performance art in which people wear costumes and fashion accessories to represent a fictional character. By the age of 18, Melissa was miserable with life, and this was for several reasons. Although she had graduated with an associate's degree in small business, she unfortunately had no job to show for it. So in addition to her weight problems, she was over $26,000 in student loan debt. She was depressed in almost every aspect of her life. It was in this moment that Melissa finally decided she was going to do something about it. It was time to find her courage and act against her problems. Melissa underwent a huge change to her diet and her lifestyle. She started reading up on blogs, forums, and articles to better understand health and nutrition. And throughout all of this, she went through an incredible change in body weight, going from 250 pounds in 2011 all the way down to 160 pounds in 2013. Losing 90 pounds had a very distinct physical difference, but the most important aspect out of all of this is she started to love herself again and feel happy. It was in the year of 2013 that Melissa became close with a man who went by the online name of Sin. Eventually, the two hooked up and got together, therefore formally beginning Melissa's first serious relationship. Melissa also became a professionally trained special effects and makeup artist, and she also began to dress up or cosplay as her favourite characters. It is safe to say that as Melissa became more lean, and her horror cosplay more mean, online comments over her appearance started to rocket, and this of course led to a substantial increase in her confidence. Body positivity is an important thing, regardless of your weight, height or shape, but Melissa's confidence seems to rocket way past the usual trajectory, and you'll find out why in just a minute. As the year 2014 rolled around, many things had changed in Melissa's life. She had a new body, a boyfriend, and many new friends. And while attending the parties of one of these new friends, she met up with a woman who happened to be a cam girl. It was right here that Melissa learned of the world of online adult entertainment, and of course, the money behind it. Melissa was already used to a lot of attention from cosplaying, but becoming a cam girl was a whole other kettle of fish. It's kind of like cosplaying, but without the clothes. Despite this, it didn't take Melissa long to consider it, and in fact, she got to work on becoming a cam girl the very next day. After all, her part-time jobs at Great American Cookies and Hargenders weren't getting her anywhere, and to add to this, she had huge amounts of fresh confidence with her body. From here on out, Melissa adopted the online username of Toothorn Rose. Her new venture developed slowly yet surely, and after establishing herself through the first couple of years, she eventually made enough money to support herself. Becoming a cam girl is one of those strange new careers generated by the internet. Although it doesn't necessarily have to be an erotic experience, the general definition leans towards webcam models performing those kinds of actions online in exchange for money, goods, or attention. Melissa found great opportunity in this, and the growth of her channels proved it. But after a while, as she grew older, this kind of venture began to slow down while younger models took the spotlight. Melissa therefore decided to try something new.
I am Toothorn Rose, you can call me Rose. I'm a cam model, I'm an artist, I love fitness. I like making videos about that and about my art and just about my daily life. And my channel over on YouTube where I was doing all of that stuff got deleted. I just want a place where I can post my videos, where I can talk about my life, where I can show my artwork, my cosplays, and I'm hoping Twitch is going to be my new home and that I'm not going to get deleted on here.
Transitioning to become an independent cam girl, she started to create her own themed adult films for money. A lot of these films were focused around cosplay or horror, as, again, Melissa had a distinct affinity for all things spooky and horrific. Her independent website, toothornrose.com, immediately started to grow. She began to feature herself on various online platforms, and she even launched her own Patreon page. All of these sources of revenue, ultimately leading to earning thousands of dollars per month. General disclaimer here, but do not look for her name on Google, and I'm being serious, don't. You'll find way more than you'd bargain for. I often scour the internet to find media for these videos, and there was a huge amount of content for this one. Just not much I could use on YouTube. Anyway, Melissa's online business did very well for a while, and in 2016, both her and her boyfriend Sin decided to expand her career through entrepreneurial means. While together, they opened their own home studio where other models could come over and use their equipment for photo shoots, all at the price of a small fee. Doing this seemed to be genius. The couple seemed to create a small money-making machine in their very own home. But over time, it appeared that all of this work slowly found its way onto Melissa's shoulders. Coupling this with frequent arguments and even allegations of abuse, Melissa and Sin eventually broke up, and as a result, their business collapsed. This leaving Melissa to fend for herself. Which probably wasn't the best of moments, as in March of 2017, Melissa would go through 2 surgical operations, a corset trunkplasty and a thigh lifting tuck. Where one flower dies, another will bloom, and in the vacancy left behind Sin's departure arrived another man. It was in the summer of 2017 that Melissa Turner would meet and fall in love with Matthew Trussler. Born on January the 11th, 1994, Matthew grew up in Hopkinton, Massachusetts. A very different world when compared to the humid state of Florida. 30 miles west of Boston, Hopkinton is a small town found in the leafy middle of nowhere. With a population of roughly 18,000 people, there's not much to talk about. But focusing on Matthew, he was described as a fun-loving and hard-working guy. Matthew had a strong bond with his friends, and even more so with his family. And what's notable throughout all of his photos is that he was a man who heavily cared for other animals. This guy seriously loved his cats and dogs. He studied down the road at Westfield State University, and after graduating, he worked his way up a couple positions to become a general manager at a local Italian restaurant. Things were going relatively well for Matthew, but let's be honest, as a young man with qualifications, it's understandable to learn that he had bigger dreams. By the year of 2015, Matthew had had enough. With his brother Sean already living in Florida, he made the move to Tampa Bay. This allowed him to spend more time with his brother, and it also exposed him to more lucrative and exciting roles. This led him to finding a new job at a technology company called Lantern Energy. And soon after this, he found a new job at Elite Foam, a company which specializes in insulating residential housing. And of course, to bring Matthew into this story, he then met Melissa. By Christmas of 2018, Matthew and Melissa seemed to be in one of the most exciting moments of their lives. Not only had the two been dating for quite some time, but their jobs were going relatively well too, and Matthew even managed to appear in several of Melissa's videos. Following an apparently healthy start to their relationship, the two combined forces and purchased a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom house on White Barn Way in Riverview, Florida, which, considering their age, was a great achievement. They had everything they needed to flourish as a young couple. Located in the desirable community of Boyett Farms, the house had 4 bedrooms, a garage, a garden, and even a fenced-off pool. To accompany the home, they had 4 cats and 1 very cute puppy named Atlanta. On January 11th, 2019, Matthew's 25th birthday, he posted to Facebook to express his gratitude towards life. A quarter century later, I've got a mortgage, a pup, 4 fur babies, and a wonderful girl. I am a happy man. I've also realised that I'm getting older, because instead of sleeping in, my ass woke up at 6:30 without an alarm. Social media seemed to portray the perfect couple, or at least for the most part. Following the breakup with her previous boyfriend, Sin, he had allegedly grown jealous of the pair, and apparently he had even threatened them by pulling a gun to Matthew. Nevertheless, Melissa and Matthew appeared to be happy online. In September of 2018, Melissa posted to say that her relationship with Matthew was amazing, and that she was still as happy as she was at the very beginning. In short, statements expressing their happiness with each other was evident on both sides of the relationship, a detail that will become very important later in the story. This doesn't mean their relationship was perfect. Apparently the couple often argued, and Matthew seemed to be isolating himself from his friends and his family. His brother Sean also described their relationship as toxic, and the neighbours on White Barn Way often experienced the two shouting at each other quite frequently. At the end of the day, there is no absolute evidence to confirm the ongoings of their relationship, but from what we know, there were issues despite their happy online facade. However, saying that, Matthew's Facebook profile seemed to eventually take a new direction. On September the 23rd, 2019, Matthew posted to say, "Don't be a fool and blame others. Fight your own war." His relationship status on Facebook also appeared to be single. This is despite him previously outwardly expressing his love. This post could have had nothing to do with Melissa, and perhaps maybe he always had his relationship status marked as single. Truth be told, we will never know. However, not even 1 month later, Matthew, he would be dead.
911, what is your emergency?
911. I woke up on my boyfriend. He was outside this morning. He's cold. He was just drinking. He's cold.
The address of the emergency. Hello?
I need paramedic.
The date was October the 18th, 2019, and the time, 8:45 AM. Police officers were responding to a distressing phone call made from one of the properties on White Barn Way. Melissa had called emergency services for help. Her boyfriend, Matthew Trussler, had been fatally attacked. Running across the front of the Turner Trussler residence, Halloween decorations were propped all over the front of the house. But after turning into the back garden, the atmosphere of decorative horror would drastically change into an absolute horror. Melissa had apparently found her boyfriend dead on the patio, and after screaming and scrambling to perform CPR, it yielded no response. She apparently had found him in this state and had no idea what happened to him. And sadly, medical intervention did nothing to save his life. Matthew Trussler was pronounced dead at the scene. It was clear to officers and paramedics responding to the scene that Matthew had been dead for quite some time. He appeared colourless, and rigor mortis seemed to have set in. What else was obvious is that Matthew had been savagely attacked. He had a deep wound found in the middle of his back, with several punctures and lacerations. He also appeared to have defensive wounds across his arms. Melissa was devastated. She appeared to be traumatized and in deep shock. This was a total surprise for her. Or was it? You see, while at the scene, Melissa initially stated to officers that she found Matthew dead in the garden. But after being taken down to the local police station for questioning, her story changed. Finding Matthew outside was a lie, she said. The new story was that Matthew was out drinking all night, and returned home in the early morning hours of October the 18th, drunk. This upset Melissa, which in return upset Matthew. He apparently began to assault her, had hit her several times, and then, in a sudden escalation of events, he lunged at her with a kitchen knife. She apparently grabbed at the knife and managed to regain control, resulting in this injury to her hand. Matthew then allegedly began to strangle Melissa after throwing her to the ground. And according to her, in an act purely out of self-defense, Melissa then plunged the knife into Matthew's back. This new account of events was concerning to officers. Despite Melissa lying, her new statement didn't check out the evidence quite literally lying in front of them. Matthew had several wounds across his body, and many of these wounds appeared to be self-defensive. And that injury on her hand, it was consistent with a laceration of a rearward direction, as if she were holding a knife. As Melissa's interview was being conducted, officers back at the scene were searching for incriminating evidence. This included items left at the scene and collecting witness reports and surveillance footage. This is where new smart technology played a vital role in this case. One of the officers, named Ryan Lagasse, noticed a Nest camera in one of the nearby properties.
Excellent idea, sir.
This Nest home surveillance camera was perfectly positioned next to the front door of one of the adjacent homes. And very conveniently, it was pointed in the direction towards the patio of the residence. Unfortunately, Melissa's and Matthew's own fence prevented any visual confirmation of the surveillance footage. And if the fence were not there, then Matthew's body would have been visible on the camera.
Let's go.
However, not all was lost. The camera did a great job of recording audio footage during the altercation. And although unfortunately the recording isn't available, we do have the full transcript. At about 4:32 AM, Melissa can be heard saying, "You stay." 1 minute later, glass can be heard shattering. And 45 seconds after that, she then says, "Damn it." This is followed by her saying, "I hate you." And 30 seconds after this, she shouts, "Get up," several times. At 4:37 AM, there's a noise of something smashing, followed by screams and Melissa shouting, "Wake up." She then changes the tone and says, "So arrogant, I hate you." At 4:39 AM, Melissa is then heard repeatedly saying, "Go fuck yourself," before saying, "Let's go." 3 minutes later, she can then be heard shouting, "Fuck you," before additional noises to the sound of items breaking were heard. Matthew's voice was recognised at this point in the footage, but it's not clear what he'd said. At 4:44 AM, 12 minutes since the argument began, additional scuffles can be heard, including Melissa shouting, "No." And finally, 1 minute later, she says, "What did I do?" Matthew's smartwatch was consistent with the surveillance footage. According to the report, it stopped detecting his heartbeat just minutes later. With Melissa's change in story, the surveillance footage and the evidence before them, it became very clear that Melissa had killed her boyfriend. However, what was now up for debate was whether it was self-defense or cold-blooded murder. That small additional detail, that Melissa waited 4 hours before calling emergency services, showed very callous intention. And as such, she was formally arrested for the suspicion of murdering Matthew Trussler.
Right away. Eat my bullet.
The legal proceedings of this case were fairly dry. Melissa would go on to claim that she was innocent, and even accepted to be interviewed by the news channel WFLA. But Melissa would still make many mistakes behind bars, as while on call to relatives, she bragged of all the money that she still had from her modelling career. This actually angered prosecutors. It began a debate on whether Melissa should be wasting taxpayers' money on a public attorney, or in fact should be paying for her own private one. Shortly before her trial, Melissa was initially offered a sentence of 25 years if she pleaded guilty to the murder of Matthew Trussler. She, however, declined this offer and instead countered this with an offer of 5 years. With such a contrast between sentences, no agreement was made, and instead Melissa's trial therefore began. In court, Melissa's attorney did her very best to convince the jury that Matthew was an abusive partner and that she was merely acting out of self-defense. Apparently, she had killed him out of genuine fear for her own life. This was particularly frustrating for Matthew's family, going through the trauma of losing their son, likely discovering his nude photos through her social media posts, and then hearing that he was allegedly abusive towards her must have been extremely taxing on their hearts and minds. Fortunately, the jury saw through Melissa's lies. They didn't believe Matthew was an abusive partner, and they ruled that most of Matthew's wounds did not correlate with Melissa's account of events. For example, the wound on his right forearm had occurred in a defensive manner. This could have been in a position where his forearms were raised to protect his chest and face. The Nest Cam recording and smartwatch proved to be crucial pieces of evidence to this case, as together they helped demonstrate the time and manner in which Matthew was killed. It was also noted in court that Melissa had waited a total of 4 hours after Matthew was violently attacked before eventually calling for paramedics and police. This revealed a killer who wanted to see her victim dead, not a partner who was caught up in the moment. The jurors were given the choice of convicting Melissa of second-degree murder, manslaughter, aggravated activation, or alternatively returning a not guilty verdict. And with the evidence provided, they would need to choose wisely. They would finally agree on the charge of second-degree murder, and as a result, Melissa Turner was officially found guilty for the murder of Matthew Trusler in the second degree. The crime of second-degree murder is a first-degree felony in Florida, and punishable by up to life in prison. She was therefore lucky to only be sentenced to 20 years and 6 months behind bars. She will be released back into the everyday world in 2040. As we all know, Matthew's outcome is much more permanent. His life has been cut drastically short by the person he loved and trusted the most. There was no evidence to suggest Matthew was a risk to Melissa, nor that he was ever abusive towards his partner. But what is evident is that Matthew had a lot of love to give to those around him. He constantly spoke about protecting those in his home, humans and animals. It's a real shame that one of them in particular would do the exact opposite to him. Matthew has left a huge hole in the hearts of his family and friends.
Good job.
This case is very interesting. It brings the attention to the other side of domestic violence, the side that we often don't talk about or see in the media. Although women are much more likely to be victims of domestic violence, cases of male victims are often brushed off or ignored. Her sentence didn't make much sense to me either. Melissa rejected a 25-year plea deal, went to trial, was found guilty, and then received 20 years behind bars, which was less than the plea deal itself. But regardless, I don't think Melissa will be modelling for quite some time. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. If you found this video interesting or insightful, then please remember to like the video and subscribe if you haven't yet. As always, please share your thoughts on this case in the comment section down below, and I'll be seeing you again real soon for another video. But until that moment arrives, remember to look after each other. Goodbye. In November 2018, Eleni Topolodi planned to meet her new Facebook friend Alexander. The two had connected a week prior and evidently were hitting it off. But in the very moment that she met the man, something didn't seem quite right. And as the night progressed, that feeling of concern turned into one of absolute horror. Now, our story today holds most of the key ingredients to make you angry. We have prejudice, obnoxious privilege, and 2 very unsavory characters. In fact, this case was so bad that it enraged the nation of Greece and started new movements to enforce stronger laws. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffee House Crime. By the way, if true crime is your kind of thing, I post here once or twice a week, so if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing. And now with that said, please grab yourself a coffee. This is the case of Eleni Topolodi. We're travelling to the southeastern tip of Europe, to a country yet to be covered here on Coffee House Crime. Welcome to the beautiful land of Greece, folks. Now, what do you think about when I say Greece? Perhaps it's their striking temples which rise above the cliffs of Athens. Maybe it's their pristine white homes nestled along the sea. Or perhaps it's just the beautiful weather that the country has to offer. Whatever it is, Greece is an undisputably gorgeous country. From the sprawling black sands of Santorini to the laid-back party resorts of Mykonos, beauty can be found in almost every corner. Saying that, with the way this story goes, I can't say that's all of the time. Greece runs incredibly deep into human history, and in fact, it has been highly influential in the development of Western civilization as we know it. Not only is the country historically rich, but modern-day Greece has also become a very popular hotspot for tourists. And found in southern Europe, it has some of the best beaches found on the continent. This is, of course, scattered across its many islands, 226 to be exact. On one of the largest islands, the island of Rhodes, we find 21-year-old university student Eleni Topolodi. As the daughter of Yannis and Kola Topolodi, she was born in the border city of Didymotiko on the 15th of January 1997. Eleni was bright and playful and loved to have a good laugh. She had one of the most prominent personalities in any room, and her parents loved her and her younger brother immensely. Eleni was extremely intelligent too. Being an ambitious young woman, she never finished a job half-baked, and this ethos helped her achieve some of the best grades in school. To add to this, she was somewhat of a linguistic mastermind too. By the age of 18, she already knew how to speak Greek, English, and Arabic. Although she loved her family and was also worried about leaving them, the urge for independence came knocking on her door. Once she had graduated from high school, Eleni decided to move to the jaw-dropping island of Rhodes to study at Aegon University. It didn't take Eleni long to immerse herself in the island's way of living, which, as a student, mainly consisted of cosmopolitan vibes and cocktails. She quickly fell in love with the island's laid-back atmosphere and its friendly locals, and it didn't take her long to realise that she wanted to settle here forever. I mean, granted, she still loved her family dearly, but she knew deep down in her heart that home wasn't going to make her happy. She wanted to fly the nest, which I'm sure a lot of us understand. During her studies on the island, she went on to make many friends, and most of those who met her loved her personality. With her infectious smile and silly behaviour, most of those were attracted to her. When I say attract, I mean romantically too. With her dark brown hair and deep brown eyes, she caught the attention of many men while on the island. It was in November 2018 that Eleni was browsing Facebook when she was messaged by a 19-year-old Albanian man named Alexander Luka. Alexander was currently living on the island, and through these messages he built a rather friendly facade. He was outwardly nice to her, complimented her appearance, and was generally warm and friendly. He also kept himself in shape, and often attended local marathons. Many of these were to aid charities in need, which Eleni found rather charming. And so, the pair began to chat and share their interests. Eleni also talked about how much she loved travelling, and her love for Rhode Island. You can probably see where this is going. After a week of messaging on and off, the pair decided to meet up for a date. Nothing too big, it was only for a meal at a local kebab restaurant, generally seen as a form of fast food in Greece. And so, on November the 27th, 2018, the two were finally expected to meet. Alexander offered to pick her up from her apartment, which she politely accepted. Not that she was aware of it at the time, but meeting Alexander would end up costing her much more than the price of a meal out. It was a regular Tuesday evening, and being November in Greece, the weather was warm and relatively pleasant. Her date with Alexander was scheduled for 10 PM, and the time was fast approaching. Right on time, Alexander arrived at her apartment in a pickup truck. He parked a short distance away before heading to the complex's front door. Surveillance cameras capture him pacing back and forth in front of her apartment, until she eventually exits the building to begin their first date. Alexander kissed her on the cheek before the two strolled towards his truck. This truck was nothing special, but what Eleni was more surprised about was that the two were not alone. Waiting for them in the third seat was another man, and Eleni was very confused by this. I mean, what kind of person brings his friend on a first date? Either way, this guy introduced himself as Manoli Kukura. I suppose that Alexander saw this date as much more casual than Eleni did. Either way, she accepted the new circumstances, and the three of them went to get kebabs. So, here is a bit of background on our unwelcomed guest. It turns out that Manoli Kukura is actually the son of a well-off and influential local family. The Kukura family owned many shops, bars, restaurants, and real estate on Rhodes. And with this kind of money flying around, Manoli was used to getting his way. He often allowed cash to do most of the talking, and in short, he was a spoiled brat. To add to this, he had previously had a few run-ins with the law too. Most of these instances were either theft or aggravated assault, all of which were seemingly smoothed over by throwing money at the situation. It turns out that the truck Eleni now found herself in actually belonged to Manoli's father, and throughout the entire journey with both men, Manoli flexed his wealth and status. The man went on to tell Eleni that his family had a fancy summer house not too far from the restaurant in Lindos. He then suggested that, instead of sitting in a fast food joint, they should grab their food and then head to the summer house. The request seemed a little forward for a first encounter, but Manoli was a very persuasive man, and to add to this, Alexander seemed up for it too. Eleni reluctantly went along with the new idea, but, you know, she wasn't quite sure what happened with a date with Alexander. It seemed to have entirely derailed. After picking up their food, the three of them made their way to the summer house, and Eleni, realizing she was in a weird situation, texted one of her friends to ask her to call her in an hour. She was clearly very uncomfortable with the situation she found herself in. However, not wanting to seem rude, she needed to find an excuse. Plotting an excuse to leave for a friend was the very best she could think of. And if the men were aware that someone else knew where she was, then surely they wouldn't try anything on. But when Eleni's friend rang her mobile phone just an hour later, there was no answer, and instead it went straight through to voicemail. This was unusual. Perhaps her phone had run out of battery, or maybe she had changed her mind about the call. In hindsight, her friend didn't fully understand Eleni's position, and after all, she had kept a message short and sweet. Sadly, neither of these two scenarios were the case, and in fact, the reason was far more sinister. And after going on her failed date, her radio silence extended throughout the night. She never returned home to her apartment.
Yes? Good find. That's easy. All right.
We're moving forward to the next morning. The date was November the 28th, 2018. Meandering along one of Rhodes' many cliffsides, two fishermen were on their way to do some morning fishing. But as the two were scouting for a suitable spot, a peculiar object caught their attention. Peering down the cliffside, the feeling of curiosity quickly descended into one of horror, and before they knew it, the two realized they were looking down at a human body. After calling local authorities, officers were dispatched to the scene immediately. Speaking to officers, the fishermen were surprised that the body hadn't washed away. The water was shallow this morning, and the tide very choppy. If this body had floated away overnight, it could have resulted in this person never being found. The body was that of a young woman, and tragically, she had been so savagely beaten that she was completely unrecognizable. The only distinguishing feature authorities could find was a single tattoo of a rose on the ankle. While they waited for forensic results to come back in, officers began questioning all the local tattoo parlors to see if they could find a match. It didn't take long for their efforts to pay off, as sadly, the body was identified to be Eleni Topolodi. She had been thrown over the cliff the night prior. Eleni's family were notified, and as expected, they were both horrified and distraught to hear of the news. Investigations into how she wound up this way began immediately. It became evident that most of Eleni's wounds happened before her descent down the cliffside. She had multiple knife wounds, several strikes across her head, and was strangled. Her legs had also been tied together, and, adding a motive, it appeared that she had been sexually assaulted too. So, I'm sure you can already tell where this is going, but it didn't take long for officers to narrow down their suspects, and they did this by analysing surveillance footage outside of Eleni's home. After this information came to light, both Manoli and Alexander were finally arrested and taken into police custody. Probably no surprise, but our wealthy spoiled brat feigned innocence. However, Alexander, he crumbled. During police questioning, he confessed that both he and Manoli were the ones to blame. Recalling the night's events to authorities, Alexander claimed that after picking up their food, the three of them headed over to the Kukuros summer home in Lindos, where they then collectively chilled on the roof, ate their kebabs, and had a couple of drinks. But shortly after this, their true intentions came to light. While there, the two men propositioned Eleni, asking her to sleep with both of them. Eleni was shocked by the proposal. She had only spoken to one of them for a week, and the other was still a complete stranger. She politely rejected the offer, but after refusing them, things suddenly turned dark and violent. The pair were not going to take no for an answer. As one man pulled out a knife and threatened Eleni, the other violently grabbed her. She fought back, but she was outnumbered. Manoli and Alexander then took her downstairs to a messy room, and in this room were two dirty mattresses. While here, Eleni was assaulted, and afterwards she was beaten around the head. When Eleni eventually regained consciousness, she once again gallantly fought back to save herself, and through her terror and pain, she told them that she would report them to the police. Manoli could not accept this. He was part of a well-known family, And if she were to shine a light on his monstrous self, both he and his family's reputations would be ruined. His violent intentions escalated. The only way to silence Eleni was to make sure she could no longer speak, or alternatively, if she disappeared. They tried to kill Eleni through strangulation, but after failing to do so, she was repeatedly struck in the head with an iron, but still Eleni refused to die. And after loading her into the truck, they drove to a remote cliffside and threw her into the murky water below. Eleni fell 10 meters into the shallow water barely deep enough to submerge her, and despite all that she'd endured this evening, she was still alive. Conscious but paralyzed and unable to swim or stand, she ultimately died slowly and painfully through drowning in the shallow ocean. And after disposing of Eleni, the two men then returned to the summer house. However, Manoli and Alexander were seriously stupid in covering up their crime. For one, it was evident that both of them had never cleaned in their lives before, as blood was present throughout the entire property. To add to this, after collecting all of her clothes and items, they then returned to the crime scene and threw all of it over the cliff's edge. Due to the slope and angle, and the wind's direction, most of these items were actually caught by the bushes along the way down. They had likely planned for these items, and unfortunately Eleni's body, to be swept out to sea. But neither of them had bothered to check the tide, and essentially, they'd littered the entire cliffside with evidence. It was, without a doubt, not a well thought out plan, and as we know, just the very next morning, two fishermen would find her body. After the summer house was cordoned off and inspected, and despite the feeble attempts to clean it, the property still clearly painted the night's grisly events. Eleni's blood was found in the kitchen, hallway, bathroom, and on the stairs. There were some unfortunate plot twists to our perpetrators too. Following their arrest, local news stations were incredibly xenophobic towards Alexander, and as they villainized him, many stations were quick to paint Manoli as an unwilling participant. This, of course, was far from the truth, and as I had said previously, Manoli already had several run-ins with the law, but they were always smoothed over by money and status. But even worse, over time it was discovered that some of these accusations were over sexual assault too. Once again, the Kukura family would throw a ton of money towards the legal situation, in ignorant hope it would provide Manoli with a more lenient sentence. Throughout the entire legal process, Alexander and Manoli blamed each other for Eleni's death. Each of them would claim that they unwittingly participated in the assault, murder, and cover-up. If this was the case for either of them, then why not call the police or disarm the offender? Their excuses made no sense to authorities. Now, unfortunately, the media and court would often favour Manoli over Alexander. This is due to a systemic xenophobic problem which is all too common in Greece. In court, it's actually very common for foreigners to be treated differently when compared to native Greeks. And during their trial, Manoli's defense team would paint Alexander as a foreigner who had corrupted the son of a well-meaning and influential family. This means that Alexander's previous offences came to light. In parallel with Manoli's former incidents, Alexander had multiple sexual assault charges under his name too. Unfortunately, sexism was a rather prevalent feature in this case. The media claimed that Eleni was, quote, a loose woman who asked for it, stating that, because she was not in a committed relationship, she flagrantly slept around. She was also painted as mentally unstable, and allegedly, she was the one who wanted the threesome. Manoli's defense team used this form of media coverage to further drive the innocence of their little baby boy, and to add to this, they tried to character assassinate Eleni. One thing I held back from saying earlier is that sadly, this was not the first time Eleni experienced sexual assault. She was a victim only 2 years prior. Horrifically, that assault was videotaped and then used as blackmail to keep Eleni silent. And after going to the police for help, she was actually advised to drop the case and save it to herself. Something I had never realised until covering this case, but the negligence of female safety in Greece is actually awful. And it's the reason why many sexual assault cases never make it to trial here. Believe it or not, but Manoli's baloney defense team also motioned to have no female members of the jury, believing that women could not be trusted to be impartial in this case. The Kukura family pulled every card they had to get their son off lightly. They engaged with the public, tried to enforce their side of the story, and even paid a doctor to prescribe Manoli with antidepressants to help make him seem vulnerable. Both Manoli and Alexander appeared to be smug throughout their trial, often seen smiling and laughing while in court, and even giving their finger to the camera crews. However, in the end, and after 2 years of court proceedings and deliberation, both Alexander and Manoli were sentenced to life in prison for Eleni's murder. Which might sound good on paper, but in Greece that can be as little as 10 years. They were also sentenced to 15 years for sexual assault, giving them a minimum sentence of 25 years behind bars. Considering both men already had altercations with the law, and their crimes against Eleni were so brutal, these sentences don't seem long enough. But to add to their 25-year sentences, leaked videos sent from prison show that both Alexander and Manoli are getting their own crimes committed against them behind bars. So take that information as you will. Both of these men have shown no remorse for their actions, and although the public and Eleni's family are waiting for some form of apology, they have yet to receive one. In honour of her death, Eleni's family created a campaign against femicide, as even to this day, it's not recognised as a crime in Greece. I think with Eleni's case being so gruesome, the public really rallied behind her story, and now there's a greater push more than ever to fight against femicide. Sadly, nothing can be done to bring Eleni back. She will never know of those who have rallied in her honour, or even that her own death and murder has been solved. Taken so abruptly and before her time, she was a bright young woman with a happy future ahead of her. A future cut short by two men who saw almost no value in her. Every year on her birthday, her family visit her grave to place flowers and pray that she is at peace. Something that, hopefully, they too will one day find. As for Manoli, and considering how long it'll take for him to be released from prison, he'll be lucky if Mummy and Daddy can still look after him. And while we're at it, can we make it a legal requirement to understand the text on your own shirt? Because this idiot clearly missed the memo. Hey there folks, thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. And thank you to Darkside Has Cookies 13 for recommending this case. I know a lot of you are asking for more international cases, so if you do have a recommendation,
1995's Strange Days is probably one of my favorite sci-fi movies of all time. I originally only ever watched it because TV Guide said there was going to be boobs in it. But then it just wound up being a really good movie that stuck with me ever since I saw it. At first, just because it was entertaining, but the past few years I keep getting reminded of it. Because I keep seeing so much technology cropping up that makes me think, oh yeah, just like in Strange Days. See, one of the main elements in the world of Strange Days, you got these disc recordings of people's memories. You can play back the memory and experience it as if you were them, with all the sights and the sensations and everything. If you had such technology, what would you use it for? Perhaps to experience situations that were too dangerous to try in reality. Perhaps to live out an unrequited love. Or, you know, maybe a little something from that one industry that's always at the forefront of new media. You know the one, the science of getting your rocks off. Well, we're still not completely there, at least not as in-depth as the movie, but we're getting pretty close. Today's episode of Tales from the Internet. A Redditor who uses virtual reality to cheat on his wife, with her sister, and he gets caught. And in getting caught, he winds up revealing the sister's terrible secret. This video is sponsored by Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club that sends you boxes of quality stuff from brands that are under the radar. It's free to join and you can skip a month or cancel at any time. Each month there's new products like outdoor gear, barware, home and kitchen goods, clothing, and more, based on a preference quiz that you fill out. Each box contains about $70 worth of stuff that costs you a fraction of that value, and you can preview your box before it's shipped. You can check out the one you're assigned, and if you don't like it, you can swap it for another one or skip the month entirely for no cost. Here's some of the stuff that I got. I got the Restore Kit, all kinds of toiletries like eye cream, cooling wipes, cologne. Got an outdoorsy one, the Retreat, that comes with a hammock and a blanket that can fold into a pillow. And then they were like, you know what the sorts of people who watch this channel ought to have? A big ass knife, so they sent me the Slash. To get 20% off your first box, just click the link in the description and use code WANG20 at checkout, or go to bespokepost.com/WANG20. Leave it to a Reddit user to pioneer the land of virtual reality cheating, and of course, to have it blow up in his face spectacularly. On May 17th of 2019, an anonymous user on a throwaway account posted, "Today I fucked up. TIFU, I've officially branded myself as the biggest perv, and I 100% deserve it. This incident that he's about to tell us about had only happened an hour prior, And of course, with his whole life on the precipice of collapse, he decides to post about it on Reddit. So here's what happened. He's about to go on vacation with his wife, and they want to get some good footage of the trip. His wife's sister had a sick 360-degree pocket camera. So they ask her to borrow it, and she's like, yeah, sure. But when they get the camera, he discovers that the memory card that she had is still inside it. He checks the memory card and sees that it does in fact still have some video on it. What kind of video? I'm glad you asked. A 1 hour long 360-degree POV style porn video of herself. Her sister is not a sex worker, so why would she have such a thing? His theory is that because her husband travels a lot for work, she kinda had to go the extra mile to keep things happy on those long trips. So, you know, he just respectfully pretends to have not seen it, goes on with his life, and him and his wife have a lovely vacation. Of course, that's not what fucking happened. See, him and his wife's sister over the past several years have actually had a bit of a complicated relationship. I've had the hots for her for the past 8+ years. Before she got married, and I have, there were several times sexual tensions arose between the two of us. Living together for a year as strictly roommates, movies, dinners, getting drunk while watching movies, just the two of us, breakfasts, etc. A certain trust, or test, was implemented and nothing ever happened between the two of us, as at the time I was dating my now wife, which was working at a distance. But damn it, at the time, she had just touched my hand once back then. I think I would have lived a whole different life. And suddenly, there it was, right there in his hands. Not just a glimpse into the life that never existed, but a way to step inside of it for just an hour. So he sits on it for a while until he has a day off. That day comes and he sits around waiting for his wife to go out. And he doesn't have to worry about her unexpectedly coming back and getting caught. Because you see, they have a system. I have an automated house that lights up the house with geolocation. Before, the app worked with Apple HomeKit, a third-party app needed to be downloaded which tracks your family and friends. Free version only allows you to add one person, so my wife. Wife and I had this app for 3 years now, even if it's useless now after an app update a couple years back on the original app. We never deleted it since it was so useful for tracking each other using notifications. I get a notification when she's at work, and when I arrive at work, we also both get notifications when one arrives home. Good for times where she does groceries, for example, and I get a notification to prompt me to go out and help her out. Or when I work late and finally leave the office, prompting her to set up the dining table. So he sets up his VR headset, puts his AirPods in, and gets to work. This would have lasted me tops 5 minutes. But the foreplay she does is long and boring. Then the action starts and I go on. So there he is, sitting on his bed spanking the monkey to his wife, sister, and Gloria's VR, living the whole experience in first person as if he was actually up in those sister-in-law guts. And then, with no notification, his wife walks in mid-tug with the goggles still on his face. Are you winning, husband? You see, his wife forgot to charge her phone the night before, so the phone was dead and thus no notifications. He explains that his wife knows he masturbates, but they never had the whole is porn cheating conversation, nor conversations about any of the other possible situations he brings up. Is a sex doll cheating? Is a robot cheating?
Please assume the position.
How about someone stroking through electronic sex toy through the power of the internet? In any case, his startled wife rips the goggles off his face and goes, "The fuck?" Then she looks inside the goggles. Is that my sister? She still has her shoes on from coming home, and she grabs the VR headset in her bags and storms out. He doesn't see where she went until she gets a chance to charge her phone, and then he sees she's at her parents' house, next door to her sister. So he's fucked. And that's where the post originally ends. Several hours later, though, he adds an edit. He mentions that just making the post made him feel a little bit less stressed out, having someone to vent to. But after the post, he's calling his wife, no answer. Then he gets a call from her sister. He didn't pick up though, because he was scared of what might happen, so she calls him 5 times in a row and eventually just texts him, "Call me." Here's what he does next. I left the apartment and decided to go watch a movie at the theater. Needed to get distracted, which didn't help as I didn't focus once on Detective Pikachu. There's any doubt that this guy was a Redditor. But they're still calling him during the movie and the notifications are getting him distracted. So eventually he just says fuck it and goes back home. And then on the drive back, he gets a notification that his wife is at the house. Not much he can do now. Arrived home, was getting ready for the shitstorm about to happen. That out-of-body experience came back really quickly to reality as I got to the door and then had that fear again. I know she got notification I was back. Of course, both his wife and his sister-in-law are already waiting for him. And remember now, at this point, he doesn't really know if his sister-in-law knows what he did. So he can't apologize or say anything about the situation first. He might unnecessarily incriminate himself. So they're just sitting there in silence until his wife finally says something. I spoke to sister-in-law about what happened. She knows. He starts apologizing to her and the sister goes, "You know this video wasn't meant for you, right?" He gives him a 10-minute talking to that he nods along with. But then this drama comes out that fucked with me. She said that it wasn't for her husband neither. He's been constantly traveling to Bulgaria voluntarily at any chance he could for work, but also through the years he's been having an affair with a colleague there which works at the branch. She knew for a while and let it slide as he was still providing for sister-in-law. But the providing became less and less. Wife knew too about this as she and her sister are so close, but the info was kept within the family to avoid dishonor. It is a big Eastern mentality to have. And it's not the first time family info was kept secret from me. But now they told me because of the circumstance. I was told not to apologize or speak to her husband as he does not know about this video. Sister-in-law is seeing someone else. Her husband and her both live as roommates for now. The divorce word can never go out, but she's found someone long distance and that video was for him. The reason for all the calls was to not mention anything to her husband. Sister-in-law feared that if I did, then this video would have been proof held during divorce process as if she was at fault. So he's freaking the fuck out, but at this point they're also so focused on the sister situation that the topic of him jerking off to the video of her doesn't come up again. That night the sister stays over, they got some food and have a few drinks. Everyone's laughing and having a good time. He describes the sister kicking him under the table every time he makes a joke. He said he felt like having this secret between them all made them feel closer. And then they all sleep in sleeping bags in the living room. He said it's like a camping trip. So, I guess he got away with it. People got a lot to say about this. I think you just wanted to flex on us with those AirPods. It got a bunch of people saying, hey, you should go for a threesome. Which honestly, reading the story, that also crossed my mind. Well, this isn't where the story ends actually. The next day, the post is edited. Everything is deleted and replaced. This is his now ex-wife. Did he not realize, or too dumb to remember, we share everything, including the same Reddit app? I logged on to see this throwaway as the default login account. I've removed all of this personal story for my family's protection and changed this account's password, although it might be too late and already circulated online. Yeah, you could say that it's a little too late and circulated online. I took a look through the comments and was seriously disgusted by most of the responses suggesting to sexually approach both of us last night, which my sister did mention he tried something in the middle of the night. This guy is incredibly living in another world. She then says that she only made this edit to make sure people knew that he did not get away with it. And the actual reason they had this little living room campout was so that he wouldn't see her packed bags. And before he woke up, they got her shit and dipped. She froze the joint banking account. She deleted the tracking app. And she gave away all his Reddit gold. Also mentioned plans to get a lawyer and get a divorce. TLDR, his life is ruined. This story would go on to earn the fuck up of the month for May of 2019. And although there are certain details to this story that do lend themselves to its credibility, there's one circle that I just cannot square with. They shared the same Reddit app. Granted, she didn't elaborate on what device was used. Perhaps there was a shared PC that they had where he just simply stayed logged in, but why would you call that an app? Because if she's away and she's looking at Reddit on her phone and sees the account logged in, how it, like, I don't think it works like that. The only way that I could see that working is if he made the throwaway account using an email that they share and she recovered the password, but she didn't say that she did that. Of course, I've never been in a situation where I was sharing all of my login info with somebody else, so maybe there's just something you do that I don't know about. If I'm wrong and there is something like that, let me know. But in any case, that's the story of the Redditor who cheated on his wife with her sister in virtual reality. If you like this video, check out the video about the photographer who sold his model's eggs online. I'm out. Imagine going through all the trouble of having a baby. Wait around 9 long months till it finally pops out and then boom, ugly baby. There's many such cases. And sure, the ladies that want designer babies can just head down to the Burlington Sperm Factory, browse through the catalog and find their favorite flavor of 6'5", Dolph Lundgren, Diesel, Giga Chad, and have their uterus feast on elite baby batter so that they can pop out the next phase of human evolution. But if you're a guy, you might be thinking that your options for having a non-garbage test tube baby are kinda limited. Well, you'd be wrong. What if I told you that there actually was some mail-order eugenics for the fellas? A man named Ron Harris has you covered with his website where you can browse through images of supermodels and, if you so choose, for a reasonable fee, receive their eggs for you to nut on. I mean, alright, I guess I'm oversimplifying the science of it. It's not like she's the Little Mermaid. Because the Little Mermaid you would hook up by jizzing on her eggs. Sorry to ruin your fantasy, but she's a fish and that's just how it works. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at Ron's Angels. This video was sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is a turn-based RPG that you can play both on your mobile devices and your PC. It has 10 challenging dungeons, each with their own different strategy to complete, with great rewards that will help you build stronger teams, and a fully voiced campaign that spans 12 different locations. Build champions from all the 13 unique factions such as dwarves, orcs, and undead. There's 460 unique champions in all. Over 200,000 active clans, and over 25 million players worldwide that you can take on in the arena. With all the different ways that the champions can complement each other, there's unlimited ways to play this game. And last month, Raid just released their biggest update ever. The main event here being the Doom Tower, a giant tower with 120 floors, a bunch of secret challenge rooms, and 12 seriously difficult bosses to take on. If you want to get a huge head start in Raid, all you have to do is hit the link in the description, and if you're a new player, get your free Void Champion Bulwark, 50 gems, an XP booster, some energy refills, and even an ancient shard as soon as you get in game. All this treasure will be waiting for you here. And find me in-game under the name Wang. If you're quick enough, you can join my clan. And it's that easy, just click the link in the description and I'll see you in the game. By the time 1999 came around, photographer Ron Harris had seen it all. A storied career of working with some of the most beautiful women around the world. In both still photography and, perhaps most famously, the 80s erotic workout video Aerobicize, which gained popularity with its airings on Showtime and left many Gen Xers with some of their most cherished formative memories. The unfortunate thing about models, though, in the rare case where they're actually getting paid, it's often not enough to make ends meet. They didn't have OnlyFans back in those days. And that's when Ron came up with the brilliant idea. You see, beautiful women have beautiful babies. And these models aren't planning on getting pregnant anytime soon. So why not sell their eggs? Ron sets up an auction website for it, takes a cut of the profits, and everybody wins. Thus, the website Ron's Angels is born. Welcome to ronsangels.com, the only website that provides you with the unique opportunity to bid on eggs from beautiful, healthy, and intelligent women. That's right, on ronsangels.com, with starting bids ranging between $15,000 and $150,000, you too can bid on your very own supermodel eggs. Each model had a page with a profile including a photo of their statistics such as age, blood type, and height, their parents' ages, race, and why they were doing this. Some of your lovely egg donor options included Model 117, a 25-year-old student who is selling her eggs to afford college and facilitate her acting career. She has a 3.0 grade average and loves animals. Model 88, a 20-year-old Romanian model selling her eggs so she can move to the USA. Model number 10, a 29-year-old pop artist selling her eggs to facilitate her career in pop art. Buyer beware though, her breasts are not real. At some point, Ron also expanded the business to include a sperm donor, Model 89, aka Perfect Health Heterosexual Businessman. And if you felt like your goods were up to snuff, you could take a picture, send over some basic information, and apply to be a donor for Ron yourself. It's the kind of thing that sounds like it's probably illegal, but you're kinda not sure, and it's also the early days of the internet, so you're never really sure about anything when it comes to legality. At that time, basically everything is uncharted territory. But just to keep things safe, Ron made sure to indicate in the disclaimer on his website that this was merely a venue for the sale, and not a place where actual medical procedures were being facilitated. You're not just gonna get an envelope full of eggs in the mail from Ron. The site gets a ton of attention really quickly just for being such an absurd, outrageous concept. Over 5 million views in the first week. And then on October 23rd of 1999, a journalist for the New York Times named Carrie Goldberg blows the lid off the whole operation. On web, models auction their eggs to bidders for beautiful children. The topics of high fees for egg donations was already a bit of a hot topic at this time. There had only just recently been a controversy where college newspapers were filled with ads soliciting egg donations for $50,000. In the article, she talks about the disgust this website caused among fertility specialists. Mr. Harris's melding of Darwin-based eugenics, Playboy-style sensibilities, and eBay-type commerce struck some infertility specialists as the most worrying sign yet of where the partly unregulated field of assisted reproduction may be going. Shelley Smith, director of the Egg Donor Program, a center in Los Angeles, said, "It's frightening and horrible. And the worst part for me is to think there might be something worse still beyond our imagination. It seems to escalate, and ever since the internet, it seems to snowball more rapidly. The depersonalization of people and selling of eggs." Carrie Goldberg also spoke to Ron Harris himself, who defended his website, saying that the criticisms were basically just a case of political correctness run amok. The way he puts it, since all women are not the same, the cost of their eggs should be based on their perceived value. The article continues the discussion with experts based on the ethics of the situation as well as the usual protocol for this sort of thing. They note that typically an egg donor would be selected based on her traits and then paid between $2,500 and $5,000 to cover her time and discomfort. And other doctors noted that when it comes to this, people aren't necessarily guaranteed to get what they're paying for. Intelligent parents aren't necessarily going to have intelligent children. And good-looking parents aren't necessarily going to have good-looking children. Can you imagine paying $150,000 for supermodel babies and then they just pop out on their uggos? Or even worse, can you imagine being the disappointingly ugly baby? Kinda awkward. As more outlets picked up on the story though, suspicion started to arise that this was a hoax. In part due to the fact that clicking around on the website would eventually lead you to Ron's porn site. A porn site that included pictures of several of the models that were supposedly selling their eggs. And with that in mind, I can't help but wonder if this was originally conceived as some kind of a fetish thing. A lot of how the site is made reminds me a bit of those cannibal roleplay sites that I came across in the Armin Maivas video. The profiles with all of the statistics of the women and the application process. Perhaps there are people who got off to the idea of selling their eggs to the highest bidder. In any case, people monitoring this website also noticed that none of these bids ever seemed to go up. Although as the site continued to receive negative attention, several of the models asked to be removed from it. So really, what was the deal here? A few people raised the idea that this website was merely a publicity stunt to drive traffic to his actual business, the porn site. And indeed, it turned out that Ron Harris did have a history of trying all different ways to promote his various porn sites. Although it was typically less imaginative stuff like spamming news groups until his sites got put into spam blockers. And when you look into the story, pretty much anywhere you look will declare that it is a hoax, but Ron himself never conceded this. To the very end, he maintained that this was a legitimate auction site. And he also said that his experience as a photographer uniquely qualified him for this line of work. What are my credentials, Harris boasts? I am a renowned fashion photographer and director for 40 years. And in case you doubted his past experience, he adds, I have been an Arabian horse breeder. He also declared that due to his specialized knowledge on this topic, he had spent the last 20 years working on a book that would detail his theories of genetics. Unfortunately, the book never came out. Two of the models that worked on the site also spoke to reporters and claimed that yes, it was real. One said that she wanted the money for college, and another said that she wanted it so she wouldn't be dependent on men. In response to his website, the American Society for Reproductive Medicine even published a report on the commodification of human egg donations. In the report, The ASRM urges that such high fees should not be paid for eggs, as it might cause women to discount the small but real health effects. It also urges against paying more for specific traits, referring to the practice as positive eugenics. So what do I think? Was it a hoax? Kind of. What I think happened is that Ron probably heard about the college newspaper scandal, the one where people were selling eggs for $50,000, and it got the gears turning a little bit. Knowing what a controversy this stirred up, he saw the opportunity for publicity, and it worked. I doubt that any actual sales were made through this website. But that being said, hypothetically, if a serious buyer were to come through this website and attempt to buy these eggs, I think he would have done it. Considering that it wasn't illegal and the plan was always to have the separate medical arrangements made off the website, why the fuck wouldn't he do it? With that being said, I also can't help but think that on some level, Ron was trying to make a point through satire on his website. You look at some of the things he wrote on there and it's just dripping with it. Beauty is its own reward. This is the first society to truly comprehend how important beautiful genes are to our evolution. Just watch television and you will see that we are only interested in looking at beautiful people. From the network anchors to supermodels that appear in most advertisements, our society is obsessed with youth and beauty. As our society grows older, we inevitably look to youth and beauty. The billion-dollar cosmetic industry, including cosmetic surgery, is proof of our obsession with beauty. It is not our intention to suggest that we make a super society of only beautiful people. This site simply mirrors our current society, in that beauty usually goes to the highest bidder. And my belief that Ron was engaging in social commentary with this website is furthered by a statement that he made in an interview with an old porn website, 4porn.net. In 1981, Ron operated a photo studio in La Brea Boulevard. After taking aerobics classes to stay in shape, he created TV's first aerobics exercise program, Aerobicide. It premiered on Showtime, 7/4/81. There are all these beautiful girls on a rotating turntable that turned all the boys on. People magazine called me the king of jiggle. Is this man trying to turn the country on or get the country in shape? A couple of people called me the father of erotica. I never came to terms with the erotica part. I would not go into pornography. In my head, I am not a pornographer. I'm an artist. I have no doubt in my mind that a man like this, a pornographer that fancies himself an artist, might have been attempting to criticize our society's obsession with beauty by taking it to an extreme end, much in the way that Jonathan Swift attempted to criticize the treatment of the poor by suggesting cannibalism. Or maybe it was just the porn site. In any case, Ron Harris passed away in 2017, so I guess we'll never know for sure. But anyway, that's the story of Ron's Angels. If you like this video, check out my video about the people who live streamed their virginity. Also, I just put some patches on the merch store. Check them out.
I remember my first time. I had been flirting on and off with this girl for years. Then one day I wake up to a text on my Nokia brick phone. It said, "You want to get busy?" I was over there so fast you wouldn't even believe, pounding it out with Crazy Town playing in the background. I would think about all these shows I used to watch that built up virginity to be on this pedestal. I thought, man, that was very unceremonious of me in comparison. On the flip side of that, you have what happened in July of 1998. That was when two 18-year-olds named Mike and Diane declared their intent to lose their virginity on the internet in a live stream. This is the story of OurFirstTime.com. This video is sponsored by ProTeeth. ProTeeth is a new specially formulated tooth protein powder. It's not made out of teeth, it's for your teeth. It contains vitamins A, B, C, and K, as well as minerals like iron and potassium. That means it's good for you. And it's safe to swallow. And if you have allergies, don't worry, because ProTeeth is made in an FDA-registered facility with no nuts, soy, dairy, or sugar. There's two products, ProTeeth Healthy Gums, which is to emphasize health for your gums, and they got ProTeeth Sport for active lifestyles, because, you know, everyone has been especially active these past few weeks. So go powder your teeth at ProTeeth.com and use code WHA20 for 20% off your order.
Sure thing. Sounds good.
This video took me places that I never imagined it was going to. You know, I thought it was just going to be a quick overview of this quirky old website, and it led me down this rabbit hole of complete insanity. It begins in July of 1998 with a website called OurFirstTime.com. The site told the story of two recently graduated 18-year-old honor students named Mike and Diane. And on the 8th of August, they were going to do a live stream of them losing their virginities. Note that it wasn't Mike or Diane themselves speaking to us, the audience. Instead, the entire website was presented from the perspective of an older gentleman named Oscar. Oscar was a web designer who was guiding them through this process. My name is Oscar, and I'll explain what brought this event to where it is now. Right now, you're probably in a state of shock, disbelief, and utter outrage. That is to be expected. The shattering of taboos can easily shake the pillars of society. Recently, I watched the live birth of a baby on the internet. Later, I wound up in a chat room where the topic was about the live birth. As expected, there are arguments and opinions from every corner of the country. There was one young woman named Diane who made a comment that caught my attention. She said that she thought the live birth was a wonderful and amazing experience. The only problem that she has is that most people think the live birth was beautiful, but if a couple were shown live on the internet in the act of conceiving a child, then most people would call that obscene. She finished by saying, if I could, I would lose my virginity live on the internet, just to show that the act of conceiving a child is just as beautiful as the delivery. I contacted Diane by email and introduced myself. Totally normal thing to do. I'm a website developer, and I asked her if she was serious about letting the world watch as she loses her virginity. I met with Diane and her boyfriend Mike, also a virgin, and we discussed this radical idea. After 2 weeks, Diane and Mike decided that this is something they feel passionate about and have agreed to allow the world to follow them for the next 18 days. Every day on this website, their lives will be chronicled in pictures and text as they climb the pinnacle of self-expression and make their worldwide statement of love when they consummate their relationship on the internet. Over the next 18 days, the older gentleman Oscar would join the two teens and interview them while taking pictures. When you took your AIDS test, you were both a little nervous. How did you feel today getting your results? It was also very much a product of its time. It's bad enough that I had to try and explain to my 10-year-old son what oral sex is because of the Monica Lewinsky stuff. What do you expect me to tell him about what you were doing? The truth. If you weren't around then, it could not be understated how big of a deal the Monica Lewinsky-Bill Clinton scandal was. But anyway, let me get this straight. You got an older feller from a chat room online watching a live baby birth, hitting up an 18-year-old girl from the same chat room and asking her if she wants to lose her virginity on a live stream. In 1998, decades before OnlyFans. Seems legit. And just look at these 18-year-olds. These 18-year-olds are the most 18 years old any 18-year-olds have ever been. Nothing suspicious at all. And now, when I tell you about a website where two people are intending to lose their virginity on a stream, you're thinking it's probably a porn thing, right? Well, the site's creator didn't see it that way. OurFirstTime.com presented itself as an educational, safe-sex experience for teens. This was an angle that was almost immediately mocked by a parody site, OurFirstAnalSex.com. Thanks for coming to OurFirstAnalSex.com for the story of Diane and Mike. People from around the globe, connected by a network of cables and satellites and phone lines, all have access to this site, and the connectivity is the power of the internet, blah blah blah. Anal sex is not dangerous if performed properly. Diane and Mike are played by trained professionals and will be performing with a full staff of healthcare providers on site. We do not recommend that you try ass pounding yourself unless you are properly trained. You are a healthcare provider, your partner is a healthcare provider, or your partner is deceased or imaginary. We do recommend, before having sex with someone for the first time, that you get really drunk. This will make them seem more attractive. If that doesn't work, try a mild hallucinogen, although this may interfere with sexual performance even more than alcohol does. Above all, have fun. Even if someone gets hurt, try to be certain it isn't you. Despite all the mockery and the very suspicious setup, the site gained a lot of attention almost immediately through both word of mouth and mainstream media coverage. So much so that the servers couldn't handle it and OurFirstTime.com was in search of better hosting. However, it was only porn hosts that were vying to help with the project, and they really weren't interested in doing anything with the porn industry. You know, despite offering a live sex cam. Their lawyer, identified as Mark Vega, spoke to Reuters. This is not television or voyeurism, this is about participating in the dialogue. So stop listening to your minister, or preacher, or pope, or your boss, government, or regular, and take a step in the privacy of your own home on your computer and register your opinion, Vega told Reuters. Ultimately, though, the clock was ticking and they had to get something together while people were still paying attention. They realized that they would have to compromise a little bit if they wanted to save the project. Enter the Internet Entertainment Group. The Internet Entertainment Group was the Internet's first major pornography company. You probably remember them as the company that distributed the Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee sex tape. It was created by a man named Seth Warshawski, who had built the company with money he made in the phone sex industry. He was a major pioneer in this industry, creating the first website with live cam girls. This put him in the unique position to provide the website with the exact resources they needed. However, what seemed like a perfect match at first wound up being the project's undoing. Not long after the arrangements were made, IEA made a scathing post to their main website, clublove.com. In the post, they reveal Our First Time to be a scam. IEG can exclusively report that those behind OurFirstTime.com had attempted to mastermind a plot to not only manipulate the worldwide media, mislead the public, steal millions of dollars in site admission fees from the pockets of hard-working viewers around the globe, but in their own words, in tribute to Orson Welles and the 60th anniversary, this worldwide hoax will be bigger than his War of the Worlds as we tell the world we will consummate our relationship at 8 p.m. sharp, the same time War first began to play on the radio back in 1938. On their website, the alleged virgins answered the repeated question, is it real? With the word yes. However, as smart as selecting IEG was for Mike and Diane, it would also lead to their fall from grace. As the mastermind behind this massive media hoax dreamed of sitting on a white sandy beach, sucking down a drink with an umbrella in it, thinking about the estimated $5 million in revenue to be generated and reading about his scam on the cover of Time magazine. IEG had their staff not only looking into how to resurrect the most beautiful site for these lovebirds, but also to look into the authenticity of the event. Soon, the man who called himself Oscar Welles checked into a $144 a night room with a double bed at Holiday Inn in Glendale, California, with a woman called Lydia Rawlings. After IEG exposed them, they fled the hotel room without checking out. Was having his intentions dissected in a swank high-tech conference room in Seattle, IEG headquarters. It was here, last night, that IEG officials discovered the truth behind Mike and Diane. A truth that not only horrified them, but angered them for what is nothing less than an assault on society and those who relish the internet. And for no other reason than to create havoc, those behind the hoax directed their site to Disney.com. IEG has provided Disney executives with this information. Who is Oscar Welles? The man who bragged to family and friends he'd go down in history alongside Orson Welles. His name is Kenneth Tipton. Tipton was once indicted on obscenity violations for selling videos such as Hail Mary. And one note before moving on with this, my research shows that the movie was actually the last temptation of Christ. His legal defense cost him everything he had, and to this day, blames the religious right for what he claims was an overzealous criminal prosecution. For simplification, we will refer to them as they deservingly do, the scammers. As the post went on, Seth laid out how the event was intended to play out. But here's what Mr. Tipton, or the scammers, exclusively told IEG was really planned for the site. On a daily basis, they would keep the viewers updated. The couple would pretend to intend to lose their virginity. They would go get AIDS tests. The couple would discuss how excited they were. On the big day, the day the couple claimed they would lose their virginity, the website would no longer be free. The website would cost $5 per person. Then, when the moment comes to do the deed in front of the audience paying $5 a connection, the couple would abstain. Nobody has any intention of having sex, said Tipton. You won't even see them naked. Christ, I wouldn't be surprised to find out Diane lost her virginity years ago in the back seat of a Chevy. Mr. Tipton said that he and the scammers who worked with him pulled this ploy for two basic reasons. One, to make money, and two, to get back at the religious right. Surely, this was the end of OurFirstTime.com, right? Well, a week later, Ken Tipton, having now dropped the moniker of Oscar Wells, starts speaking to the press. He denies that the website is a hoax, and now says that it will be hosted by Condomania.com. Condomania being a condom store chain. He also announced that there would be a press conference for the event held at Condomania's LA store. The press conference happened, and it did not go well. As he sat uncomfortably in front of a wall of various styles of condoms, Ken announced that the website was indeed a hoax. Or as he put it to the audience of pissed off reporters who were now yelling at him, an internet soap opera. Mike and Diane were revealed to be Ty Taylor, an actor who had just moved to LA and been working as an extra, and Michelle Parma, an actress who was previously in a season of Road Rules on MTV. And they maintained throughout the whole press conference that this was intended to be educational. This was about making a moral lesson, Taylor said. It was going to be the biggest public service announcement ever, Parma said with feeling, adding that if the event had taken place, it would have been about safe sex and abstinence. Reporters listened incredulously as the red-haired Parma explained, "You have to hit young people over the head. Public service announcements say, do this, don't do that, wear condoms. But it doesn't sink in because the kids can't relate to them. We are going to relate to young people."
How do I reach these geeks?
Obviously, the stream never actually happened, and after the press conference, the script for the final day was posted. Allow me to read an excerpt from this masterpiece. Mike, are you ready to choose which condom? He holds out his bald fist. Diane holds out hers. Diane, ready. 1, 2, 3. Diane displays a flat palm, signifying paper. Mike displays a bald fist, signifying rock. Mike, okay, you won. You choose. Diane, I think we'll use your condom. Alright, not too outlandish yet, this is how the process usually goes. Mike picks up a packet off the end table near the bed. He starts to tear it open, but has difficulty. Diane, did you read the directions? Mike squints at the package. Mike, I'm nervous enough. I can't read writing the size of mouse tracks. Diane takes the packet from him and opens it quickly, pulls out the condom and hands it to him. He shrugs, slightly embarrassed. Diane, it's a girl thing. You could still open a jar of pickles better than I can. They wound up ruining that condom and trying to use the other one before deciding, you know what? Fuck it, let's not do this. After they decide not to go through with it, the camera pans to a chair in the same room where Oscar's sitting with them. He then gives a monologue on the importance of Orson Welles and the power of the internet. End scene. You'll be happy to know, though, that in a parallel world, the couple from OurFirstAnalSex.com did go through with it. It's all over. On August 11th, 1998, at approximately 5:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, Diane had her rectum penetrated by Mike, and thus they both lost their anal virginity. It was very rewarding for both of them, and they might even try it again in the near future. The transcript of the event will be available in a matter of days, so be sure to return then. Shortly after this all fell apart, Ken Tipton decided to take Seth Warshawski to court for defamation. It took a couple of years for them to actually see trial, and when it happened, the case was dismissed. Ken was given another chance due to appeal, but that too was dismissed, and this time, Seth Warshawski had fled the country. Owing a massive settlement to Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee, he just bailed to Thailand. In an interview, he explained that he had enough money left to live 50 comfortable lives over there. And I thought originally that this would be where the video ended, but it is definitely not. I was looking at the Museum of Hoaxes article about this topic when I noticed a single comment. It was left by someone named Darlene Liebling. In the comment, she asserted that the article was wrong about this story, and she attached a link to what she said was the true story. That link went to the website for the movie Heart of the Beholder. Heart of the Beholder was a 2005 film written and directed by none other than Ken Tipton himself. It's probably most notable for being one of the first acting roles of Chloe Moretz. And it tells the story of a video store owner who runs into a conflict with a conservative religious group over a controversial movie. In other words, a fictional retelling of what actually happened to Ken Tipton in real life. Although the site was mostly about the movie itself, there were 2 memorial pages. One of them for the director Robert Wise, who mentored Ken Tipton, and one for Michelle Parma, the actress for Diane, who since then had passed away in a car accident. The Robert Wise memorial page tells of how Heart of the Beholder came to be. Originally, Heart of the Beholder was going to be produced for HBO, but they dropped the project. It was Robert Wise who pushed Tipton to make the movie himself, encouraging him to do over 200 script rewrites. He finally had a finished product. So Ken starts shopping the screenplay around, and he's getting some offers, but they're only writing offers, and they wouldn't allow him to direct the movie. And he didn't want that because he was concerned that if another director ruined the movie, it would be bad for his career. So he turned all those offers down, and at a loss, he consults Wise one more time. Things back in St. Louis were very hard for Ken's ex-wife and their children, so Ken asked Mr. Wise for advice. Mr. Wise said that this situation reminded him of his old friend named Orson Welles. In the 1930s, Orson was a star on radio, which was the largest mass medium at the time. TV had not been invented yet, and movies were still growing. Orson wanted desperately to make movies, but the powers that be thought of him as only a radio person and not talented or creative enough to make it in the movies. So Orson decided to create a publicity stunt to prove them wrong. It was Wise's suggestion that Tipton take after Orson Welles and create his own publicity stunt. Taking Mr. Wise's advice to design a publicity stunt to bring attention to his movie project, Ken first decided to use the internet because it was the newest form of mass communication, and it reached the entire world. The hardest part was coming up with an idea that would be instantly popular and controversial, so the content would spread quickly because of reactions to it. Invaders from space had already been done, and there isn't much else you can get from millions of people talking, except sex. Yes, sex. The bane of conservatives, and the delight of liberals. After all, this was 1998, and the Monica Lewinsky/President Clinton sex scandal was going absolutely bananas. Like I said, this was a really big deal at the time. Every possible sexual allegation and innuendo was being dissected daily, in every form of media. Ken knew if he could come up with some original sexual internet soap opera, then the conservatives would fire up their email lists and the liberals would rise to defend it, which would create its own publicity. But, try as he could, no plausible story idea would come to him. But that was about to change and become the world's largest publicity stunt ever. And it's on the memorial page for Michelle that they go further in depth about the publicity stunt itself. In fact, the Michelle Parma memorial page contains relatively little information about Michelle herself, and is mostly pages upon pages explaining the publicity stunt and the war with Seth Warshawski. This is an absolutely massive page, so I'm going to do my best to break it down for you. Originally, it was intended that after the publicity stunt, Mike and Diane, Ty, and Michelle would go on to star in Heart of the Beholder using publicity from the stunt to promote the movie. It was asserted that it was never intended to deceive the reporters, and they should have known it was a hoax. The reason why they should have known it was a hoax is because they put phrases in quotation marks, such as church-going honor students, and losing their internet virginity. Because, you know, that's how quotation marks work. It goes on to discuss the deal with IEG. According to the person that wrote this, the original deal was that IEG would provide the servers at first with no ads and no fees. After 6 months, IEG would retain the website and be able to do whatever they wanted with it. But after the massive traffic came in, Warshawski said, you know what, we should probably charge $5 for this to have an adult verification. Ken did not want the adult verification because he wanted kids and teenagers to see this vital safe sex lesson. It also tells how Adam Glickman, the owner of Condomania, told them that they could make money to fund the movie by collecting user data from registrations. Warshawski was also unhappy that he would not be getting money from the user data list, so ultimately he reneged on the deal and took the site away. And at this point, obviously one of these guys is lying. Either Warshawski canceled the deal because he didn't want to be associated with a hoax, or he canceled it because he wasn't making enough money on it. The page then goes on to explain that the event simply could not go on without the use of IEG's ultra supercomputer servers. and that if everything went as planned, the Our First brand could have been as big as Yahoo, Google, MySpace, YouTube, and it's also explained that Tipton did regret how he went about the stunt. He realized that the Oscar character was a really bad idea and he should have never spoken to reporters in character. To me, there's something interesting to think about with this, and it's that in a way, Ken was kind of onto something. He very badly miscalibrated his attempt, and he probably did it a few years too early, but I can't help but look at something like Lonely Girl 15, which happened 8 years later. It wasn't as preposterous as this, but it was a hoax in the same vein. A dramatized fictional story that tricks people into thinking it's reality. And this still isn't where the story ends for Ken Tipton. You see, I was a little curious about what he'd been up to lately, and I could not believe what I found. You might remember the commenter from the Museum of Hoaxes, Darlene Lieblich, now Darlene Lieblich Tipton. Since then, she'd become the vice president of Fox Cable Networks in LA. Then in 2014, this happens. Veteran Fox TV executive fired over fundraising campaign for relatives of missing Malaysia plane passengers. So for those unaware, Malaysia Flight 370 was a passenger plane that in 2004 just kinda vanished, totally missing along with its 239 occupants. To this day, nobody actually knows what happened to that plane. And at first the reaction to this story was kind of favorable to Diane. I mean, to fire someone for raising money for a good cause, that's real scummy. But then, the nature of the actual emails she sent came out. Around this time, a woman named Sarah Bosch, the girlfriend of one of the passengers, Philip Wood, had been making some press appearances to talk about the disappearance. Darlene reached out to Sarah from her Fox email to talk about a project with her husband, Ken. To the point, my producer slash partner slash husband, Ken, and I are working on a project that focuses on the compensation of family members of victims from Flight 370. We both saw your interview with Ronan Farrow and kept hoping he would ask if you were considered family because you were Philip's partner for 9 years, and whether or not you qualified for compensation by the airlines or any other kind of, sorry about this word but I can't think of any other, survivor's benefits. If you don't mind, I'm going to turn this over to Ken, and he would like to ask you some questions by email or Skype. His email is above. The bottom line is that we want to help you get what you deserve as much as any other family member. Thanks, and I hope to be able to talk to you myself soon. Darlene Tipton, Vice President Standards and Practices, Fox Cable Networks. Sarah thought this might have been some kind of a scam because it sounds like a scam, and more emails came of growing intensity. Eventually, Darlene said that she knew what happened to the passengers on that flight, and that her husband Ken was having prophetic visions of what happened to the flight. Ken's vision can be viewed on YouTube.
Oh, this has got to be an illusion. This has got to be the pills, the medicine. I am hallucinating. This is not real. I got a strange question to ask you. Is this real? Is this real? What's happening right now?
It is. What is real?
That's my problem. I don't know. I don't know if what I'm seeing.
What are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing.
Ultimately, and you're gonna be shocked by this one, the plan was for Ken and Darlene to make a movie about the Malaysian flight. It would be based on the contents of a secret thumb drive she became privy to at Fox. In March of 2014, 40-year-old Hollywood veteran Darlene Lieblich Tipton was a vice president of broadcast standards and practices at Fox Cable Networks in Los Angeles. S&P is the department responsible for the moral, ethical, and legal implications of what the network airs. During this time, Darlene was at a high-level meeting to discuss the contents of a smuggled Chinese thumb drive. The drive contained detailed information and previously unseen pictures, video footage, and text files regarding the disappearance of MH370, Malaysia Flight number 370, after the plane had gone missing. The materials revealed who hijacked the plane, why, what went wrong, where it all ended, and why China has a lot to answer for. The movie would also show that the disappearance of the flight was connected to the Chinese government's harvesting of organs from Falun Gong prisoners, and it would be crowdfunded, providing commemorative coins as a reward. And their goal was to have it be directed by Martin Scorsese and feature a cast with actors such as Brad Pitt, Harrison Ford, and Lady Gaga. This movie was not made, and the last post on their crowdfunding website explains why. Update September 29th, 2019. Executive producer Darlene Lieblich-Tipton went to Australia and New Zealand to negotiate the funding of the Malaysia 370 movie. On her return, she was stopped at LAX and questioned by agents of the US government. At the advice of her personal attorney, the Malaysia 370 project is now on an indefinite hold until national security issues can be resolved. All donations have been returned and further donations will not be accepted at this time. The downloading of songs and the purchase of the memorial coin will still be active. I think I gotta get my hands on one of those coins. You know, I like collecting little trophies that come from this channel. But anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, you'll probably also like my video about HelloMyFutureGirlfriend.com. Peace out.
Okay.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Phil Burnell, aka Darkside Phil here. Fuck off, you're gone, don't come back. Oh my god, Phil is doing a horrible thing. He's unfollowing his friends on Twitter, and they're not with us anymore. Because I fell for the troll bullshit. Why are you doing a segment about money? They're rich, I'm not.
Because Kojima's a fucking cocksucker.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck. Why am I toxic?
In the early days of DSP, we had two notable friends, John Rambo and Howard. They would frequently appear in DSP's videos and become fan favorites amongst DSP's audience. John and Howard would appear in DSP's reboot of Project 7, a popular video series amongst DSP's fans, but it would be cancelled shortly after due to unknown reasons, at least unknown at the time. In 2015, DSP would move to Seattle from Connecticut, leaving him in a situation where he could not meet up with John and Howard in person anymore. After the move, DSP would have difficulty making content with John due to the time zone differences and finding a time that would work for both of them. Fans would ask DSP what happened to John and why isn't there more John content after DSP had moved. To get fans and detractors off his back, DSP would read private messages from John where John would explain there were issues in his life preventing him to make content. John would be outraged by this and cut off contact from Phil. At the end of 2015, Howard would text Phil that a mutual friend had passed away. DSP's response to this was to make a video with a segment dedicated to his deceased friend and monetize the video. This would outrage Howard and he would cut off contact from Phil. By the end of 2015, DSP was still texting John and Howard hoping to get a response, but none would come. Out of desperation, DSP would make a video hoping to get a response from John and Howard explaining that the friendship fell apart and it was 100% their fault. This video would prompt a response from John and Howard, leading them to discuss why their friendship fell apart with DSP. They would release this video on a brand new channel hoping to avoid profiting from this drama with DSP.
I want to say, put it out there, there's no ads on this video. I've actually created a new channel for this to show, you know, we're not trying to gain viewers or subs or whatever, man. And I'm not looking to subject my subscribers to this horse shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The thing that's like, the other thing that's sad about it is no one listens to this kind of stuff, and then, or listens to like him talk about us or us talk about him, and then goes, oh, these guys are fucking cool. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting stuff. It's sad. It's not. You're not creating content. It's freaking garbage content. For the bottom of the barrel, man, and that's what it is.
DSP would only respond to their video 70 years later in 2022. Unlike them, DSP would do a live stream on his main channel, clickbaiting John and Howard in his thumbnail. He would break up the live stream into a 5-part series on his main channel. As seen here, this 5-part series would gain tens of thousands of views, while his regular content would barely break 1,000 views on a good day. He would even hype up the event on his Twitter, saying, "Today is the day." In John and Howard's response video, they would say they felt that DSP was monetizing their friendship. DSP would respond to these claims.
One of the major points, it's actually said, like during and then at the end of the video, is that I tend to find ways to monetize them. And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on the stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all. I've disabled all pop-ups, any kind of leaderboard. There is nothing going on right now in the realm of contributions, all right, actively. I've decided that any portion of this should not be monetized. If this is a concern of theirs, that I unfairly monetize them over the years and I'm continuously monetizing them, it would be pretty dastardly of me 2 years later, okay, come back to react to this video and monetize it. So I'm not doing that, okay? I could, it's within my legal right to do so if I wanted to. I've decided against it.
In the live stream's description, DSP would encourage people to contribute at the beginning, middle, break, and ending of the live stream so they could get their shoutouts for their donations. This would imply people could still give him money while he's responding to John and Howard's video, but he just wouldn't shout them out. After the live stream was over and he uploaded the series to his channel, people could give him money through super thanks and joining as a member of his channel. DSP would call John and Howard's video a hit piece.
Essentially, what this video is a way for them to vent, because they never did that before. The two of them never really came out publicly, or in some cases, even privately. They never really came out and said this stuff. And because of that, a lot of this stuff, quite frankly, I wasn't even aware of. Alright? When this video came out, this was like, wow, news to me that some of this stuff was actually happening. Okay? At the same time, it doesn't mean that just because I was ignorant of it, that it's okay. Alright? One of the major reasons I'm doing this today is to kind of give closure to the subject. 6.5 years later, I have not spoken with these guys since then. Okay? We'll talk about that. That will actually be one of the subject matters that we will discuss today. Wow. When I heard this video came out, I was like, wow. A video like that came out, and they really hate me to do something like that. Alright? Because, and we're going to talk about this, again, in the video. Over the years, abso-friggin-lutely, I spoke out of turn. I said things publicly I should not have said. I was an asshole. I'm going to fess up to all of that today for the very first time, okay? But I was always in the hopes that these guys would contact me privately and we could talk about it, okay? I was trying to contact John in particular, not so much Howard, but John in particular. I was trying to reach out to him over and over a course of about a year to a year and a half, and he decreasingly responded to the point where he started ghosting me, basically. No response at all anymore. And I was hoping that eventually they would reach out and say, all right, enough is enough. Let's talk about this, you know, respectfully, like friends, like men, whatever.
Welcome back to Quick Films. Today, I'm going to explain a sci-fi drama film called Relative, released in the year 2017. Spoilers ahead, like the video and subscribe. The movie opens with a man named Mark Jarvis talking about resurrection. He says that being resurrected feels like coming out of your mother's womb, totally conscious and aware of everything around you. The scene then cuts to a state-of-the-art facility called the Prodigy. It is the year 2084. The facility is headed by Dr. Victor West, who specializes in regenerative medicine. West's institute claims that immortality is achievable through their world's most advanced regeneration program, Lazarus. A nurse named Elizabeth Mansfra arrives at the institute for her first day of work. Elizabeth is an admirer of Dr. West, and he gives her a brief tour of the facility while telling her about the Lazarus program. The Prodigy team has been working on the project for more than 4 years, and they are finally preparing to face reanimation. Elizabeth has 4 weeks to prepare herself for the big surgery, which will bring a subject back to life. After the surgery, the subject would remain in an induced coma for 2 months, while its body assimilates to its new organs and implants. Elizabeth is supposed to help the subject make that transition into its new life. The movie then flashes back to 2015. Mark Jarvis has been diagnosed with inoperable throat cancer, and he has about a year to live. Naturally, he is shaken by the diagnosis, but he gathers all his strength to inform his loved ones and co-workers. The news devastates Mark's girlfriend Naomi, but she promises to be right by his side till the very end. However, it's later revealed that Mark hasn't given up on his life yet, and at dinner, he tells his friends about a process called cryonisation, which may help one resurrect. In the process, Mark's body would be put in a capsule filled with liquid nitrogen, in hopes that someday, medicine might be able to cure his cancer, and he can be brought back to life. This expectedly raises eyebrows amongst his friends, but after a lot of explaining, they get on board with the idea and vow to support him through the procedure. The scene cuts to the present when Mark's body is reconstructed and finally brought back to life at Prodigy. After waking up from a coma-induced state, Mark is greeted by Dr. West and his team. However, Mark quickly loses consciousness. Later, when he wakes up, he is shown a mirror, revealing his bald head and frail body. When asked if he remembers anything, he reveals that the only thing he recalls is fear before passing out again. In the background, Mark then continues to narrate his story. He's the first man ever to be resurrected. In his current form, he is made up of 20% remains of vital organs and tissues recovered from his old body, mainly the brain and central nervous system, 65% clones bones, muscle, skin, nerve endings, and other organs remain, 10% bionic implants, which reinforces his muscular, skeletal system, and sensory organs. 5% internal technology designed to regulate and monitor the correct functioning of the organism. On top of that, a detachable umbilical cord connects him to his new mechanical mother. After his reanimation, the team at Prodigy face innumerable problems, whose respective solutions have been more surgery, organ removal, induced coma, external control of vital signs, the administering of drugs to prevent adverse reactions, more drugs to ease the effects of those drugs, and so on and so on. All of this has resulted in a terribly fragile organism, permanently at the edge of collapse, just the way one is when they are born. However, Mark couldn't be more excited about another shot at life, and gradually, he becomes more stable. In no time, he also learns to walk again. Soon, Mark becomes curious about life outside the facility, but Dr. West assures him that nothing much has changed. However, Dr. West then introduces him to a revolutionary technology called the Mind Writer, which allows people to record their thoughts. This would help Dr. West and his team learn about the thoughts in Mark's head. When Mark puts on the device, an array of memories flash before his eyes. He wonders if the person in his memories is really him. Later in the day, when Elizabeth gives Mark a routine dry bath, he strikes a conversation with her and tries to hit on her. Elizabeth then reveals that in the current world, the concept of romantic love has disappeared, and he can directly ask her for sex, much to Mark's shock. That night, Mark tries to walk by himself. He partially succeeds, but when he looks at the mirror, he sees an older version of himself and collapses to the ground. As Mark's past memories flash before his eyes again, he tries to drag himself towards his mechanical mother, but without success. Fortunately, Elizabeth arrives and rescues him. However, Mark begins to lose his memories. After an extensive medical examination, Dr. West reveals that the cells of a certain part of Mark's brain are deteriorating, which is causing the memory loss. Dr. West also reveals that there is no cure for the problem, much to Mark's dismay. However, Dr. Sarah assures him that memory loss is no longer considered a serious problem thanks to Mind Writer. Due to his condition, Mark may never live an autonomous life again. These developments upset Mark, so to cheer him up, Dr. West and others celebrate the 100th day after Mark's resurrection with a cake. He also receives a box, which he had arranged in the past for his future self to get. It contains his cherished possessions, including a letter from Naomi. A flashback to Mark's high school days, when he first met Naomi, reveals that they have a very complicated history. It turns out Naomi was in a relationship when she first started fooling around with Mark. Naomi and Mark were set to get married when Mark was diagnosed with cancer. Back to the present, Mark reads the letter. Lo and behold, it is revealed that after Mark's death, unable to live by herself, Naomi decided to get herself cryonised at the age of 50, hoping to reunite with him in the future. Mark then visits a chamber where Naomi and other cryonised individuals have been kept. It's revealed that due to the expenses involved in the process and Naomi's feeble condition owing to her age, she can't be reanimated. Stricken with grief, Mark decides to shave the hair he had grown since his reanimation. Still hung up on Naomi's reanimation, Mark later asks Elizabeth about the resurrection trials and the possibility of her reanimation. However, Elizabeth tells him that she has no idea about it because she is relatively new at the facility. Seeing him upset, she comforts him, assuring him that someday Prodigy will remove all the obstacles in the path of Naomi's reanimation, and he will reunite with her. Nevertheless, Mark becomes more detached, and Dr. West and others soon learn that Mark has developed anxiety. Elizabeth suggests taking Mark out of his current hospital environment. However, Dr. West opposes the idea because of the already prevalent negative conjecture in the media and public about their experiments. He cautiously suggests that Mark should shoulder the consequences of choosing to come back to life, much to Elizabeth's discontentment. Afterwards, Elizabeth goes to Mark's room and tells him that she has been given the permission to have sex with him. She gives him Viagra and they start to make love. However, he is unable to continue as he is still upset about Naomi. Later, Mark sneaks out of his room and steals Dr. West's Mind Writer's memories to get an insight of previous Lazarus trials. To his horror, Mark sees memories after memories of failed gory reanimation attempts in Dr. West's memories. The movie then cuts to the day when Mark is introduced to the outside world. Dr. West introduces Mark as the first person to be resurrected to a round of roaring applause from the audience. On the stage, Dr. West surprises Mark by announcing that Prodigy has decided to resurrect Naomi next. However, Mark isn't pleased after having seen the many failed and bloody reanimation attempts. Later, he confronts Dr. West and calls him a monster for what he put other cryonised individuals through. Dr. West defends himself, saying that he had to take those drastic steps to come as far as they have come with the Lazarus program. Aware that Mark may expose the recordings, Dr. West makes an appeal to Mark, saying that if he sabotages the project, humanity may never get to reap its benefit. The movie then flashes back to Mark's funeral party, which he had thrown for his loved ones before he was cryonised. Soon, Naomi arrives and she hugs him. Despite being apprehensive about the whole thing, she tells him that she wants to be by his side during the procedure. This makes Mark both emotional and sad as he dances his heart out with Naomi. Back to the present, Mark makes his way to Naomi's cryonisation chamber to see Naomi. Elizabeth eventually finds him and checks up on him. When she asks him about Naomi's reanimation, he tells her that he doesn't want her to be reanimated because he doesn't want to see Naomi suffer. He then tells her about the day he took his life for the procedure. He says that in his last moments, he realized that the last few months were some of the best days of his life, squeezing every drop of each moment in a way he has never done before. In his last moment, he momentarily thought about putting everything off and living life to the fullest as long as his disease allows. But he ultimately went through with it because the happiness he felt was only possible because he had decided to take his life. The cryonisation removed the arbitrariness of cancer. It removed the uncertainty of when death would arrive. It gave him hope, and it restored some level of order in his life, gave him back control over his life. He further adds that the best part of living again was meeting Elizabeth and getting to know her. He then asks her for help, and she promptly agrees without knowing what he needs help with. Lo and behold, he reveals that he wants her to assist him committing suicide again. Mark wants for all his pain, suffering, and joy to finally mean something. Elizabeth is naturally shocked, and she refuses to help. Mark tells her that she is the only one he can turn to, and that she understands him better than anyone else. She sobs profusely and tries to walk away, but she can't, and she ultimately agrees to help him. In the next few days, Mark records his remaining memories for Elizabeth while also reliving it for the last time. Meanwhile, Elizabeth helps him find a poison. They hug and kiss before saying their final goodbye. Just before taking the poison, Mark's past flashes before his eyes. The last time he drank poison, Naomi was by his side, and the two of them were dreading the moment until he finally took the poison. She was heartbroken to see the love of her life die in front of her eyes. She shut her eyes and intensely cried. Back to reality, Mark takes the poison once again. He then swiftly rushes to the cryonisation chamber and unlocks Naomi's pod. He places his head on her pod, slowly fading away in peace. Some moments later, Mark gains consciousness, and he finds himself surrounded by Dr. West and his team. Mark's worst fear has come true. Prodigy didn't let him die after having invested so much time and money on his reanimation. Dr. West expresses regret over the insolent behavior and promises to do their best to help him regain his will to live. Elizabeth is also noticeably missing from the room, implying that she has been dealt with for helping Mark. The movie ends with Mark losing consciousness.
The movie opens up in the year 2012, in a small neighborhood in London. People are going about their daily lives, and everything seems to be normal. Just then, an elderly woman, Maeve, senses something in the area and stops. She seems worried, as if she has felt an external force. One of the neighbors, Trish, asks Maeve if she is alright, but the old lady mentions that it's happening again. Out of nowhere, she rushes to the nearby kids and orders them to get inside their homes. The neighbors are perplexed, as it is a perfectly normal day, with no signs of any danger. But Maeve keeps saying it's happening again. Meanwhile, we are shown the poster of a missing girl, signaling that she was abducted not so long ago. As Maeve is trying to convince her neighbors, Trish's daughter Chloe watches everything unfold from her room across the street. She is singing her favorite song, which talks about the bird, Kookaburra. She then sits on her desk and starts sketching a picture of one of the neighbor boys who is playing outside. Surprisingly, as soon as she finishes the sketch, the boy vanishes into thin air, as if he has been teleported. Maeve and the boy's father realize that another abduction has taken place, but they can do nothing about it, aside from maybe taking away that girl's crayons. Rose. Following this, we are introduced to the main protagonist, the Doctor, and his accomplice, Rose. The two are time travelers who have been tasked with fixing any anomalies in the timeline. They have come into this world through their teleportation portal. However, this time, they are simply there to witness the opening ceremony of the 2012 London Olympics. As the two are walking through the same neighborhood, they come across the posters of the missing children. The Doctor, being a curious individual, doesn't believe that someone in a quiet neighborhood like this one is capable of abducting children. Hence, he goes around the neighborhood and starts inspecting. When he reaches near the house where the last boy disappeared, he suddenly senses a wave of energy, thus concluding that the abductions are related to something supernatural. Meanwhile, Rose talks to a maintenance worker named Kel, who has been fixing the potholes in the neighborhood. It turns out that the Olympic torch is going to pass through this street on the way to Wembley Stadium. On the other hand, the Doctor gets into trouble for snooping around someone's house like a thief. Rose and Kel rush to help him out, while Maeve and Trish arrive to defuse the commotion. Once everyone is gathered, the Doctor takes out his police badge and mentions that he is a detective sent by the government to solve the missing children's case. When he asks if anyone has any information about the abductions, Maeve steps forward and reveals that an external force is taking the children away, and she can feel them. The group ignores how sus that was and continues discussing. As they do, Chloe can again be seen, watching everything from her room. She notices a cat and gets back to her desk to start sketching. While she is at it, her mother Trish comes into her room and tries to talk to her. However, the little girl acts unruly and orders Trish to go away as she is busy. Go get my Pop-Tarts and juice. We also see several sketches of her wall, indicating that she has been doing this for quite some time. Outside, the Doctor and Rose come across the cat and start playing with it. However, as soon as Chloe finishes her sketch, the cat enters a small box, as if it is being called. Surprisingly, it vanishes inside the box, leaving the Doctor and Rose stunned. That was some Schrödinger shit. In the next scene, as Rose is investigating the neighborhood alone, she hears a strange noise coming out of one of the houses. Although hesitant, she opens the door, and a large supernatural-looking ball jumps at her. Fortunately, the Doctor arrives in the nick of time and neutralizes the ball, hence saving her life. Later, the two take the strange ball to their lab to find out its composition. After a bit of research, the Doctor finds out that the ball is actually made of graphite, the same substance that is found in an HB pencil. He also gets to know that the ball is charged with ionic energy, and that is why it came to life. With all the information, the Doctor concludes that the ball is just a pencil scribble, which was thrown away after the sketch became useless. Hearing this, Rose chips in with her theory that whoever is making the sketches has the power to either create or erase things from Earth. She also suspects Chloe, as the little girl is the only one who doesn't come out of her house, and looks weird all the time. Harsh. The following day, the two arrive outside Chloe's house to meet her, but they are stopped by Trish, who mentions that her daughter is busy. She also looks scared, as if she is hiding something. The Doctor senses this and promises to help her daughter, and this time, Trish agrees. After letting them in, Trish reveals that Chloe has been acting strange for the last couple of months. She never leaves her room and scribbles random sketches all day long. Trish also mentions that her husband died a year ago, and they're happy about it, since he was a very bad person. As the three continue discussing, Rose asks for a bathroom break and heads upstairs. There, she notices Chloe getting outside her room and quickly hides. After the little girl is out of sight, Rose heads into her room and notices the weird sketches on the wall. She also hears an unusual noise coming from the closet. When she opens it, she is taken aback to witness a talking entity. The entity is a scary-looking sketch made on the wall, and it keeps on saying, "I'm coming." Okay. Meanwhile, the Doctor meets with Chloe and tries to interrogate her, but the girl again says that she's busy. Suddenly, he hears Rose's scream and rushes upstairs. On reaching, he sees the entity trying to come out of the closet and immediately closes it. Trish also arrives and gets angry that the two have barged into her daughter's room without permission. Just then, Chloe reveals that the entity inside the closet is her father, and that she sketched it after she saw him in her dream. Worried, Trish asks her what's going on, but as usual, Chloe does not respond. After this, the two time travelers brief Trish on everything that has been happening with her daughter. They mention how Chloe has been using her sketches to make kids and animals disappear from her neighborhood. As expected, Trish is dumbfounded to hear all this, but deep down inside, even she knows that something is terribly wrong with her daughter. Later, the three head to the kitchen and discuss the matter at hand. Trish is confused as to why Chloe drew her dead father, to which the doctor replies that he has been haunting the little girl in her dreams. Then, to find more answers, they again head back to the little girl's room. However, this time, the doctor uses one of his spells to render Chloe unconscious so that he can talk to the entity that is possessing her. Lo and behold, the entity starts speaking and continuously mentions that it doesn't want to be alone. It then identifies itself as an Isolus, a supernatural being that travels through space with its large family. 2 months ago, this particular Isolus became separated from its family when a large solar flare damaged its pod and sent it flying to Earth. Rose and Trish can't understand why the Isolus took over Chloe's body, but the doctor clarifies that these creatures live off their family's energy, and that if they are separated for too long, they will die. The Isolus befriended Chloe because she had a troubled childhood and is lonely, just like it is. The Isolus has also caused Chloe to draw a life-sized, exaggerated figure of her late abusive father. He further mentions that the Isolus will continue kidnapping children and other animals until it can match the numbers of their large family. Rose asks about the number, and the doctor replies, 4 billion. This means that the Isolus will keep using Chloe to kidnap children until it has 4 billion family members. Chloe should just draw a bunch of rats and murder hornets. That would be a win-win-win. Just then, Chloe's father's entity inside the closet starts banging on the door. At the same time, Chloe starts having a panic attack, as if her father is attacking her mentally. With time running out, the doctor tells Trish to think of something that can calm her daughter down. Not knowing what to do, Trish starts singing the Kookaburra song, and fortunately, it works. The entity goes silent, and Chloe comes back to life. After a while, the doctor and Rose head out to look for the pod that brought the Isolus to Earth. The plan is to repair the pod so that the Isolus can return to its original family. Surprisingly, Chloe is following them everywhere they go. Later, the two head back to their lab and start creating a device that can track the heat movements of the pod and reveal its location. The task is not easy, but using his incredibly complex brain, the doctor prepares the device and finds out that the pod is hiding somewhere in the same neighborhood. However, just as they enter the area through their teleportation portal, the doctor and the portal disappear into thin air. It turns out that Chloe has sketched the doctor, as he was becoming a major obstacle in her plans. Now, with her master gone, Rose has to solve the case alone. What if Chloe draws Rose too? In the next scene, Rose hurries to the streets and starts looking for the pod. A few hours pass by, but she doesn't find a single clue. Suddenly, it strikes her mind that the pod feeds off heat energy, meaning that it must be repairing itself in the hottest part of the neighborhood. She then approaches Kel, the maintenance worker, and asks him the location of the largest pothole he fixed recently. Kel thinks for a while and points at a nearby place, where he deposited a lot of hot tar. Wasting no time, Rose grabs an axe and starts digging. Her plan comes to fruition as just after a few minutes, she finds the pod. Elsewhere, Chloe watches the television and sees thousands of people in Wembley Stadium waiting to witness the opening ceremony of the 2012 Olympics. Unsurprisingly, this strikes an idea in her mind, and she starts sketching the entire stadium. Shortly after, Rose arrives at the house with the pod, but it's too late. Around 80,000 people in the stadium have disappeared into thin air, and the news is being broadcast live on television. Sadly, this is still not enough for the Isolus, and it orders Chloe to sketch the entire Earth so that it can abduct everyone and make a large family. Rose tries to stop Chloe, but the entity inside the closet threatens to come out if she gets near the child. With all hope now seemingly lost, a sketch inside the room suddenly moves. It is the doctor's sketch, and even while being abducted, he has managed to communicate with Rose. In the sketch, she is pointing at the Olympic torch. At the same time, the television also starts showing the Olympic torch rally, which is nearing the neighborhood. The reporter says that the torch is a beacon of hope, integrity, and love. As soon as Rose hears this, she realizes that the doctor is signaling her to throw the pod inside the Olympic torch, as love is the only thing that can repair it. She immediately heads outside and joins the large crowd that is waiting for the Olympic rally to arrive. Once she sees the torch, she throws the pod into the air, and it lands exactly at the right spot. With this, the Isolus inside Chloe's body realizes that the pod is about to be fixed and decides to return home. After it leaves her body, Chloe returns back to normalcy and hugs her mother. The other abducted children also start reappearing, and even the entire Wembley Stadium is filled with the previously abducted spectators. Rose celebrates her victory with Kel, but when the doctor does not reappear, she becomes worried. Just then, she hears a monstrous scream from Chloe's house and rushes to it. It turns out that the Isolus had left a small amount of energy behind, and using it, the entity from the closet has come out. It has trapped the mother-daughter duo inside and is coming to finish them off. Rose, realizing that the entity is merely a lump of energy, tells Chloe to stay strong and sing her favorite song. Although scared, the little girl starts singing the Kookaburra song, and her mother joins in too. The plan works, because the demon can't stand the sound of their singing, and it is pushed back inside its world forever. In the final scene, the television shows that the man carrying the Olympic torch is exhausted and injured. Just as he is about to reach the Wembley Stadium, he collapses to the ground. Surprisingly, the doctor pops up out of nowhere, carries the torch, and heads to its designated destination. As the crowd and the entire world cheers on, he climbs up the stairs of the stadium and lights the Olympic flame. Did the first torchbearer just die, or? The movie ends as the pod finally generates enough energy to travel back to its own galaxy. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
Units under attack. Our soldiers are in trouble.
Story recapped here.
Today I'm going to explain a horror and sci-fi film called The Passenger. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. While hiking in the woods, a man realizes he's lost and uses his phone as a compass. However, it malfunctions and sparks, causing him to throw it away. His companion, a lady, picks it up and returns it to him. But as they rest, a scary-looking woman suddenly chases them. Despite the woman's appearance, the man decides to help her, only to be attacked and decapitated. Meanwhile, a chauffeur, Blasco, prepares for his journey and takes his van, picking up a woman named Mariella. Blasco is a little talkative, so Mariella puts on her earphones and ignores the man. Once they reach Cadalso Street, Blasco stops the van to pick up 2 more passengers, Lydia and her daughter Marta. Blasco takes Lydia's suitcase to the vehicle and can't help but admire Marta. Of course, Lydia makes sure they won't be having problems because of her daughter. The 3 ladies are headed to the village, and after some introductions, Lydia gets in the van. Marta refuses to sit in the back because she gets carsick, starting an argument with Lydia. Blasco then intervenes and says he wants to quickly get to their destination, Valgard, leaving them with no choice but to hop in the vehicle. As they travel, Blasco asks Marta for a cigarette, only to be disappointed when the girl refuses to let him smoke. After that, he asks the girl why she keeps looking at his face, explaining he injured his eye during his first bullfight. Marta says Blasco is lying about his eye and adds she doesn't think he injured it from bullfighting, showing the man her big scar. Blasco guesses that Marta got her scar when she tried to smoke for the first time, saying her lighter probably exploded in her face, which is why she hates smoking. Blasco also laughs at the thought, but Lydia stops him and says it's not funny. Annoyed that there's a glass partition in the van, Lydia asks Marta to fasten her seatbelt while Mariella expresses her irritation too. So Blasco explains he installed that glass when he had his pest control company to stop the stench of chemicals. Lydia plans to file a complaint on Blasco's site, but Mariella advises her to just give him a bad review. Mariella says Blasco will lose customers that way, adding that Lydia should include the details of what happened. In front, Blasco and Marta talk about music and surprisingly enjoy their conversation. Moments later, Blasco irritates Lydia and Mariella again when he makes a comment about women cheating on their husbands after a car overtakes his van. The women find him rude, and the topic of feminism is suddenly brought up. He says all feminists want revenge, but Mariella angrily replies that's not the case, and tells him to see how things will be in the legislative framework in a few years. As night falls, Lydia notices that they're not on the national road, but Blasco explains they're taking the most direct route. Despite the detour, Lydia says she knows that road very well, and when Blasco asks if she's from Valgard, the woman reveals her ex-husband lives there. Because of that, Blasco realizes that Marta is going to see her father. Speaking with resentment, Marta shares Lydia wants her to live with her father. She also adds that Lydia is tired of her, but Lydia tells her to stop talking nonsense and asks her to refrain from biting her nails. Feeling bad, Blasco assures Marta that Lydia loves her, causing Mariella to close the curtain. At the same time, Marta makes it clear she's already accepted that her parents don't care about her. At that moment, Blasco suddenly stops the van when he sees something on the road and gets out of the vehicle. Blasco finds pieces of broken glass on the ground and smells something bad, following the trail that leads to the side of the road. There, Blasco discovers a strange object, wondering if it's a crashed meteosat. Marta and Lydia get out of the van too, to see what's happening, but they don't approach Blasco. Seconds later, Marta notices something moving by the grass as Blasco touches the strange object. Then, the unknown mass comes in contact with Marta when she tries to poke it, worrying Lydia that she might be now infected with something. Sadly, Marta refuses to show Lydia her finger and just gets in the van. On the side of the road, Blasco decides not to mess with the strange object in case it belongs to the government and gets in the vehicle too, to leave. The 4 continue their journey, unaware that the area is littered with the unknown mass that Marta saw. Blasco is a little agitated, saying there have always been sightings in that place. In the back, Lydia politely asks Mariella to fix her wig. She also wants to know how serious Mariella's condition is, so the woman replies she can't be cured anymore and asks her not to tell anyone. Blasco still talks about the strange object, believing it either crashed or was brought down. As Blasco chats with Marta, he tells the girl not to bite her nail since she's bleeding. Sure enough, Marta sees blood on her finger caused by the unknown mass. At the same time, Lydia notices their light flickering. The radio suddenly malfunctions too, but Blasco only thinks his van needs some fixing. Mariella reveals to Lydia that she's taken care of many sick people like her, and some of them eventually died. When Lydia asks if she's a nurse, Mariella says she likes calling herself a carer. She then takes her medication and tells Lydia she just wants to get to Valgard to see her father, who left when she was little. After listening to Mariella's story, Lydia shares that Marta was 5 years old when she got into a car accident with her father, who was intoxicated while driving. Luckily, Marta survived despite the burns. When the radio works again, Blasco talks to Marta about music once more. But seconds later, the radio malfunctions for the second time. Blasco notices that Marta is staring at her glowing finger, and her eyes are glazed. A worried Lydia asks her daughter what's wrong, and as Blasco becomes distracted, he doesn't notice the woman on the road and hits her. Blasco continues to drive, and Marta finally returns to normal. Mariella forces Blasco to turn around, immediately getting out of the vehicle to help the unconscious woman on the ground. Lydia tries calling for help, but her phone malfunctions. The same thing happens to Blasco's phone when he attempts to make a call, and the man drops it when it burns his hand. They don't notice the woman open and close her eyes, so Mariella just asks Blasco to fetch some bandages. Blasco returns to the van, where Marta examines the organism that's coming out of the wound on her finger. Once Blasco gives Mariella the first aid kit, she quickly tends to the stranger. Mariella then asks Lydia and Blasco to help her carry the woman to the van, and Blasco decides to take the injured lady to the hospital. In the back, Mariella struggles to listen to what the woman is trying to say. Unfortunately, the woman suddenly attacks her, but Lydia and Blasco are too busy arguing about what they should do to notice what's happening. The woman gets on top of Mariella and inserts her long tongue inside the nurse's ear. While in front, Marta turns up the volume of the radio to ignore her mother. Soon, the extraterrestrial parasite inside the woman that possibly came from the strange object transfers to Mariella, whose appearance changes before attacking Lydia. While Blasco reveals to Marta that he injured his eye from a slingshot, Lydia defends herself from Mariella as she tears the dead woman's saggy skin and throws it into the partition. Stopping the van, Blasco sees what's happening in the back, and all Marta can do is beg him to help her mother. The two immediately get out of the van, but Marta isn't strong enough to pull Lydia away from Mariella. Sad to say, Marta collapses in pain as the organism in her finger starts to come out again. Eventually, Mariella overpowers Lydia and attempts to make her the new host of the parasite inside her. Then, Blasco opens the doors and repeatedly hits Mariella with his guitar, carrying Lydia out of the van and instructing her to run to Marta. Afterward, Blasco closes the doors and stays with Lydia and Marta on the side of the road. However, they are forced to hide in the woods when Mariella escapes. As they walk, Blasco suggests they split up before giving Lydia a pocket knife. Blasco climbs a tree while Lydia and Marta hide behind a rock, where the girl begs her mother to get the organism off her finger. Lydia uses the knife to remove the organism, making Marta cry in pain, so Lydia quickly covers her mouth, but Mariella's already heard the girl. At the same time, Blasco falls from the tree. Mariella finds Lydia and Marta's hiding spot, but the two are already gone. The organism from Marta's finger attaches to Mariella's hand, and soon she screams. Upon hearing Mariella, Lydia realizes she has to lead the infected woman away from her daughter. She instructs Marta to find a road and seek help while she distracts Mariella, but the girl refuses. Marta apologizes to Lydia for what she said earlier, hugging her mother and making her promise she'll make it out. With their time running out, Lydia forces Marta to flee and leaves with a rock to look for Mariella. Moments later, Marta sees Blasco and goes with him to the van. Sadly, Mariella attacks Lydia, and her scream is heard by Marta and Blasco. At first, Marta refuses to leave her mother as Blasco gets in the van, but she changes her mind and joins the driver inside the vehicle when she sees a figure coming out of the woods. Unfortunately, Lydia is now the new host of the extraterrestrial parasite. As Blasco drives, it dawns on Marta that they're dealing with a parasite. Because of that, Blasco becomes certain that the strange object he saw was a UFO. He then comforts Marta and puts some music on since the girl lost her phone, unaware that the vehicle's gas is leaking. When they pass a small village, they still can't get help because the place is empty. So Blasco decides to look for a gas station to refill the tank, and that's where he discovers the leak. Blasco chooses to patch it up later and waits for the gas station attendant, Maximo. But he knows it'll take the guy some time to return since people rarely go there. With nothing else to do, Blasco patches up the leak with tape and tells Marta he'll head to the village to find gas. He instructs Marta to lock all the doors and tell Maxima what's going on once he comes back. Marta then turns off the light as Blasco leaves, hoping he'll return safely. It isn't long before Blasco finds a car and siphons its fuel. Meanwhile, an infected Lydia finds the van, but Maxima returns and calls her attention. This gives Marta a chance to quietly get out of the vehicle and hide under it, witnessing her mother attack and decapitate the gas station attendant. In the village, Blasco picks up a cat and sees it has blood.
Neku infekciju imam, sad vidjet će iz krvi tamo.
Korona iz vazduha.
Ti kad imaš koronu nemaš upalu pluće, nego...
Korona iz vazduha, kažem.
Imaš upalu srčanog mišića.
Ja imam upalu kurčevog mišića, da ti kažem.
Ne diže ti se, a? Pa kako će da ideš na cikicu?
Ma ne, toliko je upaljen da mi se non stop diže, da ovo više nije normalno, znaš, tako da jebem u mamu.
Moja si mi ovo da te zameni malo je.
Pa ja sve pokušavam, a znaš.
Slabo on jebe.
Da odradim tu zamenu, ali
I zamenu košnog keva.
Čovek se ne da, neće da dođe da jebe, iako mu sve sređeno je. Ja mogu da vam kažem da bi za ovu grafičku karticu za 20 godina kupovine vrhunskog hardvera, ovo je jedini hardver za moj kažem da mi nije žao apsolutno nijednog dinara. Znači nisam očekivao da to ovako...
Da daš ovako izjavu, šta?
Da to ovako radi. Ali iskreno mislim da je manja razlika.
Misli si marginalno.
Plus što recimo, evo, probao sam nekoliko igara, probao sam Hunt Showdown, probao sam Metro Exodus, probao sam Battlefield 1 i 5 i probao sam Red Dead Redemption 2. To je što sam pravo igrao, znači i slika je da li drugačije obrađuje teksture ili sve, znači slika je ne bolja nego...
Drugačiji driveri za grafiku možda?
Pa ne znam, isti driver nisam ni instalirao čak ono driver, sam izvadio i ubacio drugu karticu. Ali što je najluđe što driver totalno drugačije izgleda sad kad otvorim Radeon software. Znaš ti to?
Mislim da znam šta pričaš.
Odem na performance i na tuning, znači sad imam 7 miliona opcija koje ja nemam pojma šta su u stvari uopšte. Ne veruješ?
Da ovi Milana pita.
Da mi... je li on objasnio?
Petlić kukuriku.
Sve si me sad si me nasmeo, znači joj. Joj. Joj.
Yeah, great. This better be good. Okay, let's do this. What? You again? I'm so tired. Last night was amazing. What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay, but it's gonna cost you double.
Bukvalno ono... milion opcija ima, znači ja nemam pojma šta da gledam je. Totalno drugačije izgleda, znači isti driver, samo prepoznao je odmah. Je prepoznao da je 6.900 XT i drugačiji interfejs. žao centa koji sam dao.
Yeah, you are gonna pay me for this, right? Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Iako sam možda mogao da dobijem za moju i više da sam čekao malo. 5700.
Nisi htio da se cenkaš, prepostavljam.
A ne, imam neka iskustva, tako kad čekam povoljnije nešto, onda obično propustim onu prvu šansu. Posle sledeća 3 meseca prodajem i prodam za manju cenu još na kraju. Stavio sam 460 evra sa vodenim blokom i fabričkim kulerom pored. I lik me pitao jel može za 400, ne treba mi vodeni blok. Ja kažem može, ali ja ti ne vraćam fabrički kuler na grafiku, dođi da se uveriš dok je kod mene u kompjuteru da radi, ja ću da ti skinem vodeni blok, ti vraćaj. I on kaže važi. Tako da je to ta priča. A vidio sam da ima 5 Sears XT, da ih ima na KP-u polovnih već i za 300 evra. Tako da... Mislim da je Milan malo precenio njegovu kod Nenada, da je Nenad mogu da kupi za iste pare 5 700 XT.
Ti znaš da razgovaraš trenutno s Nenadom?
Znam. Pa kažem sam.
Mislim da sam je glup, šta?
Ne mislim da si glup, nego mislim da je Milan malo precenio cenu i da si...
Ne, to Milan prijateljima uvijek nudi po prijateljskim cenama.
Ne, ja sam njemu... Znam ja da je to malo više plaćeno. Ali ja izašao sam u susret pa kupio ovu karticu.
Pa tako sam ja izašao u susret par puta, samo da znaš.
Nego hoću kažem da si mogao za iste pare da kupiš maltene duplo jaču karticu.
Kad se mogu.
Mislim, ja sam tad bio na moru, nisam ni proveravao cene, nije mi ni interesovala zamena. Ali evo, sad kad sam ono malo sve živo pregledao, iskalkulisao šta, kad i kako, i tu mi je još uletelo dobro ono što sam kupio onu, u Kimteku sam bio onaj jedan primjerak, one 6800, ali ne XT, samo obično 6800. Kupio sam je za 540 i prodao za 800 sledeći dan, tako da me doplata za ovu 400 sam dobio za 5700, ovdje sam uzeo 260, 100 evra sam doplatio i kupio ovu karticu.
I šta kažeš, koliko bi ti cenio ovu grafiku? Ja mislim tu neki 27 do 31.
250 plafon. Držale su te grafike cenu dok je išlo ovo kopanje, ali kopanje izgleda stalo. Nešto se sa Ethereumom dešava, znači niko ne spominje više mining. Što mi se najviše sviđa kod ove 6900 XT, što mislim kontam ja da je to fabrički namontiran vodeni blok koji je tako fabrički izbačen, plus je Extreme Edition Aurusov. Ali brate, ona u full loadu ne prelazi 45 stepeni, znači. A grafička ima 5 kila s vodenim blokom, znaš kolika je. Znači, ladno ne prelazi 45 stepeni. Po ovoj toploti što mi je 30 stepeni u stanu, što ne palim klimu i sve. E sad, jedina razlika što sam u razliku od prošlog sistema, što sam ubacio još jedan radijator za vodeno hlađenje. Mislim, znači i to sigurno. Tako da sad imam 2 komada koja hlade. Jedan hladi grafičku, jedan hladi procesor. Kontaš, Bone.
Oh, more orders. This better be good. Gotcha. What's up? Any infected around? You again? Yes. Are you sure? Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me.
Waiting on orders. Building completed.
What? You again? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Roger that. Yeah. What do you want now? What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Building completed.
You again?
Gdje nam je ostatak ekipe?
To sam ja pitao bio.
Commander? Attention. Building completed. Attention. Technology research
Here we go again.
The train has arrived at the station. Attention. Building completed.
Do 4 sata ću pičku.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Are you sure?
Building
Great.
completed.
Roger that. You order, you pay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Okay. Yeah. Roger that. Okay. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Yeah. Gotcha. Sounds interesting. Gotcha. Great. Is that all? So boring.
Ova igra je toliko nepredvidiva koja igra.
Better be good.
Cheguei no pátio para ir mal spawn.
Šta si ti rekao, ne, da ideš jednu partiju Hunta, ideš da spavaš, a?
Evo što sam jedan.
Kako si čovjek?
Nisi izdajnik. Najgore.
Kako si čovjek, kako si čovjek?
Samo što na poslu nisam zaspao.
Pa to je apsolutno sjajno.
Kičma.
Kičma trans.
Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
I beš mi ustima neke mađije u ovoj peroniti, čini se sam ušao ono da se kosti po me. Ko da neko izloči negdje iz mene, jebim ga usta.
Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Tell me. Understood.
What? Are you sure? You again.
Attention.
Aren't there
Building
other units to bother? What? Roger that. Gotcha. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. What do you want now?
Gledaj kako nije na posljednji metar.
What? Great. Are you sure? Gotcha. Yeah.
Train has arrived
Gotcha.
at the
Great.
station.
Gotcha. You order?
Ma ili to kičnik maj ne mora idemo u love da same. Gdje je logika, majko moja?
A new task. Yeah. What?
Niko do nekog posla.
Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Faster than my bow. Gotcha. Yeah, is that all?
Building
So
completed.
boring. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's do this. Yes. Aren't there other units to bother? Great. Okay. I hope we're not wasting my time. A new task.
Attention. Building
Aren't there other units to bother? What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. What? Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want?
Attention. Building completed.
Who's the boss?
Krsta mi, njegoša mi i tako kako ono kaže Boris.
Ostrelga mi.
Gle Vlada što me napljuva na benchmarku, jebaću ga u dupe.
Gdje ti napljivo? Da vidimo, pošalji temu.
Ma, grafička karta, pitali me za ovu 6.9, to je XT. I kao, pa pisao mu, sad vidim tek poruke, kaže neki pisao sam mu, ali čovjek se ne javlja. Vlada T1, to samo naš Vlada može. Pa kaže ne može čovjek da se javi, ubivaju ga u Huntu. Voli čovjek da igra, ali ima lošu ekipu, deskoncentrišu ga stalno.
Tačno. Dobro je rekao.
Jebaću.
Ne, dobro je rekao, nije slagao ništa.
Šale se, da, ne mogu zameniš. On ima tako te epizode, tako da...
Da trole.
Da be. Ja se ovaj ne može ga povodimo.
Attention. Building completed.
Ajde kažemo da je... Ja, ali nas peva je, evo ti... Až ponimo jedan čovjek.
Attention. Building completed.
This better be good. What?
The train has arrived at the station.
možemo ih pobiti se kroz volnu.
Ko? Ti? Ovaj tvoj saigrač ili...
Ovaj moj saigrač. Čovjeni novi voln. Svaka mu čast. Iznad tebe, iznad tebe! Kako da nema neki te...
The train has arrived at the station.
Yeah, botte. Idemo iza leđi. Da se uvijek se pamti moraš.
Attention. Building completed.
Šta ćemo onda? Sipat ćemo bourbonče. Jel tako? Tako je.
Did I kill him? Yeah, of course.
Killed him.
Oh.
Prebrzo je to rekao.
Oh. Oh.
Flash, savior of the universe. Pam 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 pam. Sash, you save every one of us.
Flash.
The train has arrived at the station. Attention. Building completed.
Bili smo se. Opa! Vibe! 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 Vibe!
Šta god da si rekao.
Vibe! Vibe! Vibe ponovili smo ceo sebe.
Da, kontam.
kako sam čiterski juče ubio čovjeka, to nije normalno. U Djevan Ranču. Ovo se ono izreguje i lik čuči do zida i tačno mu vidim boje kako mu se prelamaju i to. Ja puknem ono i lik samo padne. Ja mogu da zamislim što ja u tom trenutku mislim.
Ti zamišlja. Misliš ono kad se senke iza dasaka, ono kad se ono mrdaju to? Na to misliš?
Da, tačno sam vidio kako se pomene i to. Odeću sam uvidio.
Pa, to se može nekad vidjeti, ne uvijek.
Što je debil bio baš roziran.
My bow and arrows are ready. This better be good.
Nemam potrebe ni da idem. Ovo ti penzionerska misija. Držim, što kaže Nenad, busiju. I ne mrdam.
If you were stuck in a life or death situation, and the only way to escape was to guess how old this man was, what would you say? Jared Leto is 50 years old. Let that sink in for a minute. Why is it that Twitter seemingly lost their mind after Jared Leto presented a Grammy to Olivia Rodrigo? A seemingly innocent interaction with dark roots that only some are aware of. Jared Leto began his acting career in 1992 in the television series Camp Wilder, but really hit the limelight 2 years later with his breakout role as Jordan Catalano in My So-Called Life. It was clear that he was a heartthrob and had acted combination that would allow him to star in Hollywood cult classics like Fight Club, American Psycho, and Requiem for a Dream. Jared Leto is known for being a method actor, aiming to show real and raw emotions in his roles by throwing himself into the world of the character that he plays. Sometimes he gets it right, other times he falls flat on his face. One of his earliest demonstrations of method was in Prefontaine, a 1997 biopic about the legendary distance runner. Jared Leto is most notably known for his Oscar-winning performance as Rayon, a struggling transgender woman in Dallas Buyers Club. Method acting, traditionally known as the Stanislavski system, was developed as a way for actors to combine the outer and inner theatrical sense of self by physically embodying the character's experiences.
Today's actors must look to Moscow at the beginning of the 20th century to find one of the great theatrical figures of his time. An actor, stage director, and founder of the legendary Moscow Art Theater.
Onda ja kažem, Nenade, jesi tu? Kažem, pa jesam.
This is Konstantin Stanislavski.
Nego
Before
eno
his death
postavlja
in
neke
1938 and
crne
after, he was an enigma. Successive generations have either venerated him or discredited him. A constant source of controversy, he has been nominated with Einstein and Freud as one of the 3 true visionaries of the century. Others have denounced him as a charlatan purveyor of mumbo-jumbo. One thing is undeniable. Stanislavski, his theater and his acting system found immortality, even as the world around him was being torn apart.
Although method acting is a legitimate way that many actors get into character, it's oftentimes used as a selling point for modern movies. Usually, headlines are run showcasing the extremes that some of these actors go to in order to prepare for their roles. It's cringy and oftentimes embellished or fabricated to stir up hype. This is one of the main reasons why people hate Jared Leto's Joker. We'll get into that later. If you're able to separate Jared Leto from his acting ability, it's no secret that he's successful on the big screen. Parallel to his rise to fame in Hollywood during the 90s, Jared Leto would start a band with his brother Shannon. They would name it 30 Seconds to Mars. If you grew up during this time like myself, you can probably remember The Kill playing on every alternative radio station in the 2000s. 30 Seconds to Mars would go on to have numerous breakout hits as their style shifted from edgy to pop. This is why many 30 Seconds to Mars fans are nostalgic of their original music but cringe at their new stuff. They continue to create music around vague, relatable themes such as struggle, love, life, death, and faith. Did 30 Seconds to Mars dominate any genre? Probably not, but they were insanely successful in creating a cult following that is now bigger than ever, known as the Echelon. The Echelon is what 30 Seconds to Mars fans collectively call themselves. Not only are they obsessed with the band's music, but also the themes and messages prevalent in all aspects of the community. Members of the Echelon refer to each other as part of a family. From an outside view, the Echelon is just like any other stan group, and the reality is, stan groups are cash cows. Jared Leto knows this, and perpetuates the us versus them dynamic to increase rapport with his fans. It's one of the many ways in which he breaks the audience-artist wall without actually having to do much and reap the benefits. Each member of the Echelon will go as far as to follow the band around the world, making sure to attend every tour event possible. 30 Seconds to Mars even has Guinness World Records for their seemingly endless tours. Their logo is a triad with a line through it, which you can find on almost any of their work and on Leto himself. Twice. In 2009, the band released merch which said, "Yes, we are a cult." Although this is supposedly an inside joke between Jared Leto and his superfans, It's a slippery slope when given the context of Jared Leto's reputation. If you define cult as a group or movement held together by a shared commitment to a charismatic leader or ideology, then the echelon checks all the boxes. And it certainly doesn't help his case that he literally looks like Jesus. In 2015, Jared Leto started Camp Mars, a Malibu retreat where fans can experience the band on a closer level. Camp Mars included outdoor activities, live performances from the band, and a chance to meet Jared Leto himself. Packages ranged from sleeping in tents to VIP lounges, and the prices increased accordingly. Camp Mars was a huge success, and after 2015, it became tradition. It would ultimately evolve into something much bigger. Mars Island is a 3-night all-inclusive getaway on the private island of Obanjan in Croatia. Think Fire Festival, but drugs and alcohol are prohibited, and Mars Island actually happened. Sober people, yeah, that's who I want to party with. Packages include yoga, water sports, sightseeing, and 2 30 Seconds to Mars performances. Prices start at $1,700, where you probably sleep on a banana leaf, and go up to an undisclosed amount if you opt in for the Phoenix package, which is probably where you sleep next to Jared Leto himself. I wish I was kidding. That sounds all fun and dandy, but I don't know about you guys, I would much rather stay home and get some quality sleep, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes premium mattresses and bedding, customized to fit your needs, conveniently shipped in a box right to your doorstep. Everybody's different, and Helix knows that, so they made a sleep quiz that helps match your sleeping preferences with your unique body type to find the perfect mattress for you. Based on your different sleeping positions and preferred firmness, Helix Sleep has a mattress for everyone. If you happen to sleep with a partner or a pet, you can take the quiz together and find the best compromise for all of you. I personally sleep on my side and stomach, and I like a nice medium mattress feel, and that's why I was matched with the Midnight Lux. I've been sleeping on Helix mattresses for well over a year now, and ever since I moved, I had to upgrade from a queen to a king. I fall asleep in a matter of minutes, and I wake up feeling rejuvenated. My old mattress does not even compare, and trust me, if Sebastian likes it, I guarantee you're gonna love it. My favorite part about Helix is that your new mattress comes rolled in a box directly to your doorstep, and they offer free shipping to anyone in the US. If it makes you nervous to buy something that you haven't tried yet in person, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial. Gives you a little bit over 3 months to completely fall in love with your new mattress. And if you don't, they will come and pick it up for you, no questions asked, and you will get a full refund. Helix mattresses come with a 10-year warranty, and they offer financing options and flexible payment plans. So a great night's sleep is never that far away. I love my Helix, and I think you would too. If you're in the need for a new bed, check out Helix. You can click the link down below, helixsleep.com/Filion, and get up to $200 off your Helix mattress, plus 2 free pillows. And thank you to Helix for sponsoring this video. On Mars Island, there's a tradition known as the Church of Mars, where Jared Leto actually performs in a cathedral while totally not acting like a cult leader. One of the nights in 2019 consisted of a white night, where everyone dressed up in white and sang Kumbaya by the fire. Once again, Jared Leto leans into the cult accusations by being self-aware about it. Let's all pose for a picture to mess with the media, except self-awareness doesn't make it any less of an actual cult. And one glaringly obvious observation is that most of the people here are women. I thought this was strange too. One of the package add-ons for your luxury stay in Croatia includes a tattoo service, so you can get a tribal marking of your favorite cult leader. Mars Island is an experience like no other. Jared Leto lives his life like he's on Mars. The man is detached from reality physically and figuratively. He's been riding his breakout success for over 2 decades. It doesn't seem like it will ever slow down. If you really study Jared Leto in the media, he has a history of self-entitled with a god complex. At the start of the pandemic, Jared Leto posted this gem on Instagram. He was on a 12-day silent retreat and didn't know that COVID took over the world. He is also well connected with mega brands like Gucci and this walking nightmare. Have you ever seen celebrities completely abuse their power by making interviewers uncomfortable? I've observed that many celebrities get off on preying on women in front of a camera. They like to push buttons, be inappropriate, and see how much they can get away with by trying to charm or seduce. When in reality, they are playing a rigged game designed to feed their own ego.
You're quite beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
I would like to answer that by asking a question. What doesn't turn me on?
For a long time, can I squeeze your leg?
And I get there at 5 in the morning.
Okay,
And I go
so good
straight
luck.
to work.
Vai, sad će beka doći pa da stigne.
Don't let go.
To će
Don't let go.
pedala.
Don't let go,
Pedala,
please.
evo.
Leo, really? What are you?
Hot.
Hot. Let me guess.
Stegosaurus.
Pedala.
Yeah.
Saji?
No.
What? I think it's
Gdje ti jutro si, evo, ja rekao da vidimo, će vidjeti kako igre tebe nema.
Sexual relationship between the two of you.
Jebote, jutro stio da nisam radio danas uopšte. Ciš, 2 sata di stvara neke mašine.
I'm thinking
Čekaj, ti čuo za uređaj koji se zove mobilni telefon?
A ja rekao šta dan, da si tu došla bi vjerojatno na kanal, što znam.
Slušaj, ti čuo za uređaj koji se zove mobilni telefon?
Naiđi ti na kanal, iako te ja ne zovem, tu smo mi vas.
Nemoj, ti meni imam slab kompjuter, kad uključim ovaj Discord ode sve u kurat, ništa ne radi.
Is too much of a risk. Number 2, they don't know how to react because it's awkward. And number 3, sometimes the interviewers play into it because they are actually starstruck and attracted to the celebrity, which reinforces this type of behavior.
I haven't finished here. There's work yet to be done.
Have you had a...
Nenade, oh Nenade.
They're gold and blue and...
I was thinking the same thing. Can we how to speak to ladies?
Jared Leto is fully aware of his talent and looks, and he uses it to get away with everything. He makes it a point to always touch women, bring them in close, and bask in the tension in front of other people. He appears confident because he truly believes that he's untouchable. September 12th, 2005. The New York Post runs an article that states, Jared Leto likes him young. The 33-year-old Requiem for a Dream actor, last seen squiring Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan around town, has been aggressively pursuing many of the teen models shacked up at the Maritime Hotel. Leto, who booked a suite at the Meatpacking District hotspot while he was in town with his rock band 30 Seconds to Mars, has become infamous for calling and texting some of his underage objects of desire several times a day. He's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows. Girls from IMG, Elite, Next, and Women are staying there, and Jared has been hitting on all of them. He's a serial texter. He is constantly texting these 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's really kind of creepy. In 2011, Jared Leto makes a fool of a man sitting during one of his shows. This is completely uncalled for.
Hold on. Hey, buddy. Hey, yo, you, with your fingers in your chin beard, what are you sitting on your fucking ass for? Huh?
Šta bi, Gardi?
30 seconds to Mars show.
Nema ovog našeg Pantića, i možda otišu da jede, pošto je odigrao jedan hunt i rekao je nešto, ali nemam pojma šta je rekao.
Ilija, jesi ti Hante igrao, jesi?
Jesam ja meč odigrao.
A, čuj ja već. Zamisliš, jutra ne radimo, Ilija.
Ni sutra ne radite, onda sam uzeo dobro vreme godišnji odmor. Uzeo sam u dobro vreme godišnji odmor.
Love, Lust, Faith, Dreams. This contest was called #TheSleepover, in which 5 lucky fans who pre-ordered the
Čudo da
album
on
would get to
igra
sleep
sa
with
Sparksova, a
Jared.
da nije snajper.
Yeah, this was of course accompanied by Jared Leto's sad
Hmm.
attempt at humor. You do know I sleep in a coffin. I will admit my bed is more like a hotel than most. In 2015, James Gunn, director of Guardians of the Galaxy and The Suicide Squad, posted a cryptic video on Periscope. The exact contents in the video are unknown, as it was deleted the very next morning.
Ideš, da ideš. Stari, čekam ovog da dođe pa igramo.
Pa vidi, onda ću ja da popijem još jednu bourbončinu pa ću da idem da jedem.
Nemoj pijan da igramo, jebote. Ajde u kure.
Kad sam ja pijan igrao, ajde šta ti. Aj šta ti. Aj ne budali. Dum dum dum. Kaj ne budali.
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer. Evo ga Nerad. Evo ga Nerad.
Pa jesi ga zva, jesi?
A poslao sam mu poruku na džiberu, je.
Pa ima li igre, stari?
Pa ne znam, evo, pitamo Nerada.
Ajde, ovdje idemo jednu dvije.
O, ne rade. Jednu dvije, a?
Ajde.
Evo, šalji invite, stari.
Samo minut, čekaj, samo ušao sam, samo da pogledam neko podešavanje
Fuller smoke a lot.
Neću startujem igru, samo da vidim.
Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky.
Grafičko nešto me pitao lik jedan, samo da vidim nešto, evo. Neću startujem igru, samo da pogledam i odmah izljazi. I odmah mi ljazi izljazi. Šaki, šta je Šaki? Miljazi, doljazi, ajde pošalji još jednom invite, Miljazi.
Poslao sam ti jeboga ti.
A, dobro, evo, palji, sad ću da paljim.
Ajde, sad si našao da testiraš igru, jeboga.
Ne testiram igru, nešto sam samo ušao da vidim što me pitao lik za anti-aliasing, ne paniči, č-o-ve-če. Jer, ću sve da vas pobijem s bombama. Šapo, reci. Šapo, reci, molim te. Molim te, reci. Šapo. Šapo, ja te preklinjem, reci. Šapke, batke. Batke, šapke.
Posla sam ti invite.
A evo, paljim igrata na pičkata. Ušlata u igrata. Na pičkata. Nego... kako si ti meni Kesiću?
Ovih dana.
Ovih dana nisam...
Vidi kakav nam je MMR. 3, 4, 5.
Nenad je nešto ishakovo... Nenad je nešto ishakovo, pa stalno je na četvorci, iako gine ko sumanut, znaš. Znači, postoje kaker...
Pa nemoguće da je Nenad bolji igrač od tebe.
Pa i ja kažem, duplo lošiji od mene nego, mislim...
Ja lošiji od tebe.
Znači, tu je nešto ishakovo i sad mu stalno stoji četvorka, samo da bi mene jebo, znaš, tako da...
Ajde, redi, Nenade.
Ajde, Nenade, idemo, redi! Redi pa se uneredi. Idemo, Nenade, idemo.
Zato što ja igram sa peticama i sa šeticama.
Ma te, neš ti moj kurac, ti nam kažem, ajde. Neserutske. Neserutske!
Nemam potrebe da se...
Reći ću ti samo r.
If you're looking away now.
Ova muzika s violinom je slična koji je ono smeće Red Dead Redemption 2 i tamo ima neke... Ima neke violinske elemente.
A čekaj, što smeća imaš tu igru?
Pa nema.
Imaš, evo. A sad si ušao u nju jeboj.
Ma, piratska kopija, bre, skinuo
sam. Ma, odlično, pa to.
Pa nemam, ne mogu da igram s vama online, druže, to je piratition verzition, evo.
Ma najbolje piratske versije te igre, jebo ti kupovat igru bez veze.
Pa da košta 10 evra možda bi i kupio. Ali, pošto ne košta... Sad ću da im jebem mater, sad vidiš kad pretrčim preko njih i pogazim ko sto.
Tu su ljudi, stari.
Ma sad ću i njima da jebem mater.
Nenade, ne vredi sa starim.
A? Šta?
Pa je li Nenade?
Molim?
Šta se ako nisam ti čuo?
Ne vredi sa starim.
Zašto? Zašto, govori?
Dižeš vrane, dižeš sve.
Pa moramo da javimo ljudima da smo tu jebote, koji ti kurac?
I da daju nas da čekaju.
Pa, i onda mi, pošto smo jači od njih...
Nenade, ko se čeka ovoliko, vrete, šta je ovo koji kurac?
Ne znam, pa čekamo nekog. Viže smo mi svi u igri.
Na mene čekate, ja imam kurac.
Misliš da su ljudi tamo, a?
Ba da, 100%.
Sad ćemo da im jebemo vatru.
Ajde. Šoro ste tamo ako su vam ljudi ovamo.
Pa da bolje nanišanimo iz daljine, kako ne? Evo, idem ja tamo da provjerim.
Bio neki pucen na neku...
Ma kako?
Mislim sam čuno...
To se ova prela vama sponovala, da nisu ljudi vamo dole.
Sad ću ja da je pukrim u glavu, da odme isključim.
Već si jeo jebote.
Nisam jeo. Pošto je rekao Nenad jednu, dve, pa ajde.
Ili to pita Iliju.
Ma Iliju pitam sada. Kaj se stvari?
Ilija usisava to kao usisivač. Ne žvači uopšte.
Gori od Milana.
Nešto za mene kažeš.
Ilija, već si jeo jebote.
Pijano.
Pričaš o žvakanju.
Pa ko brže od tebe jede?
Ne znam.
Znači, gori od Milana.
Teško može biti gori od njega.
Mislim, ja jedem pored pompa. Nema se vremena.
Pompan. Gardinači, ti sviđa u rane, brate.
Ja sam čučao, a ti si protočao gore, čisto da ti dam znanja ovaj.
Džabe čučiš ako su na milimetar.
Oh, hello Fuller, what's up, man? I've seen you streaming like last couple of days, or maybe that's because of it was weekend. Yeah, it could be that. Well, glad you dropped by, and sorry for being AFK.
Warning by Gunn himself, but accounts recall ranting about Jared Leto for being an overall asshole and sleeping with underage girls. He posted this the next morning. Good morning to Bogota, Colombia, and sorry to all of you around the world who saw my Indian Periscope session last night at 3 a.m. Yes, I erased it. In 2016, Jared Leto admitted to sending anal beads and used condoms to fellow cast members of Suicide Squad.
Now, how about the gifts you gave everyone? Rats.
Idemo na Ford da se vidimo. Ovi će ovako da dođu na Ford.
Where did that come from? Where did you send anal beads?
Use condoms.
Did not.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Step back, Brian. You can't just say use
Hey,
condoms. And we're just gonna like.
Don't worry. We can educate people here. At least they were used.
Who did you send condoms to?
Oh, everybody.
Yeah, I got that. Jared sent.
Svima, samo da mu javim koje doba i gde da se nađemo. Da se vozi biciklo danas.
He went full Joker, you know. And the real Jared was gonna go full Joker.
Oh,
Richard!
Oh, Milane!
That's ironic. He then later denied all of it and said it was just one big joke.
What exactly did people get wrong about the Joker?
I mean, I just think that there were some things, you know, that were mentioned about gifts and the fact that I was giving used condoms to people, which was not true.
We can say that right now. That is not true.
It was not true. And what are you going to do at that moment? You can't even, it doesn't matter how loud you shout or hold up a sign, you know, with your pants off in Times Square. People are going to go with the story that they want to run.
May 16th, Dylan Sprouse, or Zach from Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, tweets, "Yo, at Jared Leto, now that you've slid into the DMs of every female model aged 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is?" This tweet seemingly came out of nowhere. Why would Zach from the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody know this sort of information? And two, why would he blast Jared Leto on Twitter for thousands to see? And interestingly enough, James Gunn responded. He starts at 18 on the internet. We know that Jared Leto is creepy with girls. We know that Jared Leto has gotten fans.
Ne znam.
We know that Jared Leto has a twisted sexual side. He literally sings about it in his music.
Ili je fašista pa je ono po Francisku Franku.
I don't know, surprise me.
I'll wrap my hands around your neck so tight with love, love, love.
Kasnite, ko kasni ovo?
Tell us a little bit
It's
more.
funny that you would take it that way.
Well, tell us what the song's about if that's not what it is.
Well, I think, what is it they say? Everything is about sex, except for sex. Sex is about power. right?
And articles have been written with sources claiming that Jared Leto choked a woman out without her consent. It's important to note that Tumblr posts fantasizing about sleeping with the band muddy the water of actual evidence against Jared Leto. Is Jared Leto insufferable as a person? Yeah, anyone can get behind that. There's weird, probably shouldn't do that type of behavior. And then there's illegal. Where Jared Leto falls on the spectrum is unclear. Decade-long rumors following him across two different career paths is not a good sign. And neither is this one. Let me fix this.
Bounty ekipa Vega, Bounty ekipa Vega, manite se.
A ko je pucao na mene odavde, a majke ti.
Ko puca ovo, Gardi?
Bounty ekipa Vega, a vi tu se prepirajte šta je bilo juče.
Neko je pucao na mene s desne strane, Nenad.
Pa nije te hitro, to je Kios.
Nije, ali neko je pucao, bre.
Ma mali to sad ko je pucao na tebe ekipa Bounty ispred nas
A,
doći po Vega.
moji ljudi, pa oni će otići, evo.
Neće.
Šta neće? Neno, ćeš ih stići, šta?
Čekat će vas za dozvolu.
Će da ih stignemo.
Ne.
Evo.
Ko puca to? Neko je pao.
Ja sam pao zato što se vi
A,
zezate.
pao.
Ko sad kasni? Ko sad kasni?
Gdje su i ljudi, evo?
Kod kočija su. Može li me digneš iz tog ugla? Može li me digneš?
Mogu.
Eto.
Mogu.
A da si me digao kad sam ti rekao, a ne da si što ti čekao.
Da sam te digao kad sam ti rekao, a ne da sam ti čekao.
To je druga ekipa. Ovo ići ti dađu. Da se vi zezate pozadi. Imaš neke mase, Kesiš?
Ček.
Šta me ujelo sad?
Čekaj, stani.
Bounty ekipa.
Da li si ga očeš?
Čekaj.
Nije.
Au. Igru mrtvu pičku, bre, kad igram ovako debilno, bre. Mene i 10 ljudi rašuje, bre, jebem ti igranje ovako, bre. Jebem ti igranje, bre. Jebote da ovako ginemo ko debili. Ma beži, bre, nema smisla ovo igrat ovako, bre. Bolje je ne igrat nego ovako igrat.
Za sve je Nenad kriv, ti ja kažem.
Jebote, ne mogu 4-5 ljudi me račune, ne mogu ništa da uradim, bre.
Sam ja kriv ili ste vi krivi što se tamo zezate?
It's absolutely marvelous.
Ne znam ništa da nosim, koji kurac, šta da
Ja
vidim,
ću
šta?
sada nosim nešto.
Jebote, ne mogu 10 ljudi da pucam, to ne mogu da uradim.
Dobro je, smiri se čovječe, ajde, dobro je, igra.
Sljedeća kvaka bude završavam sigurno, to je to.
Pametno.
Ono totalno, a?
Dragane, opusti se.
A baš zato ću da se opusti, neće se da mi tenziju nabijam zbog ove igre.
Dragane! Miri se, Dragane. Pa ćemo da ih koljemo sve.
there other units to bother?
Come on. Building complete. On your orders. Tell me.
A new task. Are you sure?
Commander?
A nema, to onaj me heduje s onim smećem usranim, ne mogu da verujem.
Das ist smeće.
Yes, tell me. But be quick.
Weće.
Ready and waiting.
What? Yeah.
Commander? Ready and waiting. Great idea.
Ich bin einen smeće.
You're gonna pay me for this, right?
Stvarno je nevjerojatno, majke.
Da ćemo nešto.
Any orders?
Sad sam zapalio Lucky Strike, sad ćemo.
Če se ovo spamujemo ovamo, šta je ovo jebe igru je?
Sad ćemo nešto.
Krematorij.
Dosta je bilo zajebacije.
Jedan dođe neko iza leđi.
Dosta je bilo u pičku lepe mate.
Let's go. Just tell me what to do. Ready and waiting.
What do you want?
O, 73 emulatora u pičku materinu, jebo vam pas materiju.
Kakva je ovo igra, jebim.
Halo.
Ćeš na pitching?
Gdje si ti? Radiš? Jel radiš ko? Jel radiš?
Pitching! Ni na šta ne liči.
Ali samo piše, ako ćemo igrati da možemo čuti ljude, ako ne ilaze onda...
Razumem druž, kapitan.
A neću da gledam, neću da stanem, neću da sitim 3 sata.
Bem ti AI ovakav kad... A ovo me tako iritira ova igra da je to strašno.
Aj. Gdje ćemo? Tilvater.
Apsolutno lud.
Tilvater.
Da! Ma da!
At your service. Reporting for duty.
It's absolutely absolute.
Do you need me?
Siću. Josiću.
Da.
Gdje trči sam tamo?
Šta da radim?
Oće dumre.
Dumre od smrti.
Poslije Google ga te ubiju. Znači zadnjići budemo tamo, moramo da idemo polako, jebi ga. Boti, sad skatate čim u Skype Lake,
Super laki. Ljudi, nisu ovdje.
All the way. Bring 'em on! Attention. Building. Great idea, sir. Tell me, any orders?
Fata Morgana stići tamo, brate mili.
Koji kaže ne moramo polako. To što su svi već pozicionirani, a mi pušimo kurac. Šaknite su te ruke, jebem te usta!
Neka nemate.
Jebena glupa igra.
Oran.
Misliš kad ima drhtavicu i to?
Ko je neki narkoman jebem ga usta.
Znam. Igrao sam i ja Tarkovi to. U Tarkovu nemaš pola toga sve ko što ovdje ima. Kao da će svaki čas da padne u nesvijest. Ko alkoholičar da drži oružje. Sve pijani Amerikanci.
Gdje smo ljudi?
Trojica trče unutra.
Sigurno neće ide unutra, si čuo da ima automat.
To je sjajno.
Sa Springfieldom i sa Paxom.
Romero kratež sa sekirom.
Pipa sa desne strane, Springfield sam čuo sa desne strane.
Čao si.
I kratež. Ne znam nije što je. Evo ih uleću unutra.
Jedan manje.
Ko puca Winchester?
Ja!
Ne znam.
Znaš i progovori.
Imaš skraćeni Winchester, a moguće.
Kako misliš?
Šta fali? Treba ti 2 metka na 20-30 metara da ubiješ čovjeka. Šta mu fali?
A na 100?
A ne, onda ne gađaš na 100 metara. Treba znati gdje možeš djeti domet.
Pravi umetnici igre sa skraćenim Winchesterom.
John Wayne je nosio onu, kako se zove, Mare's leg.
When it comes to fake natties, Chris Hemsworth has to be at the top of the totem pole. I mean, he is a fake natty on the largest scale. He's a Hollywood A-list actor, okay? The man is Thor. At least that's what everyone knows him for. I was gonna come at you guys with another bland, boring, predictable title like Chris Hemsworth is not built different. But when I was doing some research, I found out that he is just insufferable with his fake nattiness. And by that I mean he is capitalizing on this small little lie to the nth degree. Typical fake natties just get clothing sponsorships like Gymshark, and they wear Calvins and they sip Capri Sun. However, smart fake natties go beyond social media. They transcend. They create companies like tequila companies, clothing lines, fitness apps, and you know what that brings them? A shit ton of money. While I was doing some research on Chris Hemsworth, we stumbled upon his fitness app called Center, and today we're going to break down why it's a very scummy, sketchy company. Before we jump into that, I encourage you guys to buy a Phillion plushie. There are just 3 days left to cop these one-of-a-kind, third eye of truth stuffed animals. And yes, it's an animal because I'm an animal. Don't say I didn't warn you when I blow up.
My main goal is to blow up.
And these things are sold aftermarket.
And then act like I don't know nobody.
Like grail pieces, okay? You guys can buy these in the link in the description box down below. 3 more days left. Do what you gotta do. Alright, let's find out why Chris Hemsworth is a fitness industry joke. This is Chris Hemsworth. The Hollywood hunk, once again. I mean, I don't think I know a girl that doesn't like Chris Hemsworth. You know what I mean? I think the Hemsworth are blessed in terms of Hollywood fame, in terms of hunkability, the ability to be a hunk. Yeah, this is Chris back in the day. What is this, 2009? This is Chris Hemsworth, 2009, my guy. And let's get some enhanced action. He's got decent-sized arms. He looks like a fit young man. Absolutely. So, once again, we're on Muscle and Brawn. I don't know who writes these things, but they are kind of fun to use in my natty or not analysis, because we need bad opinions, we need good opinions, we need the third eye of truth opinion. That's how we come to a conclusion, okay? Did Chris Hemsworth take it steroids, to play at the mighty Thor? He's using like old English over here. Or was thy gains of a natural kind? The general consensus is yes, and the reason for this is he's got to be on steroids. He's jacked, no credibility, and holds no weight. Looking at how big someone is and saying they must be on steroids is naive, because building muscle comes down to a person's genetics, which is an individual. Oh my, okay. Okay, Greg Doucette. Oh, Jesus Christ over here. Here's my findings. In this picture, he looks gigantic. Full transparency. He is too jacked and too ripped. As a blanket statement. So it's not naive. It's not naive to say this big and jacked. He's too fucking ripped and he's too fucking big. The human body was not meant to be both at the same time. Okay? That's why you need exogenous testosterone. So that you can enhance protein synthesis within the muscle, and you can work out more, and you can recover faster, and you can get Hollywood contracts for millions of dollars, and lie about your natty status, come out with a workout program. I mean, bada bing, bada boom. You are on your way to being a fitness influencer, just like our boy Chris Hemsworth. Yo, this coffee's hitting different, man. The most reliable way of detecting if someone's taking steroids, and I was looking at the body composition over several years.
Da, streamuje non stop, jel? Dobre, diši.
Idemo na Cypress Cuts. Cypress Cuts idemo.
You can break through those plateaus, progressive overload, switch up your training. It's possible. But will there be some diminishing returns, and will your gains taper off? Hell yeah. First 2 years you're gonna be making all kinds of gains. This is the time difference between Cash and Thor. 1 year. Okay, so this is before Thor. And this is Thor. Get the fuck out of here, man. Are you kidding me? Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Here. Wait, this isn't even Thor, man? Here's another comparison picture when he was in Home and Away. 2007, 2011. He's a big boy. He's added some muscle, but far from a typical steroid transformation. Okay. Bobby Hampton, Chris Hemsworth, close friend, stunt double, also said, Chris is naturally a monster, and all he has to do is look at weights and he grows. Get the fuck out of here. We're gonna get into his stunt double, okay? It's Chris Hemsworth on steroids. We found no evidence to suggest Chris Hemsworth on steroids. In fact, all the evidence points to him being natural. What? What type of article is this? We're bouncing around here. Before doing hours of research for this article, I would have guessed Chris Hemsworth was juicing. In a matter of months, he got big. And by big, I mean by even natural bodybuilder standards. But it's clear that his transformation was on the result of new gains. Before picking up Mjolnir, as an the hammer, I'll show you Chris was an absolute stranger to bodybuilding and lifting weights, but he was already jacked. Also, if he'd taken steroids, he would have gained 20 pounds of muscle. He would have added 30 to 50 and got even more swole. Okay. In fiction, Chris is a god. In reality, he's been blessed with genetics by God. Bro, what are you doing? What? I'm trying to film a video. What are you doing? Did you pay your taxes this year? Not right now. They're watching the video. Yo, we're a business now, buddy. If you want to be the biggest person on social media, you need to act like it, okay? You need to secure the bag. And guess what? It's the first of the month. Time to pay your respects. Today's video sponsor. You're goddamn right. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps. Keeps is revolutionizing the way that men are treated for hair loss. With Keeps, it's easier and more affordable than ever to get treatment for your hair loss and help you keep the hair that you already have. My favorite part about Keeps is that you can visit a doctor online and get hair loss medication delivered right to your doorstep. You guys don't even have to leave your house. Prevention is key, and Keeps treatments really work, so the sooner you guys start using Keeps, potentially the more hair you can save. Many men even experience hair regrowth with Keeps treatments. Find out why Keeps has more 5-star reviews than any of its competitors, and why over 100,000 men trust Keeps with their hair loss prevention medication. 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of male pattern baldness before the age of 35. Keeps treatments are up to 90% effective at stopping and reducing further hair loss. I'm coming at you guys with wet hair fill as usual. Sometimes you guys call me greasy, but listen. I'm gonna rock this long hair as long as I can. You know, they used to make me cut my hair in private school, and I say no more, alright? The lion's mane will stay until I start balding. If you're noticing that you're losing your hair, do something about it. For a limited time, head on over to keeps.com/Philion, or just click the link in the description box down below to receive 50% off your order. Massive thank you to Keeps for sponsoring this video, as always. Let's watch more Place video on it, alright?
Like Chris, he has 6 months to pack on 20 to 25 pounds of muscle.
Sto sve dai cubi insani da me fai il culac.
With clinical standard parameter setup that have healthy young men gaining 17 and a half.
He's not fucking natural in this
5 months
video.
Without training and without eating enough.
I see you, Paparosi. Thank you.
Say that Chris is probably somewhere in
Što ne može da se igra?
Oh, a little teaser trailer.
They were going to be talking
Da, ti si toliko opet. Transformation.
Ne, shotgun
6 months to supposedly in only 6 months. This. So
no shot.
He packed on over.
Why are we debating this? Why are we even debating this? I asked you guys who we want to do a natty or not. And you know what? Chris Hemsworth, fake natty juicer. The Third Eye Trust Fund is gonna siphon his lies and deceit for being a Hollywood fake natty directly into Philion HQ's bank account, you know? And as a result, all of us are going to gain from this. Moving on.
So the fact is you can't just stay the same level of body fat and gain 20 pounds, lose 20 pounds,
Facts.
20 pounds, lose 20 pounds with lean tissue. Well, he's definitely bigger in rush than he was in home and away by a significant amount. The amount he fluctuates for Thor is just very indicative of performance enhancement in my opinion. And moving forward, Ragnarok, I don't think that his physique is any better.
I appreciate More Place, More Dates making this video, because I don't watch any of the Marvel movies. My brain would break trying to be like, Thor Ragnarok, and then Age of Ultron, and then Justice League comes in, Batman whips out his Batcock. Chris Hemsworth, stuntman, reveals how he got a body like Thor! Bobby Holland Hanton, baby. You ever watched Chris Hemsworth jump through a window, beat up bad guys, or do a battle with Loki, and thought, wow, that's impressive? While Chris does some of his own stunts, he leaves the most extreme stuff to his stuntman, Bobby Holland Hanton. He's even a fake natty with his stuntmen. He's not doing the stunts. If I was a goddamn actor, psh, you best believe I'm fucking jumping out the windows. I'm doing my own stunts. Jason Momoa is gonna be my stunt double. Okay? Alright, moving on. Okay. Bobby is a former gymnast and Hollywood stuntman, and it's part of his team of Chris Hemsworth's workout app, Center. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Center. It's where the money's at. Cha-ching! This is what Chris Hemsworth made Center for, okay? This is why people are fake natties. You see that? You get the point? Or should I keep going? That's why it pays to be a fake natty, because you could just build a fucking program like Center and make so much money. Bobby is a former gymnast, okay? Puts members to the test with his HIIT, high intensity interval training. Wake up, buddy. Strength and explosive plyometric workouts. He also worked as Chris's body stunt double on everything from Thor films to Extraction, and right now he's deep in preparation for the next big shoot, Thor: Love and Thunder. Chris's objective is to be the best shape of his life at this version of Thor, which means one thing for Thor's body double. Trend time. So how does Bobby get himself into Thor shape? Well, there's quite a lot of bit to it. Let's find out. Bro, one fucking glance at this guy. One little, huh? Juice. He's on the juice. Okay? He just looks like he's on the juice. It's so easy to tell. It's so easy to tell. All these juicers look the same.
Training transformation for Thor: Love and Thunder.
When I spoke to Chris a few months ago about what we were going to do, we want to get strong, healthy, be in the best shape we've ever been. And we have definitely achieved that.
Bro.
Been focusing on...
Yeah, that's natty, baby. Oh, his shoulders look like my testicles, if I'm being honest.
Been focusing on specific way of training, lifting heavy. Each week I've seen the improvements and...
Are you kidding me? You can't make this up.
Heavy. Each week I've seen...
Pogotovo kad...
Starting physique! Bro! You guys may not like this, but this is what peak male performance looks like when you're fucking natural.
The improvements.
What
the hell?
Ne diži me, čovjek ispred mene. Uvacaj se i ti me opet digneš. To nema veze, imaš
specific way of training, lifting heavy.
This guy smells like anabolics.
The improvements and it motivates you to do more.
That's my favorite one. The camera snapshot fucking sound effects, and then he just literally adds so much goddamn muscle, vascularity, leanness.
It's been amazing.
10 years. He put on 10 years worth of gains in one little edit. Just
so hard to tweaking the diet slightly and just being super focused to achieve the goals that we need to achieve. So hopefully you will.
Yeah, he ate the Mario fucking super mushroom, man.
Or is it sleep time? Not sure. Bye.
Center, baby. Train center. I can't wait to fucking load up center and do a Chris Hemsworth workout. Oh my fucking god. I lived in Australia at the beginning of November, the UK, at the quarantine, yeah, whatever. Once I finished 2 weeks of intense quarantine training, I had 8 additional weeks to get myself into Thor shape, essentially the best shape of my life. So for 2 weeks, he had limited space and very little equipment, okay? 2 out of 10 weeks is 20%. I went to math class, okay? 20% of this transformation, this 10-year fucking difference in muscularity was just non-existent. This man was doing fucking hotel push-ups. He was greasing the groove. Piss off! Piss off! So for 8 weeks, realistically 8 weeks, this is what this transformation is, because he already has muscle here. It's not like doing push-ups in his fucking hotel room was gonna get him anything close to this. Oh my lord. This is impressive for 10 weeks on steroids, okay? This is impressive for a year on steroids. What the hell? Here's what 2 to 3 workouts and 4,000 calories per day can get you. What the? Why? Why? Why do people claim that working out more than once a day is fucking sustainable? You can't work out 3 times a day. And if you could, 4,000 fucking calories wouldn't get you there. Okay? 4,000 calories cannot sustain 3 workouts a day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you, Michael Phelps? Michael Phelps was eating like 12,000 calories, swimming 10 miles a day. Get the fuck out of here. We don't have to go. This is one big plug for center.com. It's a fake natty workout program. Moving on. Chris Hemsworth is exactly what's wrong with the fitness industry, exposing the lies, steroid use, and unethical marketing. Thank you. Chris Hemsworth's stunt double is tired of eating 7 meals a day to try to keep up with the Hollywood's actors' ever-increasing size. Yep, alright. I have to put on 22 pounds of lean muscle mass in 8 weeks with body fat sitting around 5%. I don't think he's 5% here. I don't think he's 5% at all. But he's probably, what, 9%? The Men's Health article mentions center directly meals filled with protein from eggs, tuna, lean turkey, lamb, chicken, and steak is from the center. Everything is just fucking center. Center, baby. Plug center. Center. Chris Hemsworth, a new app. Center. Woo! This is on Natty or Juice. It's Chris Hemsworth Natty. Did any movie star put on a shit ton of muscle mass in a few months for a role? They're not natural. You think Hemsworth is going to play Hulk Hogan Natty? LOL. Yeah, like I said earlier, I didn't even know he was going to play Hulk Hogan. He's going to play one of the juiciest wrestlers known to mankind, and we fucking slammed the Mjolnir Natty Hammer down on him. He is not natty. 6'3" Chris Hemsworth. I mean, like, bro, give me a break, man. Juicy goals? Yeah, quite literally. People on Juice strive to look like this. So this picture blew up on social media. It's got 10 million likes, okay? Holding my little man's hand and asking him the age-old question. What do you want to be when you grow up? Dad, I want to be Superman. Lucky I don't have 2 other kids. Lucky I do have 2 other kids. Meaning, like, I'm fucking Thor. Superman sucks. Ha ha ha. Funny joke. The media goes wild.
But what the media went wild over
ja nisam bio tu da vidim.
Is his legs, his calf insertions. Now listen, I'm gonna be honest. My calves are non-existent. I have sprinter calves. I don't have those big, meaty hams hanging off my legs. If you were to take a picture of me out in public, not wearing short shorts, like he's wearing longer shorts, my legs from the knee down will probably look similar. But that's why I don't wear long shorts, because my quads are busting out of my goddamn pants, okay? My hamstrings are juicy. My glutes are round and supple and tight. So like, do I kind of feel for him with the calves? I really don't care about the calves. I'm sure he has big fucking legs. You roll up these shorts, the man's got some hogs under there, okay? It's the angle of the dangle. I don't think it's that serious. It's just a funny picture. Because then you just see his arms are fucking these on. Now, I said I had a fucked up joke to share with him. Because when Josh Brolin says, ha, that's Thanos, right? Thanos is commenting on his picture. MCU and DC crossover, okay? So, there's 3 Hemsworth brothers. There's Chris, who's Thor. There's Liam, who was with Miley Cyrus for a bit. And then there's Luke. Hemsworth Luke Hemsworth. And he says, bro, you've been skipping leg days again? If I was Chris and I wanted to roast my fucking brother, say, hey Luke, you skip face day? Nobody fucking knows who you are. I am the Hemsworth. Liam is the Hemsworth. You only have a blue check mark next to your name because of us. You keep that goddamn mouth shut. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a bit. I just find it funny that nobody knows who Luke Hemsworth is. So let's look at center.com. Train, eat, and live better with Chris Hemsworth's team. Start your free trial. Oh, he looks natty here. He looks like a fit dude. Too bad that's not what he is. To be fair, is good in Westworld. Look. I don't know. He's probably great in Westworld. I was just making a joke. As if Chris Hemsworth was a twisted older brother and just shat on his his brother's life. Yeah, Luke doesn't skip leg day. As one of Hollywood's leading men, Chris is known for diverse roles that require dynamic physical transformation. He attributes most of his success to a healthy lifestyle backed by a team of world-class steroid injectors in fitness, nutrition, and wellness. With Center, his team is now your team. Okay. All right, $10 a month. The fuck? It was $30 a month. What is why? As if you're getting a deal? Get the fuck out of here, man. All these places do that. You know, we're having a special right now, a little deal going on for a third of the price. You guys are lucky that I'm even letting you have this deal. Fucking bullshit marketing, man. Wasn't fucking born yesterday, Chris. And Chris Hemsworth is promoting his stunt doubles bullshit. Stoked to see some amazing transformations from stuntman and center trainer Bobby Dazzler, 84, and other members using Center Fit. Incredibly proud of my team for having amazing results. They have 787,000 fucking followers and they're verified. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Okay? You know what's crazy? Your boy's out here streaming on Twitch, getting headshots in Halo 3, making YouTube videos on a daily fucking basis. We're out here. I don't want that verification anymore. Okay? Because we're verified on Twitch now. Right? I don't care about Instagram. Instagram, what am I, 12? That shit's owned by Mark Zuckerberg. The social network, Mr. Sunscreen himself. All I'm saying is, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. That blue checkmark verification, it's for puss boys. I don't fucking need that. That's one phone call to Instagram HQ. Hey, we're starting a new app and we're gonna make millions of dollars. We're gonna make millions of dollars. Can we just get that verification badge because I'm Chris Hemsworth? Click. Let's watch the men's health video, okay? Chris Hemsworth workout explained by his personal trainer. Train like a celebrity. Men's health, baby. Oh, copyright strike. Copyright strike. Let me just tell you guys real quick. Every single time I make a video on a men's health video, I get copyright strike. Every single time. The money stays in escrow, okay? A lot of people are like, Filion, your ads, sell out ads. I don't see the money unless the dispute gets settled, which it normally does. But I'm just saying, it's fucking annoying. Because Men's Health has an MCN, right? They're a channel network, and they could claim any fucking video that someone reacts to, has commentary over, uses their clips to educate other people with their points. Just nope, zapped ours. Bye.
I'm not American. I can just do it Australian, yeah? Hey guys, I'm Luke Zocchi. I'm Chris Hemsworth's trainer. I'm going to take you through a workout with Chris himself.
Luke, we're not going to do it, Chris.
What do you?
Why not?
We can't get him, mate. He's too expensive.
Then who are we going to use?
No clue right now. We're trying to figure it out.
Let's get onto it now, okay?
Sure.
First exercise is a weighted burpee. So it's just like doing a normal body weight burpee, but you got weights in your hand. So let's go, Bob. I want you to bend down, keeping your core tight. Pose out. Spine is neutral. One more, let's go, Bob.
Drugi tim, šta?
Tamo smo izašli iz Bosne. Može biti na drugi tim, jes.
Drugi tim, to više bio Bosne.
Got Ashton Hall fitness over here.
Here I want you to keep your shoulders back into press.
This is the first time. Dude, this I guess they're both Australian. The guy on the left, giving him the workout, it's his first time ever prescribing this workout.
Keeping that core tight, weight on your heels.
Nego je Milan sad, gdje si Milan je?
Just curl and press.
Što kasi sad, što kasi?
To the goblet squat, we're
Ne,
hitting the
neki
lower
u
body.
Slezenu.
How much weight is that? Goblet squat, 8 reps. Is that a 15-pound dumbbell?
Ma kakve rozole ima dve ekipe unutra?
10 kilograms?
Great thing about a goblet squat is exactly like a bodyweight squat, but you're really focusing more on core here.
Is this still a warm-up?
Au, gotov.
He should have over 100 fucking pounds in his hand, okay? What?
Because naturally reverse lunge curl.
What?
This is hitting arms and legs at the same time. Very functional. Are you ready? For this exercise, I want you to step back with your right foot.
Why?
And you're going to do the curl.
Why?
As you come down. So functional, this exercise. You're working legs, biceps at the same time. Doing this as well,
why would you want to?
In
In what position am I ever using my legs and biceps at the same time? Does anyone know? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. What functional survival thing am I doing where that's going to matter?
So your whole body goes forward and back. 1, 2, 3.
What the fuck are we watching? Let's rewind that.
1, 2, 3.
I could think of one activity that this exercise is good for.
Now Pike, you're just coming up here, driving up. 1, good. Pull up.
This guy's training to lay the pipe. Like the more and more I make these videos, I just realize that it's like these people, when they get this wealthy,
yes.
Does it really matter if they're a fake natty? Because there's levels to this. Like, I know Gymshark has their fake natties. And they're like, you know, they're teenagers to like early 20s, making a couple grand a month. Probably 6 figures a year. The top fake natties making maybe 7 figures, right? But then you have the Hollywood fake natties who are literally making 7 figures a month at the top level. Multi-million dollars per month. So like,
you,
you're not on planet Earth then, okay? You're on fucking Asgard. You're in a different tax bracket. You're on a different planet. The same morals and principles don't apply. They should, but they don't.
Oh ja, moje veliko ja. Kuda si ti moj Crnogorac.
It should matter. It should.
Što nemaš Crnogorku
But it
više
doesn't.
kažeš?
Because Chris Hemsworth is never
Zato
going to see
što
this
ne
video.
može da glasa u Crnoj
And
Gori
if he
i
does,
u
he'd probably
Srbiji.
laugh at it.
I džaba on
Look at that kid
potpiše
in his
papir
attic.
i da zakletvu Milu Đukanoviću.
Gdje
Ja
si
neću da glasam u...
Gdje si ovaj ubagao, Milane? Milane! Je bilo li ti u Srezenu, gdje je ovaj što mu ubio? I odakle on mene ubio?
Sve ste već izlutovali.
Gledam iz kog Google je on mene ubio, jevat. Ne mogu da nađem. Dve ekipe. Ja sam napolje ubio jednog, ubio sam tu unutra jednog. To su dvoje. I troje su tu na stepenicama, to je peti. Još jedan je tu negdje. Evo ga šesti, evo ga. Evo ti ga ovdje. Tu je jedan. Tu je drugi. I on ima što je, to su pet. I napolje jednog sam zapalio 6. I 3 smo bili tamo 9 i nas 3 je 12. Gdje je onaj automat, evo tebe? Šta je tu? Da nisam rekao šuti. Jes, kurac nisi. Znaš kako si se bio zaleteo si, da nisam rekao Kesiću šuti. Pa nije ti rekao, ali čuo se da mu kažem šuti. Ovaj opet ko da je sve on uradio, a mi ostalo ništa.
Pa vi ništa niste uradili.
Prema dokovima gore, nema šta.
Ajde me u pizdu, materinu, jedan ti je život.
Ne znam zašto stave jednog bossa bez ikakvih izlazi, to mi je zapanjujuće.
Slušaj ovo Kesiću, danas me igra sponuje, kad sam igrao. Sponuje me odmah pored Triosa. Na kraju meča pogledam. Znači samo sam bio ja solo i jedan Trios. Sponovalo nas je jedan pored drugih na 50 metara. To zove kurčine, znaš. Znači dignem ni vrane patke ili ostalo, napravim sranje, samo me trojica pregaze. Znači bukvalno sam ih vidio. Kad sam se pomerio sa sponom, vidio sam ih desno od sebe i otišao na drugu stranu. Poslije pogledam meč, samo njih trojica, ništa drugo.
Sve ovo ono ubagovo. Ne mi da problem s screenshotove. I on to rekao, vajpujemo, nije rekao vajpujemo.
Svajpuješ?
Vidimo da nema kase, kad smo već sve pobili. Greota bi bio, evo je kasa.
Ajmo napolje, ne nade.
Idem. Pa zato ja uvijek imam pana da ti nikad nemaš.
A ne treba njemu pare. Za double barrel. Pa ne trebaju ti dok ti ne zatrebaju na to.
A što treba da kupim mongolsku kurvu i to, a? Znači te mongolske kurve da kupiš i nije.
Nek, pitajte Gradinovačkog, mene to ne interesuje.
Ja.
Ko sam morao rekonekt?
Jebem ti
pa
to sranje.
Pa rekonektuj se sad kad izađemo napolje.
Kids.
Just tell me what to do. On your orders.
Čekaj se, nemoj na izlaz bez mene. Deo bounty je kod mene.
Pa možeš. Ako ti imaš bounty, oni neće biti tvoj deo bounty, eto ti. Trt.
Jel možeš? Šta je bio?
Ajde, 13, 12, 11, 10, ne stižem opet.
Ubija si 4 čovjeka.
Koji je to ubica, jebot.
Opasan. Ja to nisam vidio. Kako ja mogu da znam da Kesić nije tu učestvio?
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Orders, sir. All the way. Understood.
Sada častić.
Da. Da. Pa da. Ma da, ako je rekao da će, nema što.
Mada ja ne vidim razlog ti gledam ljuke kad ti nisi prijavljen i oni ti to plaćuju na osnovu nečega, neke stavke. I tu ne plaćaju porez. Ili ti radiš na nečije mjesto i neko drugi ide zdravstveno i penzijsko, a tebi ide kurac. Šta ti misliš ima?
Pa naravno. Mora ga prijaviti. Mora da neko prima imaginarnu platu umjesto njega, znaš?
Ili je on prijavljen i sve to, a neće da nam prizna ovdje da bi spao ko da je on...
Zarađuje milione.
Da je samostalan i nezavisan.
Don Buđoni.
Jebo ti to sve, znaš šta je prava zarada? Čovjek je došao s viljuškarom što diže 8 tona, to je malo veći viljuškar da diže te mašine i to sve. Za 4 sata, s tim da je sat vremena put računa, put pola sata do vamo i pola sata nazad. I nazad računa put u svoje radno vreme. Znači sat vremena je samo put. Za 4 sata je čovjek uzeo 500 eura.
Oko?
500 eura.
Koje je vidio?
Be space. A da ne kažem dizalicu pravu kad dođe boss. Kad dođe dizalica. Dizalica je 1000 eura, čini mi se sat vremena. Pa znam zato što dolaze da nam vade zmiju u firmu što Kotal koristi. Spiralna zmija. A? Ne čuješ oni na godišnje, šta pričam?
Ili ja nema pravo na godišnje.
Kako nema? A gdje sam ja sad koji kurac? Na letovanju.
Ko kaže da ja hoću da uđem, jebem li te usta, da te jebem usta škevama.
Tu ne nada jebem te usta, te jebem.
Ne, na to od Miloš se radi, ne radi on to iz zle namere. Znaš? Znam ja Nenad. Nenad je mekan u duši.
Oje, zapali me, zapali me! Uk me zapali, evo te.
Što se nisi rekonektovao, brate, dok smo krenuli? A jebote. Nema veze, ajde. Šta bude, bude, jebem se. Ja nemam čime ni da zatvorim ovo. Imao sam veliku dovoljno. Ja svakako posle ove pravim pauzu. Nenade, ovo se treba zatvori tu.
Zapekljeno.
A već se zatvori.
Zapekljio sam ove strulice, ne da je neki pogon.
Da.
Budu li nas ubili sada i jebaću ti 3 dana?
Ko bude li da se ubili?
Nije ti to toga, to je do igre.
Ma nije to do igre, kako ja nikad te probleme nisam imao, to switchovanje.
Nisi nikad imao da ti zvuk bude onako ko malo
ništa, nikako switchovanje, ništa.
Da bude onako produbljen i kao da je u daljini nekako.
Ne, to nikad to nisam
To je do
imao.
igre.
To nikad nisam imao. Ja to nikad nisam primetio, baš nikad.
Do igre. To je igre kriva. Sjebali su nešto sa nekim avlitom, trebali su da promene nešto, a očigledno nisu odradili to kako treba.
Da.
Oj.
O, ljudi, jesu. Vidiš koga ne nadi? Ne znam.
Ne dolazi niko.
Jedan čovjek na 210.
2 čovjeka su tamo.
Da, 3. Samo dolaze tek. Sve.
Zapekljeno je uglavnom sve.
Martini Henry.
Pa da.
Danas sam upao sa onim tipom što ima 60.000 kilova.
Ja sam bio posljednji što ima isto tako 58 kg ima.
Znači tip me razne ono, nisam zna gdje sam.
Doduše je bio sa mnom u ekipi.
To samo buši, brate. Razbiši prozor.
Jedan je tu, jedan je tamo i jedan ide na desno.
Taj desno je već vamo negdje.
Ne može da mu izletiš. Ma daj, wallbango ju jebote.
Ovo nije baš naivna ekipa. Bar mi djeluje tako. Hitovali koga ne nađe.
Još se zahio. Ma da. Mosanka. Kroz vid.
Bravo. Beži unutra, beži unutra.
Šta radiš? Zatvori tu šljubi za njiminom osiku.
Da palimo to smeće. Da palimo to smeće. Ne može, u vodu.
Jedan ispod nas. A jedan tu hoće da ga digne. Ali sigurno je digao do sad. Ubio sam govno. Ubio sam govno.
Svi mrtvi.
Pazi pozor koji je umeo. Ne čime je tu gas.
Evo vidite prema izlazu. Bounty ekipa ide na izlaz.
Serio? Pa previ otaku. Ovi idu na izlaz dole. Ako podići ću ti da vidim gdje su. Mada ja ovdje nisam vidio crkvenje u kaputu. Možemo još nekog iza nas, da znate.
Aje.
Jedino ko su je ono iskempali. Šta? Nije. Evo. A što ne uzmeš ovaj... Slušaj sad. Uzmi zmaje dah. Čuješ šta ja tebi kažem, uzmi zmajev dah. Znači, kako se čuje? Pa, jebi ga.
Šta je zmajev dah?
Da. Uzmi da vidiš koliko je OP, uzmi probaj jednu. Ali ti uzmi pola ovoga, pola onoga. Ali uzmi pola ovoga, pola onoga. Na terminus. Da uzajebavaš.
Od mene dosta, pa nastavljamo na čas. Ma idem da vozim bajer, šta ću. Bolje jedno tučo, a govna. Najgore je kad čovjek spane na ovo da tuče. A? Ma da.
Penjamo još ko govno.
4705 Bloodbones. Malo li je ili je?
Pa no, ja sam ubio ovoga. A ga su bili gnupi da priđu. Ti su imali duge cevi, samo su te jebavali na daljinu. Pa da ome. On je čovjek šta se očekivao, koji ide. On je tu. non si può più. Di più.
Radite pomalo, dobro. Krenut će to, bit će tuno. Znači, hoće da budeš najka.
Dobro. Well, all my friends are AFK. That's sad.
Alright, and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I hope you're doing fine. So in today's Alright, and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I hope you're doing fine. So in today's video we're gonna discuss a question that I get a lot in my Twitch chat, but also in the YouTube comment section. What's better, throwing axes or throwing knives?
It's a matter of
now,
personal taste.
I try to make this video as short as possible, so I'm gonna give you the answer right now. They are, in my opinion, equal. Now, it depends a little bit on your experience level, but also on your personal preference. Alright, and that's it. With that being said, I think we can roll... No, hold up. People wanna know a little bit more. So I have to do the full video?
Yes.
Alright, okay, we're gonna do a full video. Now, keep in mind, timestamps in the description, so if you're only interested in certain topics, you can use that. We're gonna start with a little bit of a PvE part, because, well, that's the main reason why you use these things. If you use throwing knives or throwing axes for PvP, you're mostly doing this for fun, or because it's your absolute last resort. Okay, so, as I said at the beginning, PvE, then we will talk a little bit after seeing what they can do, pros and cons. Then we're gonna jump in the PvP section. Afterwards we're gonna jump into the trade section, because actually that can be important with this one. And at the end, conclusion. I think that's it. Alright, let's start with murdering some AI. Okay, let's start with the horses. I know, not the most amazing combat. With throwing axes, you can relieve them from the suffering super quickly. Headshot or body shot does not matter. One toss and they are gone. Honestly, just aim for the torso, because with throwing knives, you need to aim for the head, and sometimes they juke you. These little bastards. Okay, if you wait a little bit, you can see what kind of animation they're doing, and then you can place a proper headshot. You get used to that. Otherwise, be careful with the body taps, because normally one is not enough, and normally that triggers them. I had a few cases where it did not happen. Just know this is not normal. If that happens to you, it can, but that's a bug then. You have to do this here normally to have like the secure headshot here. Have like this, but that's a bug then. You have just know this is not normal. If that happens to you, it can, but that's a bug then. You have to do this here normally to have like the secure headshot here, or the secure kill to make no noise, because sound and hunch is key. Grunts, also super simple. Throwing axes at them, against them, are very effective. You don't need to hit a headshot. Of course, more fun, but the torso shots are enough. Now, the cool thing about the throwing axes is you don't really need to toss it. The light attack, although it consumes a lot of stamina, will kill them with a one-shot. Always keep in mind, I think this right here is a nice showcase. Even without stamina, the light attack is enough to kill them. So there you go. Then we have the throwing knives against the grunts. Torso shot is enough. If you hit the arm, it's not killing them. So you need at least a body tap or headshot. The cool thing about the throwing knives is you have way more than with the throwing axes. So you run around, you just toss one left, one right, you just aim for the torso. Keep in mind, if you crouch, it tightens the crosshair a little bit, so it's easier to hit them. Sweet, sweet body taps. You can get rid of way more grunts than with the throwing axes, and they fly faster, they feel more agile. I personally like it a little bit more. However, if you try for melee runs, throwing knives, and you don't have a silent, boy, this will take a while, so don't do it. Alright? Then we have the armors. Not worth the mention, basically, with throwing axes. You just hit them in the weak spots. Weak spots are the torso area or the face. Keep in mind, do not hit the arms, the armored shoulder pads, or the armored legs, because you will not do much. Against the wired ones, you need 2. However, if you're, you know, in a good favorable position and you hit them in the face with the throwing axe, you need 1 toss. With the throwing knives, this is getting a little bit more difficult, so you need at least 4 throwing knives if they all hit the sweet spot in the torso. Keep in mind, it doesn't matter when you toss them without stamina, they deal the same damage. Sweet spot, 2 times, 2 pullouts, and the armor is dead. Fun fact, it doesn't matter if you hit 2 times the torso or 1 time the head and 1 time the torso, you still need 2 hits and 2 pullouts to kill them. Now, with the wired armors, it's not that bad. Keep in mind you need 2 throwing axes. You need 3 with the knife to kill them. But with the headshots, you still need 2. I would not try to kill them with pull-out damage, because the moment you pull out the knife, it's the same with the throwing axe, by the way, it will apply bleed on you. That can be rather annoying. With the hives and the throwing axes, be careful. Torso is enough. In that case right there, I hit the arm. Be careful with that though. Just go for the headshots because they're way more satisfying, but otherwise, honestly, super simple. Then, next we also have the throwing knives. Against hives, you need 2 body taps. Alright, if you can land those, easy peasy. Otherwise, let's see what we have in this clip here. Oh yeah. 1 is enough if you bypass them and you just pull out the knife. Keep in mind, most of the time you will suffer a little bit of damage. Spark says hello. Or you do it like this right here, you just go for the 1-tap headshot. That needs maybe a little bit of practice because they like to wiggle. Then Hellhounds, man, Hellhounds with throwing axes, not fun. You can do it, but they're normally in a pack of 4. With a pack of 2, you basically hit 1 with a cross, then you still have 1 left, and you do a heavy attack against them, and they die. You can, of course, just, you know, toss your throwing axe twice. They die to body throws, so you don't need to hit the face. But, yeah. Normally they're not packed into. If you have a bigger pack, right here there's 3. Honestly, I would not toss the second one, just use that one for the melee. That one died there to a light attack, I think because I hit the mini hand. So, it's just not fun. With the throwing knives, it's a little bit more easily. You get close to them, you wait until they trigger, then they show their face, you toss it at them, so you can toss them very quickly. 2 Hellhounds, no issue. If you can sneak up, you can even aim for the face. It has to be a headshot. If you hit them with the throwing knife into the torso, the pull-out damage will kill them. Toss alone will not. If you have multiple dogs, you have to do it like this. With a little bit of practice, you can even take on 4 at once. Honestly, normally I run a knife and I just stab it because of a stamina. But for the sake of completion, don't do this at home. Throwing axes against immolators. So right here, body shot 1, body shot 2, not enough. Then we have here the pullouts. Yeah, you see this is not very great. Now, you can of course go for headshots with throwing axes against immolators. Again, I'm just completing here the testing. 1 headshot, you can hear it in the sound effect. Second headshot, still alive. Dies to the pullout damage, Jesus Christ. If you have to do it mid PvP, not really an option. With the throwing knives against the bodies, man, they are really tough. So what is that? 5. Without pullout damage. But dang, dude, you really just wanna hit them with a blunt attack. Honestly. Dusters, Obver's Maze, or maybe some poison, up to you. Or something that's a little bit more reliable. With the headshots, it's still insane how many you need. You need 3 headshots to kill an immolator with only headshots. Insane. What I like to do is farm meat hats, especially when I have a new hunter, they don't have any traits. Meat hats have a 50% chance to drop a trait. Especially when you're running in a duo, and you both have throwing knives or throwing axes, you can basically farm them. Redda, I mean, it's not silent, but it's quiet. With the throwing axes, not as much fun because, well, you only have 2 without frontiers man, then you have 3. Takes way longer. With the throwing knives, it's more enjoyable. Yeah, this guy's working for baseball. Alright, then. With the throwing knives, you need 6 hits, then the pull-out damage, and then 3 more. That's enough. You might need sometimes a little bit more damage, because they have hit zones, and the sweet spot is basically the upper torso. And if you hit them in the... yeah, I'm gonna cut that out. So, 6 hits, I'm doing it here a little bit sloppy. 6 hits, and you can see they're doing the swing, right? So if you toss your throwing knife while they're swinging, you will hit the arm, and you're doing less damage. Then you need more than basically 9 tosses and 6 pull-out damage. Just imagine there's 2 of you, and I think the throwing knives from the 2 of you will be enough to just kill them. I think it's worth it when you play a new hunter. Because these traits right here, they're basically free. Then, something that will not happen very often, but again, for the sake of completion, we have our hentai noodles here. Now, interesting, you need 2 throwing axes to kill them, which is a surprising one. That is actually quite a lot. If you have throwing knives, what happens with the throwing knives? You only need 2 throwing knives. So that is kind of interesting, and I was really surprised when I did it. Now, obviously, normally you don't do that. Okay, there's other solutions to deal with them. Doing a 180 and just running away. Now, that's it for the regular AI. I want to show you a few tactics against bosses real quick. Let's go. Okay, let's talk about bosses real quick. I'm not gonna show you now every boss killed by throwing knives and throwing axes because it would take too long, but I'm gonna drop a couple hints. Now, killing bosses with throwing axes and throwing knives is absolutely viable. Only exception maybe is the assassin. Spider can be a little bit difficult too. The assassin morphs that he drops the throwing knives, the throwing axes. Sometimes you cannot apply the pull-out damage and then it just takes you off. So for the assassin, find a combat axe, find a sledgehammer, get some poison, you know, maybe the dusters with the stamina shot, that's valid too, alright? But for the butcher, it's super nice. You toss all your throwing knives, all your throwing axes, you get close, the pull-out damage staggers the boss actually, and then you just, you know, run in circles. Just keep in mind, every 25%, he will have an enrage phase, like all the other bosses too, by the way. And during this enrage phase, he will not be staggered by pull-out damage. That's it. Otherwise, you toss your 6 knives. It's normally enough for the first enrage from the butcher. Enrage is over. You start with the pull-out damage, a couple more throwing knives. Repeat until dead. With Scrap Beak, that works too. It's a little bit harder to do because he's getting faster, so you have to do some very quick 180s to pull it off. With a little bit of practice, not too difficult. Spider, possible, but dang, honestly, if you have a high ceiling, wait until she's doing the scream at you, or if she is on a lower level. Because the throwing knives, the throwing axes, if you're fighting in a barn and you hit the ceiling, the thing's gone. You're not getting it back, so be careful with that one. Against Butcher and Scrap Beak, works. Against Spider, okay. Against the Assassin, super annoying. So, there you go. You saw a couple clips, how you do it in the background. That's it regarding bosses. Now, let's talk about pros and cons. Now, that was a lot of blah, 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 and a lot of showcasing, but I think it's important to have a look at what can these tools do before discussing the pros and cons. Now, quick summary regarding the AI. The throwing axes, they win in engagements with the armors. You only need 1. This is like no competition with the throwing knives where you need 4 or 2 and 2 pull-outs. On the other hand, I would say for the meatheads, I definitely prefer the throwing knives because you don't need to get close to them, where they can smack you quite hard for the pull-out damage. Everything else, give or take, kind of equal, like grunts, knives. What else do we have there? I mean, Immolator and the Water Devils, I mean, listen, just don't. You will just lose it or set yourself on fire. With the dogs, you can. But I would say that's going to the knife. Now, AI finally done. Let's look at the other things that are important. PvP. Yes, it's in the next chapter, but so we're gonna cover this here really quick because there's only one point to mention. The axe wins. End of discussion. The axe can one-shot with a torso throw. Throwing knives need a headshot. In a clutch moment, you need a one-hit or you can go home. Alright? If you're using the throwing axes or throwing knives, I said it already once, you're already in a very dire situation or you're just trying to fuck with them. Okay? What else do we have? I'm gonna call it agility because I don't know how else to summarize now the upcoming points. The throwing knives, they fly faster, they don't drop like a brick, and they're easier to charge and to throw. So the throwing knives regarding all these agility points definitely wins. Tossing the throwing axes, it feels kind of clunky. You get used to it, but yeah, they are slow. They at least feel slow. What else is there? Quantity. Well, throwing knives wins, to be honest. You have only 2 throwing axes and you have 6 throwing knives. And let's go and be honest here for a second. My dear Crytek team, my dear Hunt Showdown developers, I love you. But very often, they glitch into the ground, under the stairs. Just, you know, concertina wire is eating your throwing knives and stuff like that. You will lose some of them. It's annoying, but with the throwing knife, I still have 5. And with the throwing axes, I'm down to my last one. So that is not very nice. Resupplying is also something that I would like to mention because maybe not all of you know that. If you use a toolbox, the toolbox is resupplying all your throwing knives. Almost mixed it up. The toolbox is resupplying all your throwing knives, but only 1 throwing axe. And that can matter. What else is there? Mentioned the PvP, the resupply, the agility, quantity, damage. So you can see there are pros and cons for both of them. And you have to decide what's important for you. I play them both, I would say, an equal amount of time. Money doesn't really matter. They almost cost the same. They're so cheap that it's whatever. Now, those are the pros and cons. Let's talk a little bit. I think the next chapter is... And this is gonna be a short one. Yes, sometimes you can have these amazing tosses and you one-shot them with the throwing axe and you feel great and you know, hey, that's going to YouTube, but at the end of the day, throwing axes and throwing knives are more tools for dealing with PvE quickly, efficiently, and quietly. Right? They can come in clutch when you're out of ammo. It's always better to switch to them, or maybe even your melee tool when you're super close, or you need to start reloading in the open because you will just fucking die. Okay? Although the throwing axes deal more damage, and I personally, if you would ask me, hey, do you want throwing axes or throwing knives for PvP, I would always take throwing axes because of the one shot, but they are harder to use. They drop like a brick, they don't have the same range, they weigh their arc, you have to aim high, fly slowly, but I would still take the throwing axes. So for PvP, honestly, before I repeat myself another time, last resort or another chapter that we can cover pretty quickly, traits. There's 2 traits that are important for you when you consider throwing knives and throwing axes. First one, Frontiersman. 8 points, super expensive, one of the most expensive traits that you can actually get. You get one more throwing knife or one more throwing axe. To be a little bit more precise, you get one more tool if it has charges. For example, one extra medkit, you get one extra decoy fuse, stuff like that. Right? You're not getting a second pair of dusters. But everything that has charges or multiple uses gets a +1. That makes Frontiersman pretty strong, especially when you combine it with stuff like Doctor. Basically an extra syringe. Is it worth it? With the throwing knives, absolutely not. It's more, a happy side effect. If I play already with medkits and all the other stuff, and decoy fuses and I get one extra, then I'm like, hey, extra knife. Oh, why not for boss fights and farming meatheads? That's nice. But otherwise, whatever. An extra tomahawk, though? Yeah, that can be important. Still not the main reason why I buy Frontiersman, but it's more important for the axes than for the throwing knives. Then, and this is where it's getting interesting. Assailant. 2 points. Transforms your throwing tool into a melee weapon. Kinda interesting. So, throwing knives with Assailant, they behave like the regular knife. That means that the heavy attack from the throwing knife is basically the same as the heavy attack from a regular knife. So if that connects with the head of the enemy, you will instantly kill them with a heavy melee. Also, it's sick as fuck. Light attack, yeah, it's still kind of whatever, but suddenly you get that one-shot melee heavy step ability that you didn't have before. That's pretty cool because you can take then dusters as your regular melee slots and have then with Assailant and throwing knife something against dogs to stab them and dusters for the immunities. So you can have the best of 2 worlds if you're not the biggest fan of the knife. For the throwing axes, it's also super interesting because suddenly the heavy attack is dealing enough damage to one-shot a hunter with a torso hit. That is pretty awesome. Now, most of the time you will still connect with the arms because it's an arc attack and not a thrust/stab attack. But still, that can be quite a surprise for the enemy hunters when you suddenly have a heavy attack with a throwing axe and just one tap them close range. So Assailant is definitely worth its points. There we go. I don't buy it very often, but it can give you the option to create the sickest tool setups. I would say dusters, medkit, throwing knives with Assailant, and then depending what your loadout is or if you play solo or duos, you can take decoy fuses or choke bombs. That's probably the best setup that you can have for a regular tool loadout. Okay, covered all the traits. Let's jump to our conclusion. Alright, final chapter of the video. Personal opinion, always a pleasure to share it with the internet. Although, I have to say, 99.9% of you guys are super nice. I read, I would say, all your comments, except the guys that are shadow banned. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a summary of the points that are already covered. For PvE, and it doesn't really matter which one you pick. I prefer the throwing knives a little bit more, I think, because they are more agile. They are a little bit tougher to use, I give you that. So if you're new to Hunt Showdown, take the throwing axes at the beginning, because body shot grunt, body shot hive, body shot armor, and you're good to go. Alright? Once you're a little bit more a veteran of Hunt Showdown, I think the throwing knives are more fun to play. Careful, fun. Not saying they're better. Huge difference. You just can, there's like 3 hives and there's like a couple grunts and you just kill them all with precise headshots. It feels so good. It feels so good. You rush through like swarms of AI and it's not really difficult. With the axe, it feels sometimes a bit clunky. So for PvE, I would say throwing knives win. For PvP, it's just great. Like the throwing axes, not the throwing knives. Throwing knives are more like, I have to hit you twice with that or one clean headshot, which is can be a bit difficult under pressure. Throwing axes, especially in quick play, I think I'd pick up more throwing axes than throwing knives, because I know there's more meme potential, or more ambush potential. And killing people with throwing axes, you know it hurts them. Oh yeah, dude, you're attacking their piece of their soul. But otherwise, I think they're more or less equal. Don't get me started with the throwing knives that are more expensive. Both things are so cheap. They're so cheap. So, I showed you now how to use it. I showed you the pros and cons. We discussed the traits. I think we covered almost everything. There's always something that I missed. You guys probably let me know in the comment section what I missed like that. And that's it. Nice. Video is again way longer than I wanted to do that, but people always complain if I don't showcase stuff. And well, there is currently a lot of AI in the game. But now we're at the end. Thank you for watching. Feel free to share the video. Now, let's roll. the outro. And there we go. Another question that I get a lot finally answered. Pretty detailed. As always, hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown of the topic. People who help against my breakdown, my patrons. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Let's go. Lots of work, no time to derp around. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, have a good day and bye-bye.
Merchant, dude, you should have seen. Oh my god, rare. He's got rare things on sale. Honestly, not worth it. Maybe worth it. But for what is the question?
What are you buying?
It on. Okay, wait. 1.6. Ways like slow reload speed. Not a good idea in this mod. I don't know. I think it might be most beneficial to upgrade my rifle and my shotgun, only because, like, look at the ammo. Firepower is the way to go in this mod, and reload speed possibly. It just depends on the situation, but there's a lot of times where instead of reloading, I'll just switch weapons. I think I will get the red 9.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you.
Okay, ready to get my head cut off instantly. Ashley, you might want to stay in there. We got a runner. Come on. Like that, that's what we have to do. We have to put her up there, I think. Is Ashley coming? Oh my god. Uh-oh. Ashley? Oh, she's here. Uh-oh! Well, we're not putting Ashley up there. Oh my god, there's gonna be nowhere to put Ashley. Nice hat. Hey, we can get the shotgun if it's still here. The shotgun was here. Oh, it's gone. Oh. Why are you going for Ashley? Let's wear a hat day in the village, yeah. We could eat you. Where's the Super Salvadors? They're coming. Oh! Speak of the fucking devil! Where's the parasite? Dude! It didn't show. I was waiting and I shot anyway because I was gonna die, so. Alright, well, I think what we need to do is round up every single thing in the map and then run into a corner and kill it all with the Magnum all at the same time. Unless there's something waiting for us over here, like Super Salvador. Fuck. Well, this isn't working. See, these guys are really tanky if you don't use the rifle. What the hell is that? And we have no ammo left. Nice sound effects. Yeah, this is not. Maybe we should just skip this room. Or this area. One sec. I need to look around. If there's new ammo and stuff, I do have to collect things, but maybe we should just go to the next area. Oh no, I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna put a Super Salvador at the exit. Or in here. Now the other one's just gonna get us. Ah, well, actually no. It crashed again. Okay, maybe we don't go in that room. I did not mean to reload! Wait, there's a third one coming. Oh, this is good. We need the other one though. We need to buy time until the other one gets here. Oh, he's not coming. You know what? This might actually work. Fuck you. No! I'm making sure. Yeah, see, this is not gonna work. Wow, it was so good. We had them lined up perfectly and the fucking game crashed. Well, we can go back and save it after this.
Hickory. Seth.
You're lucky, kitty. What's up, man?
Why won't you? Why are you doing so? What? What is this fucking guy doing? What is that guy doing? Here they come! We can do this. This room isn't that difficult. It's the crashing. Yeah, that's the problem. And it's inconsistent too. That time was the Magnum, the other time was my pistol. It is probably just this room. But why though? I need to figure out. Look at these two splitting up. Stop that. I could try and get them to fall on top of each other. No! Okay, they're both on top of each other. That's good. I just checked if my thing was invisible for a second there. Okay. You have to shoot him with the rifle. It's so annoying. In the head. Is he dead? Is he dead in the head? Yes. Oh, there's something. Wait, there's two things over there. Oh, there's a ladder now. Oh fuck! Oh, he has no blood. He has no blood. This better still be doing damage. Hurry up! Fuck you. Whew. Okay, they did do damage.
Where are you going, Leon?
Right here, you stupid idiot. I don't know if that was worth it. Oh, well, actually, we have to kill him, so. Dip. What is my frickin'... My game is bugged. The blood isn't working. I also thought it was a feature at first, and then I'm like, wait a sec. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called being very greedy. Come on, dude. Ooh. Very worth it. God, I hate how they just go straight for Ashley. Like, so many enemies just go straight for Ashley. Look! Get out of here, fuck! No! Oh, get over there. I hate you. I try to save a couple bullets. Oh. Oh! She is they're just going for Ashley, that's why I'm like... Please don't kill Ashley while I'm over here. Thank you. She might come for me now that I've hit her. We did get hit by that guy, but I think that's okay. Still have the egg. We have a lot of heals. Megan off. Ba-da-ba-da. Oh, I can't put her in the box. Good. Butos! Wait. I think they do give you a reward, but I'm not even bothering. I don't want to. No! Ah, those flying fucks. That is so fucking frustrating. The fucking dudes with the throwing their bullshit. Why? They end such good streaks of gameplay every time. It's just like we're doing stuff really well, and then all of a sudden, oh, here comes a fucking axe from God knows where. Uh-oh. here he comes. Plutos. Alright, we have to go far away because like the throwing guy came from far right. Hey, will he fall? You did, okay. Ashley? Oh, okay. Ash is in a fucking shit spot. What? Dude. Oh! Oh, you can heal. In terms of like ammo conservation, we did a good job in this room, so I think I'm going to I think I might heal. Maybe. Where are you going? Yeah, I think it's okay. We did do well with the ammo. Let's just heal, I guess. What does it even mean? Protest. Something not nice? Wait, what does it actually mean? It's pussy, it's bitch, it's fucker, it's male prostitute. Okay, can someone that actually speaks Italian tell me? Ashley! I can't get down! Well, there's a spot here. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Shit. Come on. Come on, Ashley. Oh, great. Oh! I can't hit them both. Oh, wait. Ashley! You stay back here. Where? Why are you all the way over there, you fool?
Ima živih ljudi, a?
Tu smo. Šta ste radili?
Gledao sam neki... sve ko gost je napravio kao klip. Throwing X vs Throwing Knives. Pa... nešto što sam znao i što nisam znao. Ako pogodi... Znao sam kad pogodiš nekog nožem u grudi, ne može ga to ubiti. Ako je pun health, ne može ga ubiti. Ako ga pogodiš sa sekirom za bacanje, može ga ubiti iz prve. Grudni koš. To sam znao. Jer sam ja bio tako lika, full health. Šta ono još čovjek pričao? Nešto... Dobro, šta imam?
Šta još?
Pa... Kad otvoriš kutiju dobiješ 6 noževa, znaš, onu toolbox.
Da.
A kad otvoriš kutiju imaš sekire, dobiješ jednu sekiru. Ili dve, zavisi ako imaš onaj magarac straight. Pekmiju, kako Milan voli da kaže.
Da.
Pekmiju, ne, on kaže ilaš.
Masturbiram da pričam mojim magarčinem.
I šta je još suština priče?
Pa zavisi kako ko igra u suštini. Noževi za bacanje ostavljaju dosta prostora greški. Eto. To ti je point. S nožima za bacanje imaš ih više i možeš da ono manipulišeš, a sekire su ti za ljude koji su ono iskusni, koji ono... Znaš, i dalje se dešava da nož ili sekira propadne kroz podlogu i da ga ne možeš čupat nikako. To si vidio sigurno, mislim.
Da.
To je ono malo retardirano. Malo više.
To se jako često dešava, nije to ništa redko.
Ako uzmeš straight, onaj assailant, to ti onaj... To ti ono da imaš kao...
Znam.
Jedan heavy attack sa sekirom za bacanje ubija čovjeka instant u grudi.
Da, to sam ja probao. Uspeo sam čovjeka.
Ja sam ubio lika koji imao bomb lens. On je mene ubio, ali ja sam bio solo, ali uspio sam ono bukvalno, ne znam koliko imao health. Pretpostavio sam da je ono bio pun. Ne znam.
Ali rad. Ja sam isto u fugu čovjek ubio, tako s tim trade.
Možeš, ako imaš noževe za bacanje, imaš taj trade, bukvalno ti se ponaša kao običan nož.
Kao da, to znam.
Jer ne pišu ti statistike, to možemo samo da nagađamo, znaš.
Pa da, ali kontao sam te
statistike. Po učinku možeš da provališ.
Nigdje nisam pročitano, eto,
probaš.
Srećan što sam testirao i vidio sam da je tako, da. Ili su na mene testirali pa znam da može. Gunsmack igra sa onim rakinim, onaj, kako zove?
Hornet.
Hornet, da.
Hornet igra dobro. Hornet je nešto kao Dracula, znaš. Uzme, ne znam, najjeftinije, najgluplje oružje i napravi masakar. Ba gledao sam ga, ja uzme chain revolver pa ubije 4 i 5, znaš. Jeste, nosi automat ono kad se osjeća kao, znaš, ono da ono hoće da pokosi sve, znaš.
Sad je malo prije jednu partiju automat. Nosi. A nosi 3 box samo i onda samo roka pun gas municiju.
Pam 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 pam.
Jedna kula tu.
Halo.
Halo, da.
Pa je.
Ne radi on sutra.
Ko ja sam godišnji.
Ne radi Dracula sutra.
Ne radim ni ja sutra.
Što radiš sutra, što je sutra?
Pa ništa, uzao free day.
Očekujem da će Drakulić ovako nadrkan da mi ustupi mesto.
Oće, boli ga. Kako ne, ti si se čekao, brat. Ti si se čekao.
Tako drugo.
Čekaj, sad ćeš ti vidiš.
Čekaj, tako drugo.
Jaša nam na kari, brat.
Čekaj.
A vidio tamo negdje oko vikenda.
Pa vidim. Samo jedna reč, sve je okej. Ako bi ovo nedovršena beba legla u 3, ja se bojim da bi ustao u subotu, znaš, to je veliki topor bio, da, mama bi morala neke zavoje i topla mlijeka stalno stavljati pored, znaš, da se oporavi to nezrijelo tijelo, znaš, tako da, taj mladić, znaš, pa voli me kurac za tvoje mlijeko, jer što ne znam šta je mlijeko, A, mlijeko, sad ne znam šta je, jebemo otvore, je to neka životinja, šta je to? Papane najgluplje.
Što?
Skandal, jebi se.
Daj nek kubac u ovoj igri squad, pa da on igra sama, koji bi to pišanje, vrati, bilo.
Ići mlijeko. Ja kad bi otišao u Zrenjanin i rekao mlijeko, ovi bi rekao ti pobegu iz Makarenko škole, ili šta je to? Mlijeko. Šta je s tobom, jesi ti pao s kruške, evo? Ma možeš da me streamneš za sajlu onu dole, znaš.
Imaš stream trovo, Dracula 98.
Ja, stvarno. A ti bi povuka, a?
A ti bi povuka.
Znači, vidi moj pedala, ja tebe upravo zovem da tu neke devojčice tebe malo povuku da vidimo kako to reaguje.
Sajlo.
Ali tebe nema, ti neš doći, znači
Oho,
to je
evo ga
problem.
Makić jebot.
To je... Kaži, druže moj.
Moj dobri druže. Gdje si moj dobri Makić, šta se radi?
Sad završi vezu. Zato što si prošle godine si se naložio, rekao si dolazim sigurno sve ovo ono, pa kad si vidio da je đavo odneo šalu, kad sam ja rekao ajde, sve organizovano, op, pa tu bi trebao kurac i da se digne, što naravno nije baš izvodljivo. Znači, kaže, kako sad ja da dođem, moram se mlijeka napiti pre toga, znači, ne ide to tek tako i onda stalno nešto odlažeš. Nema, stari. Ja sam tebi rekao ne idemo kod njih, idemo u grad pa ćemo ove malo polulabilne što vole da popiju, pa ćemo ih voditi i da posuše nešto, da posušenu kuću. Ne, nego si prvo ti krenuo mnogo da se kurčiš, pa kad se ja malo prokurčio, ti si se onda još dokurčio i rekao kako ćeš ti ovo ti ono, znači, ajde, ne idemo kod kurvi, idemo u Franš, idemo bilo gde, idemo u time out, idemo u peticu, idemo malo muvamo neke cure, ja sve častim, evo ne moraš ništa ti. Znači evo i tu malo i onda malo neke labilne privedemo kod mene i eto šta sad lepo se provedemo, posle pitamo ko je kako jebo da potvrdimo i da potvrdimo ko je kako jebo i eto, znači možemo i da i menjamo malo ako hoćeš.
Es. Odmah.
Stani jesti, ajde sta. A ja vala ni jesi, ajde dobro ne moramo da menjamo. Ćemo. Sve su one drugarice. Sve su to kučke.
Gardi izgleda to ne može na Nvidia.
Misliš, a?
Ma da, ne verujem. Pošto na Nvidia manuelno možeš jedino preko Afterburnera, nema ništa drugo.
Prvaši je stikicu, imbecil.
Stoka bre, viš čim krenemo o pičkama da pričamo, pomuti mu se razum i jaja uvrnu u čvor, jebi ga, viš? Budaletina je.
Imbecil, be.
Imbecilčina, teška, koja pije mlijeka, jebi.
Nije mlijeko krivo.
Aj ti mamicu kucni tamo na druga vrata da se pije mlijeka, jebi ga, malo da se oporaviš. Pa nek ti zagre bre i otrov, boli me kurac, šta će ti zagre? Ja mislim da...
Gdje ga promaši, Beka?
Ja mislim da bi tu trebalo nešto zagrijati, ja tebi kažem.
Zagrijeti kompjuter.
Zagrija ja moj, samo neće, ima neko vodeno lađenje, pa ne može se ugrijeti, ne može da se zagrije.
Ubio si ga, trejdo si se.
To je dobro. Znači da si i dalje tu.
I didn't say the magic word! Ahaha!
Neka, Boris.
Aha.
Zavis Ilija, uspio sam da nateram Hans da nema frame.
Da nateraš, šta je to? Carry jebot?
Ja.
Natera si ga da vabi.
Nateram Han.
Znaš šta sam uradio?
Da čujem, a?
Milane!
Poslaću ti na poruku
sutra
sliku
sam i ja tu,
na
znači all day, bret. Znaš?
Evo ti poslao sam ti.
Aj!
Aha.
Kao nije catch-out, jeli?
A to je ručna. To je ručna kontrola, ne?
Prebačio sam na ručno.
Dobro.
I sad ovako. Pošto mu je po defaultu podešeno maksimalna frekvencija 2500.
Pa moram na close range, nemam punu šotku.
Minimalna 5, šta god ja uradio,
a ovaj brblja matori, samo sere,
da
brati.
baca na neki saver mod.
A koliko je saver mod?
Milane, ne mogu da ga pucam na daljinu, zato što imam hand cannon. Aj ti idi pa pričaj s njim u drugi, brate, kanal, lepo, šta ste došli ovdje?
Ništa ja nisam rekao, ništa ja nisam rekao.
Ti, matori, znači nađi neku ženu, brate, pa
kakva kurva od igre, brate, ne mogu da verujem.
Skapirali smo to. Treba tebi druga strana da pričaš malo, pošto nemaš gde da se ispre. Pobiće nas sve.
Brate moj, poljem čovjeka, brate, ubodem ga direktno, u vrat sam ga ubao, brate, nožem i na jedan health čovjek ostane, zamisli to, brate.
Baksus.
Brate, znači, pakao neviđen.
To je apsolutno sjajno,
Jednog sam headshotao, ovog nisam mogao da ubijem. Ima i...
Ovaj nas je svu trojicu završi.
Da, pa jebi ga šotku ima.
Ti od staroga debila možeš samo da dobiješ krila, znaš.
Sad on priča Snake'u o grafičkama, nešto.
Ne, priča mi sve u redu. Tamo se smirite.
Gardi, ja vidim to kako za Nvidia ide.
Može samo ako mi dovedeš do ovo pseto lajavo ovdje da jebemo nešto zajedno.
Pseto?
Hoće od koga da jebe?
Godinarsko je to thermal steak kućište.
Aha. Level 20.
Aha, kako je to rekao? Svršio, vret.
Šta se ovaj smije?
Pa kako?
Kako? Ne. Kako? Čekaj.
Gardi bez jebanci, aj vidi mi to, brate, kako ide.
Završi mi to.
Da povećam beka minimalnu frekvenciju. Da ne ide ispod te frekvencije. Konta šta hoće da ti kaže. Ne može... Ne može na Nvidia beka, ne može.
Genijalno.
Nvidia ne može da se klokuje nikako, nažalost.
Rišti ovaj ček.
Srbin od svih Srba je rekao, to ću ja da ti navestim.
O, Srpče.
Srbin nad svim Srbima.
Srpče.
Ali sam ja u nasu, nosa na zemlju. Joj. Nikšića mi bogomi.
Možda se klopuje, ali neću to, nego me interesuje minimalna frekvencija, to me interesuje.
Vidiš, ja znam kako se to lako...
Nije beka isto uraditi, klokovati i podesiti minimalnu frekvenciju.
Znaš kako se to najlakše uradi?
Alt F4.
Ne. Ubediš nekoga da kupi 3060 Ti od tebe. I onda kažeš našem Srpčetu da ti nađe najpovoljnije neku Radeonku novije generacije. A pošto je on ultra sposoban, to će on ti završi odmah.
Završi mi to.
To ti je završeno.
Završi mi to.
A usput će i frekvencija ti namesti kad stigne to, znaš. I update-ovat će ti je na jači model koji u stvari on to zna da je to unutra sakriveno u memorijskim čipovima, neka tajna. Znaš, nego...
Da. On je inženjer i nas.
On je to otkrio, pre ovih što proizvode grafičke. A inače, čuo sam od ovog Asian Gamera da na YouTube-u da inače Milan radi nove drivere sve te, da to on piše.
On piše, da.
Molim. It's absolutely marvelous. Možda kupiš 6800 za 550 €.
Kome prodaješ? Meni, jel?
Može.
Za...
Ne, upravo dobit će Ilija.
Vodeno hlađenje, vazdušno hlađenje, čime se ladimo?
Vazdušno, i to ova direktno Radeonka, znači ne ni jedan proizvođač, drugi, da, ogromna grafika, 3 ventilatora. Original AMD protiv.
Koliko traži to vati?
Stari! Ljudi!
Čekaj, stanite.
Doputa posao.
2 osmice.
Imam.
Eto, ako hoćeš se
pošalji.
Mogu da se sredim.
Pošalji.
Ceno, aj smiri se sad.
Pošalji čim stigne, poslije ti pare, može li tako?
Ajde samo da vidim da li imam dosta para, što sam se ja malo istrošio.
Ej!
Da.
Aj smirite se, Mel.
Nemoj sad...
Nije problem.
Ne znam gdje su. A džabe ne mogu da čujem, do sad ništa i nisam čuo. Pičku materinu. Ja sam mrtv. Ovaj mi groh će grokaliti na... Što otiše dalje, je li crven trag?
Evo crven trag.
No da, ne možemo uzimati tragovi, je li ima neko serp? Trag je unutra? Ne, nego je s polja, bret.
Znam tačno gdje je trag, ne?
Oni nas čekaju ovamo. Ne možemo uzeti ovaj trag.
Evo vidimo gdje su oni, brate, jebo trag, ko im jebe mat.
Jebali mi kevu. Jebali mi kevu. Smrde! Trepovali su, alo?
Eto i tamo su više. Uzimaj sad slobodno.
Makiću, šta kažeš za ono? Dobro izgleda.
Da, Makiću, kaži mu šta kažeš za ono.
Drakula, puši kuraca.
Kakav smarač. Ženski. Čudo nisi žena, jebote.
Ajde, puši bre,
kako voliš da pričaš.
A dobro, znali smo da smo tu.
Ajde, kaži, bari se, nećemo da te smanjujemo. Ma ne bre...
Bori se Gardinovački.
Neka nastavlja da priča.
Mlijeko nije bijelo, da vam kažem.
Kako će nam ovi se usrati u život sad, je?
Mlijeko nije
bijelo. To baš...
Gdje ćemo mi, brate? Ajmo na dan.
Ne znam, ajmo ne...
Dan, brate.
Mlijeko nije bijelo.
Ovo je smar. Evo ga čovjek, evo ih ljudi. Vidim ih. 2, 3.
Da, eno vidim ja.
Dobro, ajde im priđemo vam. Ne znam je li tu boss, ja odavde, brate, gledam. Ljudi,
neko je pao, 2 tima.
2 tima.
Izgleda je tu čim se vrane diže.
Jedan je umro ovdje.
Da.
Polako Milane, ne žuri.
Hit on, ispred!
Hit on. Ne možemo... Izal. Crko je miš, šta mi se dešava s mišom? O, smeće od miša. Loša pozicija, moram poziciju da menjam. Ne se... Oj, bačer, jebo vas, banishing! Da ste normalni, bre. Prilazi mi lik. Unakrosno sa fight.
Ujebate život.
Jebeni do...
Ovdje još 2 tima imamo.
Čuti. Kako nije umro, jeba. Jeboj dolč, jebo čovjek ima dolč, bre, neću da igram. Prerano smo došli, jebam si Kesiću. Milan tamo uletio.
Vrate, ne vredi se šunjat, bek.
Šta sam ti ja zabo? Kakve ja veze s tobom imam, druže, alo? Pa rekao sam polako, nemoj da prilaziš još, to znači da ne priđeš.
Predraže, ti znaš da on uvek traži krivca.
Oni nisu ni pomrli, niko. Pomrlo je samo jedan čovjek, ove 2 ekipe. Jes.
Uvijek traži krivca i žrtvu. Nemoj da se primaš. To su njegovi potezi. Poznajem ga previše dobro. Daci mu ti krišton. Bravo, bravo.
Pennywise.
Doj ga je. Duvaj ga.
Šta se čini?
Prerano smo došli, 2 ekipe nas upresuju, vrati.
Sve je to za ljude, Kesić. Idemo dalje.
I robio za ljude.
Sve je to.
Vidiš što je Gardinovački, to stvarno ima logike što je uradio. Lokao je, brate, minimalnu frekvenciju, tačnije bilo mu je minimalna frekvencija 500, a maksimalna frekvencija 2450. I on je stavio minimalnu frekvenciju 2300 i kaže da mu sad, brate, uopšte ne pada frame u tanču. To stvarno ima smisla što je čovjek uradio, ima logike.
Nema smisla ništa s njim.
Zgrdim.
Ilen! Kada krene?
Konji ne.
Ali to sneg zna njega.
Ilen! Kao da guta kao u... Ne, kao u erotskom filmu, znaš, kao da ga trojica pokušavaju da mu usabiju nešto u grlu, znaš. Pokazao sam sad nešto, ne znaš moj stream. Nešto nepropisno.
Prst.
Nisam prst, ali... Viš? Nenormalan tip. Sasvim nenormalan tip.
Miroć.
Brate, pogledao, zatvorit će nam map. Neđe u pičku mater.
A možda i ovdje bude boss.
Iz najgore pozicije smo, brate.
Ajmo u crkvu, ili starter house, biret.
Ajmo u crkvu. Mada on je neđe dole. Da li da on tramči ili starter house?
Param.
To je skrbnik, znači treba budu vrane.
Vrane.
Ono što znam jeste da ovdje nije. Biće do Cypress još.
God, sad ćemo njega... Biće da si pravo moj keš. Evo tamo.
Eto ga bio tamo.
Šta ćemo? A u pičku. Jebi ga spanovali se pored bossa.
Nekad se mi spanuo pored bossa, direkt.
Spanovali se pored bossa, mamo im je pičku.
Eto, druga ekipa.
Druga ekipa puca šume, da. Da!
Ileš! Kao... crknuti papagaj.
Hej, kao veštica ona. Iz crkvenih filmova. Kao iz Lord of the Ringsa, My Precious.
Pazi, Kero, nemoj kao podići jer to na čut ljudi,
To.
Nemoj podići te Kero.
Mozin Nagan Spitzer, headshot, sniper.
Ein špricer.
I naravno najnoviji skin Daughter of Decay. Idemo, ima sve u fullu. Jebani ste, to ću vam reći.
Žitna žena.
Žitna žena i one shotala me. Spica ram, ovi su narkomani, čujete ljudi? Ima skop sa spica ramo, jebani ste. Da. Headshot mi dala, nije promašila 106 metara. Poslala me po, brate, burek. Znači, toliko... Gde mene, brate? Tolika glava. Ne znam šta da vam kažem. Nemojte da me dižete do kraja meča, ovi će da kampuju to. Bolje idite, u stvari drugi boss ubijen. Koja kurčina od meča, šta nam radi ova igra?
Bez ikakvog su prsa, samo kampovanje do kraja, pa da, to je to. Samo je čekao, vrte, uvodu da uđe i to je to.
Unlucky, nema veze sljedeći meč. Nema šta od ovog, popiće na sve.
Samo ti beka ne izviruju kroz bunje, ovaj vidi, brate. Boga mi takav igrač, ne bi me čudio. Što je najgore, ja bi njega teoretski mogao da digne, ali opet bi ga ubio. A mogu da bacim i čovk i žicu veliku i...
Ali ako ti peđa i AFK, džaba to radiš?
Probija li spicer žicu, ne bi trebalo.
Probija.
Da, ali teoretski on mora jedino ako nađe ruku kroz žicu da je pogodi. Ovako ne bi mogao. Brate, hoće li ovi krenu da se
ništa od toga, nema jedino. Taj lik će da skampuje do kraja meča, to da znate. Ovaj lik što je kupio, brate, ovaj seno, ovu kurvu, sigurno će da ono, ubio sam lika, otići ću odatle, si lud bre? Ona ima bre do vrate kraja meča bre, da me vrate gleda. I da gleda vas. Ne možeš, kako možeš da brate, vidiš, jesi ti igrao Hunt skoro?
Čekaj, to je pre moglo, tako?
Pre moglo, ali kad su bacili Team Details u last match, kad ideš u brate meniju, nemaš više.
Da.
To tek na kraju meča, jel onda...
Ovi kao da idu ka gore jeboj. Yes, Bounty ide na izlaz, brate. Šta ovi debili rade, brate?
Ne znam.
Ništa, ja ću proba da bacim žicu veliku ispred njega i... To mi je jedino što mogu da probam.
Desno. S northwest. Još je desno to bilo. Spica ramo, brat. Teška priča.
Baš da skočim ispred tebe, brat. To je jedino što mogu.
Šta ćemo?
Ovi su izašli, brat.
Pa njih, bre, se... Kaka partija posrana. Jebem ti partiju ovu vodu. Daj mi desale smrdljivi. Gdje ću ovo smeće vodeno.
Što je najgore, sad će nas dočekat taj snajper. Što je najgore, mislim da je Soler u pitanju.
I ja mislim. Aj, neću.
Šta hoćeš, konjino jedna, konjista? Što vreštiš u mikrofon? Marš!
On tebe voli.
Poslaću ti sliku pa masturbiraj nju.
Ladno se smije.
Bog i kurac.
Jebe mi mater u pičku, šta radi taj debil? Sad će nas da skida umjesto ove debile da smaka je. 100%.
Moja teorija ti je što duže čekaš, što ti je veća šansa se desi nešto pozitivno. Ne mislim na kampovanje, naravno.
Ajmo napolje u novi meč, šta ćemo?
Jao, budala. Prestani da vrištiš.
Zašto zvučiš ko majmun iz džungle pobegnu to govoriš?
A zato što je majmun iz džungle. Eto, sam se
džungla.
Samo nek mu je moje ime na usnama.
Šumski drekavac, šimpanza pao s grane i višti ileš.
Šta si očekiva nešto inteligentnije njega?
Da. Pa bar to će reći da je mleko belo, a ne mlijeko, ne znam ono belo kako izgovara, nešto čudno. Nešto čudno to izgovara.
A, ovo je skandal.
Izlapio tebi kurac što se ne diže već godinama, znaš da ti ja kažem šta ti je izlapilo. Ne treba, ja tebe zovem da to provere ova dječica ovdje, znaš. Nego... Moj Milane, jabuko sa grane.
Gardi, aj vidi mi to za frekvenciju, Gardi.
Za Nvidia? Za Nvidia bi trebalo da ima malo drugačije podešanje za to.
Pa nemam to kao da ograniči minimalnu frekvenciju, nemam tu opciju. Nema, brate, mogu da ga klopujem, ali ne mogu, brate, da minimalnu frekvenciju podesim. Mogu ja da klopujem, da dižem klok, ali ono će da pada povremeno po...
Ti bi da ga dižeš.
Kad nema potrebe da bude toliki klok, on ga obori, brate. Ja neću da ga obori više od toga, razumiješ?
Uradi to što se kod Milana više ne dešava par godina, znači to je dizanje, ta ključna reč, znači.
A, da ga podigne.
Da ga podigne, da to stoji, da to bude čvrsto i stabilno, znači to kod mog Milana više ne postoji.
Što je najgore, Peđa, ovaj je bio s njima u timu, brate.
Eto.
Bounty ekipa.
Da vidim samo ko je to narkoman.
1.69.9600
100 ti prestiž, sve mi jasno.
Ne mogu ja da šaljem bez dogovora sa čovekom.
Ajde skini ovaj skill based, to jest... Jebote skill based ti jebo da mi
Zaista mi Boris ponudio.
Ja moram da vidim šta je sa ovim Vladom što me zajebava po benču tamo. Ajde progovori nešto sad, Vladimir, sad sam te boostovo ono 150% je.
Kažem, brate, da te ekipa zeza.
Ma to znam, nego mikrofon ovaj tvoj ono dupeta, za to kažem.
Skinuo sam skill, brate, bezet, neću da nam padaju ovaj. Zajebi me. Jebi da mi Rahtazi ulazi, da me ubije s preko čitave mape.
Otko znaš da je on?
True, next gen experience.
Ne kažem da je on, nego tako kao... Ima i brate gorih.
Pravi next gen experience.
On je dobar zato što je agresivan, znaš, ne kampujem puno. Ovi ostali su...
On čovjek po ovaj meču napravio 15 killova, smo izračunali. Svaki njegov meč po 15 killova.
Šta je ovo jebote, neki lik kaže... Pravo, next gen iskustvo, stalker anomalije.
Je.
It's absolutely. U debelo trevu.
Što viče taj, kao iz tunela, jesi ti u tunelu nekom, Milane? Na laptopu šta? Jel to taj čuveni drekavac iz tunela, a Boris?
Šta kažeš?
To taj čuveni drekavac iz tunela.
Drekavac iz jazbine.
Budalo.
Iz tunela, bukvalno eho što se čuje u pozdini. To.
Retko se sad više ljudi spanuju vam. A?
Retko, možda ali.
A ne može, brate, nema...
Možeš ti pored traga ko pored turskog groblja, Milan.
Uradio bi sam to, ali ne mogu kad nemam opcije.
Ne brini, Milan će to da reši.
Milan će ti dati opciju. Nemaš opciju, ne brini.
Pireti, ajmo malo bateri.
Završimo to, Milan.
Baš ne može da. Čovjek koji je zakleti Nvidijevac bio je prešao na AMD sad.
Ko to, ti?
Ne. Neki lik ovdje iz Pančeva.
Iz Pančeva?
Da.
Šta nije htio da čuje ni za što si men vidi.
Da. O, to je apsolutno sjajno. Absolutely marvelous.
Ovo drugo...